Hello and welcome, Draft League fans. What's going on, everybody? So, for people watching the VOD, if you want to catch these streams live, of course, join my Discord link down below. That's where I'm going to be linking all this sorts of stuff. But yeah, what's up, everybody? How we doing? Just go ahead and link this at the streams roll. There we go. We're going to be watching a lot of games today, as usual. It's a World Cup thing. Been doing it for a few weeks now, and it's always a little bit of a grind, but it's always fun watching the games as well. What's up, Happy Gay? What's up, Marto? How we doing today? So, same as last week. Who was it exactly? Slayer Holfin put together this nice doc that shows all of the replays in the order they're played, which team they're on, and there's no spoilers as well. So, if we're just pulling it off of the forums, we can just see who linked the game, but here, no spoilers, so we get to actually watch it. What's up, everybody? What's up? So, yeah, shout outs to this guy. Like, obviously, this is a great thing to have for the stream. Really appreciate it. Oh, Happygate versus RKR. Alright. You're bored, so just hanging in here. Make your pick, buddy. Anyways. So, World Cup. We have China versus Germany. Now, China, Loki has some beef with me. So, the captain of China, Slowpoke fan, well, he was a little bit unhappy that I ranked them last in power rankings when I did my power rankings video a few weeks ago. And so he's been out to get me ever since. Like, I think it's in like a somewhat joking way, but he might be serious, I don't know. But yeah, China's been doing well, and he's been letting me know all about it, so it's honestly funny. Gotta respect it, Just got my chance to use Terra Zaruda in my first game yesterday. Can confirm he is Jesus. Yup. He's joking, to be clear. He's very sweet. That's good to know. Because I'm having fun with it as well. It's very funny. And what's also funny, actually, that's a little bit of a spoiler, so I'm not going to say that. Alright, let's get right into the games, though. So, Germany versus China. So, we have this matchup here. There's a Cleavor. There's a Doug Trio. These are some rare picks in SV. You don't see that a whole lot. But the rest of the team is like somewhat, like, these are Pokemon you do tend to see quite a bit. I know I'm not the biggest fan of Lando I, and Empoleon's a little bit iffy to me. But on the other side, this team isn't exactly like pure powerhouses, right? The best Pokemon on here is Roaring Moon versus, Raging Bolt. I think Raging Bolt is like significantly better, but there is a Doug Trio on the other side, so maybe a Terra type will have to account for the Arena Trap there. Anyways, let's look at the Terra preview here. So we have Terra Poison on the Raging Bolt. Okay, so it is kind of Doug Trio fodder. So it might be, what's the item? Shed Tail. Not Shed Tail, Shed Shell. Just to avoid that trap, but maybe he's just going to get trapped by Earthquake, who knows. And on the other side, Terra Ice. Terra Ice. Okay, so we just double Terra Ice. Then it's off screen, but Pheasantipity is Terra Ghost. Alright. So look at this. So Rillaboom leads off into Roaring Moon. Both can kind of click U-turn here. So U-turn into Rocky Helmet Rillaboom. Not something you see every day. And another U-turn into Fez. Okay, so obviously great start for the Roaring Moon. Now Lando comes in, Earth Powers into the Thundurus. Another 8-hour stream time. Yup, you already know. Cleaver comes in on the double, okay, U-turns on Metagross. Back to Landers on Earthquake, okay, gets another Landers turn. Are we going to predict the Thunders this time? We do not, and we stay in with the Shukaberry and freaking die. Alright, shout out to Resistberry just dying again. This was a common theme last week, and already off to a strong start. Alright, Ripperoonies. Yep. Alright, Roaring Moon is back to click. Oh my god, choice banded knockoff into Empoleon and freaking dies. Crit didn't matter. If he stayed in, it was 2 KO'd either way. And if you're trying to pivot in like your Sneasler on knockoff, then, you know, good luck with that game plan. Alright, Cleavor comes in. U-turns again on the Fez. Landers comes in. Do we go Thunderous? We go Doug. Doug is Sash, but Doug has to Terra Ice to kill this. Is it going to? No, it sets up Rocks. But now the Rocks are going to be traded by Scarf Cleaver Stone Axe. Alright. Now Roaring Moon comes in, but... do we need this Cleavor? Why did we not just get Chip on this? Because this has to be Choice Banded Moon. There's no other way, and that has to be Scarf Cleaver. Why did we switch? I guess you want it to check the Thunderous? I don't know. Not too sure about that. Anyways, knocks into a helmet. Believe kind of wins. It kind of wins, but also Roaring Moon's a massive threat. You want Chip on that thing. I guess he wants to sack and then use the Grassy Seed. This is an SD opportunity. Oh yeah, so you get the terrain up and then this opens up this line. Okay, I get it now. Now Dire Claw the Fez. Doesn't quite KO, but Fez can't do anything back to Sneasler. Like, that was a crit and it did 54. So yeah. You could have SD'd again if you wanted to, and I think Sneasler just wins. In fact, I think you should have SD'd again, because this might have lived, but I guess it didn't. And yeah, Sneasler's just gonna win, yeah. And that's gonna be China going up 1-0. Alright. So Sneasler comes out and just sweeps this. I mean, to be fair, looking at it just from matchup, this thing was always gonna win with Rocks up. Like, what was the counterplay here? We saw the initial switch was Pheasantipity, which, like, as you can see, Play Rough is doing like 30-something%. Actually, no, it's even less, right? Because it crit through a defense boost. So Play Rough was doing like in the high 20s. And that's your initial counterplay? I don't know. It seems like this was a foregone conclusion, looking back at it, with the power of hindsight. Technician Mudslap could have cleared. I mean, maybe. Alright, game 2 of China versus Germany. We got Pichiyu versus Fogbound Lake. There is a Furret sighting. There's a Furret on my screen, folks. Is it Furret Friday? I'm pretty sure it's Tuesday, but there is a Furret here. And this was played on Saturday as well. It's off the screen, but it tells me on the replay. So not exactly Furret Friday, but regardless, there is a Furret. Now, what will he do? Not really too sure, but yeah, in the Cornerstone Goldango and Lando matchup, yeah. Removal versus Balloon Goal. Yeah, is this the kind of prep that T-Spike's Tentacruel is forcing? But does it have Vileplume to absorb? What's the spiker? Ogerpon, I guess? Sure, whatever. Alright, let's look at the Terra types here, though. So this is going to be Terra Flying Mence, I assume. Then on the other side, it's what? Terra Water on the Mesprit. Terra Fire on the Furret. What's the other Terra user here? Did they bench like their big Terra user? It looks like they did. Fogbound's team is like, you forget they chose those Pokemon themselves. This is a Ranbat's team for sure, right? Anyways. Ogerpon lead off into the Mesprit. Free U-turn. No helmet. So Goldango's gonna come in on this. Block a T-Wave, okay. And now what? I assume AV Samurot's gonna come in, or Treads. Yeah, that works too. Sub Goldango, sub Lefties, okay. So just gonna Earthquake this. We're gonna see a Shadow Ball and a Focus Blast. Lucky dodge, but it is Focus Blast, so comes with the territory. Rocks go up here on the Force Switch Out. Now Ice Spinner stay in on the Lando as it's Rocky Helmet and sets up Rocks on its own. Okay, so we're trading the ground types here. Is it Shukaberry? It is Shukaberry, so it is able to 1v1 this Lando T with the Ice Spinner, but the Rocky Helmet's done its job. This Treads is basically dead, outsped by the Ogerpon as well, so Yeah, no hope of a spin going off here. Even though, you know, in theory, Treads is the spinner that beats Goldango. In this case, rocks are going to stay up. But that's what the Furret's for! Oh my god, he's so good. Anyways, force the switch, U-turns out for momentum. Now Samurot's in versus the Tentacruel. It's faster, I don't know if that's Scarf or not, but it's faster either way. Now Tentacruel is going to flip turn out, but another Ceaseless is coming. Oh, he dodges the Ceaseless. And that is not Scarf Samurott because it just freaking died. Now Vileplume comes in, U-turn out though. Grass types are immune to Effect Spore, so that's completely free. Now Sunny Day. We see a Weather Ball? We see a Weather Ball. Tentacruel able to take that. It looks to be Assault Vest Tentacruel here. Oh, clicks it again. As Gunk Shot does quite a lot of damage. But now you just click it again. Ceaseless Edge is 75% accurate. Feels like that sometimes. Anyways, Mence comes in, able to take that Sludge Bomb. Dragon Dance up on the last turn of Sun. And Dragon Dance, ooh. I don't like that. Why did that work? So you see the Sludge Bomb 250 and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna Dragon Dance again. Fair play, I guess. But Vacuum Wave will pick this off if he has it. Does he have the Vacuum Wave? Versus this, there's not a whole lot of a reason to have it. So no, he actually doesn't have it. Alright, GG, and that's gonna be it. Folks, Salamence is too good. But really, like, a poison on either of those, or even just like the same roll you got the first time, this play doesn't work. But I guess you need 2 Dragon Dances to outspeed Valiant anyways, so whatever, man. Furret won this endgame with 1 poison. Does Furret sweep the rest of these? Let's see, Furret loses to Ogerpon, loses to Goldango, loses to Iron Valiant, but it's Terra Fire. It is Terra Fire Furret. So actually, the Goldango and the Valiant, we flipped that matchup, but the Ogerpon still still a little bit too much to handle, I fear. Alright, so China's up 2-0 now over Germany. Alright, we have Sakura and Seal versus Crip Walk on Sunday. And they did play on Sunday, so he will be Crip Walking in this battle. Let it be known. Alright, we see this like, I don't know, this is like a bunch of, like, cool mons, I guess. Like, you don't see all of these Pokemon all the time. Like, Palafin, for top tiers, is probably the least drafted one out of them. And then Hydreigon is pretty rare. Hearthflame, I think, is pretty cool. Mimikyu as like a spin blocker is pretty cool this gen. Then they're playing up against this team. We've seen it before. It's the double Quirk Drive guys, the Thorns, the Leaves, and then like the Moth as well. This is like booster energy spam, but yeah, it's a Mimikyu mirror. Folks, is it Mimikyu Monday? Shout out to Alliteration. Alright, let's see the Terra types. So this guy, he's not doing me any favors, but I'm gonna go ahead and guess that the Iron Moth is Terra, and the 2, like all of the Iron guys are. So Water, Grass, and it's off screen, the Iron Leaves is Terra Dark. Now on the other side, we're gonna see Terra Dragon on the Iron Crown. Now what's the other Terra user? I'm not really too sure. It might be Mimikyu, but we'll see. So Palafin leads off into the Iron Thorns. It is booster speed, but Palafin just stays in. So probably going to be Scarf Palafin. By the way, he just played that. And I think you have to be Scarf to outspeed either way. Scarf makes a lot of sense though. As you can see, like, it will be faster than a lot of folks. And then, you know, if you get rid of these boosters, all of a sudden it's faster than everything, you know? Alright, so Leaves comes in. Gonna KO the Donphan. So Donphan only gets its 1 turn in this game, sadly. So a little bit under average. And now the Leaves is going to Terra Dark in front of the Ogerpon. Take the Ivy Cudgel to 62%, but now Mimikyu in. Is it red card? It has to be red card. Yeah, it is red card. Okay. I was gonna say that only makes sense if it's a red card. Now Ice Spinner from the Weavile is just gonna knock it out. That's Choice Banded Weavile, surely. Mimikyu is frail, but it's not that frail. Hold on, I think my music might be a little bit too loud. I just glanced over at it. There, let's do that. Alright, So yeah, red card Mimikyu able to force out the Iron Leaves, which is good. That's the Terra expended and the booster energy. And now Moth comes in on this Iron Crown. Calm Minds. Okay, but it is booster speed, but it's Terra Dragon. Calls the Terra Dragon with a Dazzling Gleam, but looks to be not quite enough because with that Spadef boost, it only does 35%. Now Weavile comes in, threats the Ice Shard. It is going to be able to take out the Iron Crown, but now Palafin's in, and the Water Resist has Terra'd out of its Water Resist. And this is Scarf Palafin. It's just going to flip turn, collect the Disguise. See a red card? We see another red card, but Ogerpon coming in, you don't mind this at all. Shadow Sneak is going to do a little bit of chip, but you're still outside of Rock's range, which is the important part. But something tells me this is just going to get sacked to Weavile anyways, and there it is. But now this Palafin is looking pretty nice. Okay, Hydreigon comes in because it's locked in a knockoff. Makes sense. It's Focus Sash, okay. Flamethrowers the Weavile for some big chip, and now what? Iron Leaves comes in on the next Flamethrower. It's going to live, and it's going to knock out this Hydreigon. Can Palafin solo the rest of this game? It's looking somewhat likely. It's all depending on if the Great Tusk can live this Wave Crash. And like, it is a Great Tusk, so can it do it? It's Proto Attack, so offensive Great Tusk, it gets crit. We're never gonna find out. Oh no. And that's gonna be the game. Scarf Palafin sweeps the end game. Another crit, just to rub it in. Yeah, we're not gonna calc that. If you're interested, it's probably gonna be Scarf Adamant Palafin versus like offensive Great Tusk. What could possibly be the explanation for this thumbnail? You like the thumbnail? I thought it was pretty good. Alright, so China are up 3-0 against Germany. Folks, they need to start fighting back. They really do. Anyways, Metallica 126 on the side of China, and then Noah Aloha on the side of Germany, right? Yep. Correct. Okay, it just freaking died. Alright. Shout out to Palafin. That guy's a little bit broken. Alright, let's check these Terra types here. Alright, so interesting teams on both sides. These are like interesting looking teams. This one's a little bit more on the standard side, but this one is definitely a little bit different. So we have Terra Ground Necrozma, it looks like. Wait, this is the Terra Rillaboom? Is it? That's cool if it is. If he's just baiting me by doing this, then oh well. It's probably Terra Okidoki. But I think it's Necrozma and Rillaboom here. On the other side, we have Terra Fire Quaquaval, which can kind of turn the tables on stuff like the Gouging Fire, the Tinkaton, that sort of thing. The Rillaboom. It's Rilla Necro. Yep, shout out to that. Alright, so Darkrai leads off into Sandy Shocks, which has Proto Speed. So going to be a lead set, trying to get up hazards, and T-Waves the Darkrai in exchange for a Hypnosis, but lead Shocks, you usually want to get some hazards out of it, especially into no hazard removal, so really good Hypnosis there, able to shut down that, and okay, a Reflect goes up, but we crit the high horsepower, not what you want to see as Team China. But now Kyurem gets a free switch in with Reflect up, can go for a Dragon Dance, U-Turn is doing very minimal damage, but now Tinkaton comes in, and can Tinkaton 1v1 this Kyurem with the Reflect up? Probably going to see a T-Wave here, if I had to guess. And it's going to be loaded dice on the Kyurem. Gets 5 hits. Ooh, Encore. But where's the Ice Resist? You're already out in the Ice Resist. So is it a T-Wave, or are we kind of cooked here? Because this is going to 2-hit KO. Ooh, a knockoff. Gets rid of the loaded dice, okay. So could potentially live this next one if we get, you know, 3 hits on good rolls or 2 hits. Lives? Does not live. Okay, it gets 4 hits anyways. Loaded dice. We do not need it. And Reflected's still up, so you can just stay in versus this Okidoki. 3 hits, but a bulk up comes out, okay. But still, you're getting good chip on this. Reflect is still up, and Zen Headbutt. Of course it has Zen Headbutt for the Okidoki, the 4 times, super effective. And Rillaboom once again comes back out, but we just DD on this thing. And Kyurem looks like it's just going to win. But no, he wanted the terrain up for the Grassy Seed Necrozma. Can this take on the Kyurem? 2 hits, 3 hits with a crit, 4 hits, but a Dragon Dance, no, that's not going to do it. And it looks like Kyurem's going to run away with this game just behind screens. This is the most I've seen Kyurem do in a minute. Same, bro. Same. Scale shots the gouging fire. Can we get 2 hits? 3 hits. Luckiest Kyurem 2025. And yeah, this is just completely cooked. Terra fires the Rillaboom on the Icicle Spear. Okay. He's fighting back. But with -1 defense still, like, you're only doing 50. Yeah. Who needs dice? Exactly. Goes for a Zen Headbutt over the Scale Shot. Just for fun. Now Icicle Spear, 3 hits, 4 hits. Always getting the hits on the Skyrim. And now Rillaboom comes in. We're probably just going to see a Scale Shot. Grassy Glide. He goes for Zen again. I guess you don't want the defense drop, but yeah. Same thing. Okay, dodges 2 Zen Headbutts. Imagine 2 Swords Dances those turns. Now, he still would lose, but like it would be cooler. Alright, knocks out that. Rillaboom's still healthy, but I have to assume this Rillaboom is not going to 1v7. Knocks out the Talonflame for some big chip, but these Brave Birds are doing a little bit too much damage. And that's going to be in range of like Shocks or anything, because Terrain runs out this turn, so there's no more priority. But Shocks is asleep, so Quick Wobble has to come in, Terra Fire, and Aqua Step. Yeah, that's going to be the game. Yeah, completely dominant from Kyurem, but yeah. So now what? China's up 4-0? Guys, Germany needs to show up a little bit here. Alright, so Ghost Stop is on Team China, and the W team is going to be the W team. That's his name. Alright. So you have to win out as Germany just to even tie the series. So yeah, and you have to do that versus Terrazarud. Alright, folks, this might be cooked. Let's see, though. Alright, so there's gonna be Terra Rock on the Tinkaton. What is this for? Terra Rock? I really don't know what Terra Rock is for. Folks, if you at home can figure out what Terra Rock is for, let me know. But, and then it's Terra Normal on the Zarude. And then on the other side it's Terra Ice Excadrill and Terra Water T-Tar, it looks like. Rock for the Spadef Sand Boost? Oh my god, he's actually so smart. Spadef Booster versus what, though? Versus Zapdos? Versus Prim? No. Versus Latias? No. You'd rather stay your original typing for those? Yeah. Alright, let's just watch it, though. Tinkaton leads off into the Meowscarada. Good lead by the Tinkaton. U-turns out, do we see a helmet? We do not see a helmet. Alright, Zapdos comes in on the Swords Dance. Okay, we're getting active. Oh, it's for the boost on Stone Edge, and it's Life Orb, and it doesn't even kill. Tinkaton is so weak. But yeah, can't just go for a Gigaton Hammer. It's going to get forced out next turn either way, I think. Yeah, Scarf Primarina. Yeah, you gotta have something faster and can KO. Should have Terra'd there. I mean, either way, Prim comes in and surfs, you know? It's all good. Now you save the Terra for your Zarude, which is going to be helpful here as the U-turn is coming. See, he was thinking like 3 turns ahead, unlike some of you in chat, Genius X. Anyways, we see a +2 Double Edge just completely obliterate this Latias, but in the process, wait, it's normal gem too? So this is, I assume this was like aimed at the Zapdos, just finding a 1-hit KO, but yeah, that's a big hit. Oh my god. So one-shots the defensive Rocky Helmet Latias. He ran the Facades Route last week, he did. And now this time, normal gem, double edge. And you're just going to sack this off. It's already low. There's no Healing Wish on the team. So yeah. Now Cinderace comes in. This is a Ice-type Meowscarada now, so it can just go for a high jump kick. Covers the T-Tar pivot. And yeah, that's Life Orb Cinderace. A very strong Pokemon. But now Drill comes in with the Sand Up. Goes for a sub on the switch, but Cinderace stays in, says no. I do not want you subbing up here. I will prepare to sack my Cinderace. So sub is kind of stalling out your own sand turns, but also like you're not beating Zapdos with your Excadrill, I don't think. It's Terra Ice, but that doesn't one-shot. But now Ditto comes in, able to copy this Excadrill, go for Earthquake. Almost a 2-hit KO. Oh, it's Smooth Rock, so this Meowscarada has to be Scarf, or I guess Sucker Punch, but I think you could have just Earthquaked there. Anyways, triple Axle into the Zapdos. Probably going to be pads if we're willing to click that. But now a U-turn comes out into the Ditto. Okay. So now what do we see? Just a U-turn here? Or a flower trick? We could see a flower trick. We see a U-turn, okay. And now what? The sand is gone. Garchomp comes out, but Scarf Prim might bring this one back. Yeah, Scarf Moonblast is going to do a lot. Not quite a KO. Oh, it's weakness policy. Never mind. He's just cooked. Who runs Dreadplate over Black Glasses? Folks, we gotta run Black Glasses in this household. Dreadplate does not sound cooler. You are just straight up wrong. Anyways, we Earthquake the drill, and that's gonna be the game. Shout out to the Garchomp. And that's actually a 5-0 from China, so completely dominated in the neutral. Yeah, 5 games, 5 wins. Oh, my access to this file has been updated. Alright, cool. I guess now I have edit perms on here. Cool. Whatever works, man. Anyways, now we have game 6. The series is already over, folks, but there's still some more games to be seen. We have this like Giga Rain build versus this this team Paddox has been using, which is a little bit unorthodox, but he's been using it somewhat well. Let's actually look at it here. So Terra Grass on the Chi-Yu makes sense into Rain. Terra Grass on the Sandy Shocks as well for the same reason. Trying to update so you can see comments. Oh, cool. Appreciate that. Are there any comments to be had? I know you said you were going to do that if you had time, but I just assumed you didn't have time. Anyways, on the other side, it's going to be Terra Archaludon, maybe? Or is it Terra Ogerpon? I'm really not too sure. Looks like it's probably going to be Electric Arch or Ghost Basket Legion on this team. Anyways, Dragalge leads off into Pelipper. Rain is up. Fez comes in to kind of blank this Dragalge, and a Scald comes out for 11%. That is Assault Vest Fez. Aim at taking those hits from Chi-Yu as well. But T-Spikes goes up, so this is going to be a little bit awkward positioning from Yi-Yu here. Play Rest into the Corviknight, but now what's going to come in on this Corviknight? Archaludon, I guess. Takes the U-turn, stamina boost up, okay. But now Sandy Shocks comes in. He's going to Proto Speed here, alright. Threatens the Earth Power. Could potentially get up Hazards here if you want to Terra Grass. Is a little safe here, but the Balloon Ground type strikes again. Whilst the Sandy Shocks coverage, Body Press doing a measly 28%. Now Spin, you're going to outspeed the Shocks next turn. Force it out. Those are supposed to be in the series notes. Are they supposed to be on the dock? Alright, well, I'll let you figure that out. Anyways, Protect Ogerpon here. Alright, it's a Spiky Shield, right? Yeah, so it gets a little bit of chip on the U-turn Corviknight, but now Pelipper's going to come in, reset the weather. But now you get another, what, Jirachi switch in? Sure. Now Protects on the assumed Meteor Beam, I think. We're just scouting the set. We see a U-turn, but doesn't want to risk a T-Bolt or a Meteor Beam, so just goes hard into Treads. Probably more so T-Bolt on a U-turn set, but yeah, Fez comes in on a Greninja. It's actually physical, so this AV is going to be completely useless. Archaludon pivots in on the Night Slash, but that's doing way too much damage. Is this Gren going to just solo? You're going to get the +1 from Battle. Oh, it's Scarf, Archaludon, and the Gren dodges. That's unlucky. That's so unlucky. Man. So he had the tech for it, but yeah, really unlucky dodge there. Now Fez gonna come back in, just gonna die. Wait, it lives the waterfall, but it gets flit. Okay, a little bit unlucky, folks. Just a little bit. The series is over at this point, but never feels good to get, you know, Draco Miss into waterfall flinch. By the way, Liquidation, it does get Liquidation, so you could have just killed the Fez raw, not rely on a flinch, but hey, he has waterfall for a reason. Basket Legion is going to Aqua Jet it into Life Orb range, but I think this one, the damage has been done, right? Ogerpon, can he do it? Thunder into the Ogerpon. We see a para? We do. Maybe without a para, Ogerpon could have brought this back, but I think Dragalge, either way, would have been able to take a hit. Yeah, it only takes 36. Maybe a Stomping Tantrum, but no. Ivy Cudgel, it's going to live that. Draco Meteor. And now Treads, I don't think is 1v1ing a Corviknight in this economy. It has Volt Switch, that is super effective, but you have to assume Corviknight is just going to 1v1 this thing very effortlessly. As we see a forfeit, and that's going to be the game. Alright, so 5-1. And now we have Suzuka versus Mind Gaming. Alright. We see another Ditto. Cool guy. Alright. What are the Terra types here? We have Terra Water on the Moth, Terra Ghost on the Iron Hands. Alright, interesting. And on the other side, he's not making this easy on us, folks. But I have to assume the Terra type is going to be this Walking Wake. Or actually, no, he used this team before. It's a Petrarunt. He used Terra Petra. I don't know if it's both of them. It might be both of them. Maybe Ditto as well. But yeah, anyways, Darkrai leads off into the Ogerpon. We see a Wisp turn 1 missing on the Ogerpon. So now that China has locked up the series, they're just getting all their bad luck out of the way before playoffs. Makes sense. Able to get that burn off though. Burn, Will-O-Wisp Darkrai, of course, aimed at the Ting Lu, wanting to switch in. So that's one way that Darkrai can muscle through that thing. Anyways, Mew comes in on this Ivy Cudgel, does 17%. So this is a very bulky Mew. It's going to taunt this Ting Lu, prevent hazards from the other side. And now a Wisp is coming out on this again. So it's kind of like a bulky Mew, but in Gen 9. So Citrus Berry is going to be a form of recovery. There is no like soft boiled or anything. Now Darkrai's going to come in on this Ruination, kind of limit the damage. And now this taunt wears off. But another taunt. He's got 2 of them. And now Earthquake is not quite going to KO. So a little bit of Burn Chip and probably going to see some Ice Beam Chip. No, we see a pivot to Araquanid. Even better. So now you're threatening a very strong Liquidation or Surf. Terrapagos is going to come in. I don't really enjoy using up the Terra Shell here. You might need that thing for the Iron Moth later. But a Rapid Spin does come out, gets rid of the rocks at least. But Surf is going to 2-hit KO this thing, and this thing cannot kill the Araquanid. Psych, it can kill the Araquanid back with a critical hit. Okay, folks, a little bit unlucky here. But now AV Iron Hands able to take this Earth Power, go for a Wild Charge, get a little bit of chip off. But Ting Lu's going to come in now, get those rocks up finally, and Drain Punch into Choppleberry. Not quite a 2-hit KO, is able to live the next one, depending on rolls, of course. But now Mew is going to come in, trying to trade those rocks back, I think. And we see the rocks go up. Yes, and now Spike, so double hazard Ting Lu does eventually get them both up. And you do have the Petrarunt, maybe Balloon, to spin block the Excadrill. That could be a somewhat reasonable set to bring here. But anyways, Ogerpon is going to be like traded off with this Mew. Looks like it. Super Fang Will-O-Wisp going to bring it low, but it is going to survive here. Now what? The Excadrill comes in. Threatens a Rapid Spin. Do we see a hard Petrarunt? We see a Spiky Shield. So it gets a little bit of chip on this Excadrill. Denies the spin like that. And now Ditto comes in. You have to assume this Excadrill has Earthquake, so able to take advantage of that fact. And there's no ground resist on the other side. So Ditto forcing a KO, sack to rocks. And now Iron Moth comes in. Is it booster speed? It kind of has to be. It is booster speed. Now Walking Wake's going to come in. But this is like 2-hit KO'd by Fiery Dance into... No, that's at 7. That's AV. Yeah, 23%. So really, folks, we are not worried at all about this Iron Moth. That's doing 23% with Stab Sludge Wave off of what? Base 140 special attack? Whatever it is. That's a strong hit. And Wake just ate it up like it's nothing. Alright, Petrarunt comes in. It's not Balloon, but it's going to Terra Ghost here. It's faster than the Drill. Going to 2-hit KO. I think that's AV Drill. Only 35% from Terra Ghost Shadow Ball. But of course, Petrarunt's going to take that. And Iron Hands is completely walled by Ghost types. So, yeah, even though it's AV on the Iron Hands, it is going to get 1v1 by... Never mind, folks. A critical hit, once again, ruins what I was saying. You refresh, you should be able to see the comments now. I'll just leave it be. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, you see some notes here. Alright. Can you see this on stream? You can. Alright, China needs a win or a US Northeast loss to advance. Germany is already eliminated. So China needed to win here, and they did win. So win and in. So they actually made it to playoffs off of the back of this series. Cool. Alright. And now we have, who are these players? Gensuzu versus Rudy.exe. Alright. Let's look at these Terra types. We see a Jug with Steel. The Zarude is Poison, a little bit off screen. And then on the other side, the Thundurus is Fairy, and the Como is Ground. Yo, TSP, no spoilers, goddamn. Folks, we'll get to it, we'll get to it. Alright. Dio lead into Meowscarada. Probably going to be Scarf Meow if you're leading off with it. And it is going to be Scarf U-turn. Does not bring the Dio down to its Sash. You have to assume it's Sash if it's staying in here. Yeah. These Smogon players do love their Sash lead Deoxyses. And here, it's able to get up both hazards. But now, a Colberberry Chilly Reception. Are we going to see a Weezing come in and defog? I think we are. With Neutralizing Gas. It's not Neutralizing Gas though, so you're actually going to get blocked by Goldango. Massive error in the builder. I get it's Levitate for the Garchomp, but you really need that defog right now. And yeah, now these hazards plus Facade, that's going to pick off a KO, almost a KO. Slowking hangs on with 1%, but it's going to be very low after hazards. Now Psychic is going to knock out this Conkeldurr. Alright, so Pokemon are just dropping right now, but even at 6-4 advantage, it feels like Rudy is in the driver's seat here with the double hazards up, but now it switches for fun on an agility. Folks, this might change pretty soon. So it's actually bulky Goldango with a nasty plot. Takes 2 T-Bolts, but Shadow Ball not going to KO this thing. Yo, like I was saying, Hikari Desu in a very commanding position, like I was saying. What happened there? Okay, Zarude gets Psychicked on the Terra turn. Okay, knocks off, so... Folks, he's just out here to prove me wrong. Komo's going to come in on this Zarude. Real leftover, so no Mirror Herb. Komo can set up here, but the Iron Jug is going to come in with the booster speed, trying to contain this thing. Probably baiting Terra with switch form from Chomp to Gold, but got punished instead. Yeah, it makes sense a little bit, but also like... Yeah, I get it. So Slowking's going to get sacked to Hurricane here. Meowscarada comes in, it's going to outspeed this Iron Jugulus, and everything is kind of... It's not going to outspeed. Folks, we're not creeping the Booster Energy Mon on our Scarfer. Why? Why are we doing this? So now the game is opened up the other way. Now Terapagos comes in with the boots, able to take any hit. Dark Pulse aiming for a flinch here. Do we get it? We see a Calm Mind. Is Calm Mind Terapagos going to, win this? Rock Polish, yeah, this is over. He Calm Minds again, just for fun. Could get confused. Okay, so opened up a Wind Path if the Confusion procs here on this Zarude. Nope, snaps out immediately. Flamethrowers, why did we Flamethrower? I guess it killed either way, but this was weird. So, able to win that. And, oh, Psychic was like a max roll on Conk. Shout out to that, bro. This DLWC has been filled with wrong speed creeps. Yeah, quite a bit, honestly. It's a little bit silly. Alright. So that's going to be China versus Germany. And now, moving on, we have Bangladesh versus US Northeast. So winner advances. Bangladesh advances with a tie. So Bangladesh just needs to tie this, but Northeast needs to win. So those are the stakes. Alright. Oh, if I press OK, then it goes away? Oh, that's how you did the notes? Okay. Anyways, we got the gist of it. Alright, so Lava Skull is going to be on Team Bangladesh, and Kyle is going to be on Northeast. So, of course, you have to give the favorite to Kyle. This guy is Draft League veteran. Lava Skull I'm not really too familiar with, but yeah, these teams, pretty powerful. We have a Terrazarude, we have a Latios, shout out to Burger, Lando T as well. Some just solid Pokemon here. Can't wait to watch it back and see my 5-minute prep, as I won't be here to see the New Zealand games. NL, is that New Zealand? I have to assume, right? Or, oh, Netherlands. That's what I meant to say, Netherlands. I don't know why I said New Zealand. Let's go Northeast, woo! Yep. Alright, let's look at it. So Terra Fairy on the Zarude makes sense, and then the Diance's Terra Grass. On the other side, it's going to be Terra Ice on the Iron Boulder, aimed at, just one-shotting that Landorus, makes sense. And then Terra Poison Sinistra as well. So, lead Cinderace, we're going to see lead Bronzong as well. Forced out immediately by the threat of Powerball. And now U-turns out on this Tentacruel. Lando T is going to come in, switches into Tinkaton. What were you expecting there? A switch to Bronzong maybe? Maybe Sinistcha covers both of them reasonably well. Anyways, Tentacruel knocks itself off with that, pickpockets a Shuka Berry. Now Gigaton Hammer's doing nothing, so these guys both kind of wall each other a little bit. Foul plays the Tentacruel just for fun, and yeah, folks. Bro. Alright, Rapid Spins on finally a switch out to Latios. And we Shadow Ball the Tentacruel on a flip turn. Okay, we're making some plays out here. Garchomp comes in, kind of like revealing Scarf or Haban here. Liquidations on a predicted switch to Lando. Or Diancie, I guess, if it's a Balloon. You want to break that. Knocks off into the Darkrai, though. Now, Diancie's going to come in on this Darkrai for sure. Will-O-Wisp immediately, but still threatens it with a Moonblast. Stays into knockoff. This is creative as spikes go up. So obviously predicted a switch there, but able to get off that knock. Gets rid of the leftovers. So at least the Diancie is going to get chipped down a little bit. Now Zong comes in on the Moonblast. Are you going to see Rocks Up? We do see Rocks Up. Court Change here is a little bit silly. You're just trading a hazard for a hazard. So yeah. Earthquake comes in. Is this heat proof? It's not heat proof. So this is Levitate Bronzong. Tentacruel's going to get sacked off here to Pyro Ball. Able to U-turn here. And now what? We go into what? Latios. But now Bronzong comes right back in. Cinderace is free though on this thing, but Nightshade, okay, getting some reasonable chip. But now Pyro Ball. We already sacked a Pokemon last time to Pyro Ball, so we're not super confident on switching in. And we're going to Wisp the Garchomp. Okay, so probably Haban Berry, right? Because we're willing to come in on the Latios. Maybe he's just bluffing Scarf, but since we're not Scarf, oh, it's Clear Amulet, so he was just bluffing versus the Latios. Alright. Or he just assumed it's locked into Shadow Ball that turn. There's Liquidations onto the Lando T for 30%. As a Swords Dance comes out, Earthquakes the Garchomp, knocks it out, but now you're revenge killed by everything. Darkrai's going to come in, switch to Diancie, sure. Ice Beam's going to do a little bit of chip. Can switch in this one time, but Bronzong is there to just come in. Do we see 3 spikes go up? I think we might just see all 3 layers. Now Nightshade is going to knock it out, but now we have the 3 layers. So potential for some counterplay here. Foul play Tinkaton, going to 2-hit KO this Bronzong. Psych, there's a J Ricky Citrus Berry. Now Nightshade is going to 2-hit KO this Tinkaton, so Bronzong going to trade for this Tinkaton, which is honestly more than you expected of a Bronzong. But now what? So Root's going to come in. Could use this as setup fodder potentially. So you have to switch out immediately into Darkrai on the Trailblaze. Yup. And now that's going to 2-hit KO. Could potentially get +2 speed, outspeeding even a Quark Drive Iron Boulder now. Sinistcha, the answer to Zarude. We see a Strength Sap. This is Terra Poison. You have to go for it. Knockoff here. Not going to KO. Rocky Helmet going to put it in range of Terra Blast. And it is. This was Terra Fairy Zarude, so even tearing would not save you there. And now, Lando T, there's not really a lot of ground resist left. There's Bronzong, but that's burned at 1%. Able to go for a crunch here, knock that out, but I think Iron Boulder has this locked up here. Right, Mighty Cleave here. And now, can Latios sweep this endgame? I don't think it can. Shadow Ball not even a KO Boulder. Can it live the Mighty Cleave? No, it cannot, and that's going to be the game. So shout out to Kyle, wins that one, and puts Northeast at a 1-0 in the series. Alright, now we have SKC versus Jesse 504. Terra Zarude frauding this DLWC. Might be a little bit, but that's okay. I believe it was a roll at the end, was it? So it could have been a win there. Yeah, Boulder isn't particularly strong. But yeah. We see another Terra Zarude versus... What is this? Is this Terra Quaquaval or is it Terra Gren? It's one of the two. Let's see. It's going to be Terra Gren, looks like. Alright, Terra Fairy Zarude. Let's go ahead and watch this one. So, D-Knight lead into the Rotom. We see a Scale Shot immediately. Not fearing a Will-O-Wisp here. We see a Citrus Berry. Do we see a Will-O-Wisp? Because you don't have good switch-ins to Rotom at all. Now you do see a Wisp. MVPs of DLWC are Apple, Tusk, and Aloe. What a world we live in. Yep. Alright, so Scale Shot is going to low-key 1v1 this, but Pain Split. Okay, you're going to get all that health back. So Dragonite seems content to just stay in and weaken this Rotom. It is loaded dice, so it's getting good chip on this, but yeah, Volt Switch out. Now at Fortress comes in, but this could be mixed with Flamethrower or something like that. Looks like it's not, so it just allows rocks to go up. Now Swords Dances on the Fortress, Ice Spinner, Yachi Berry, okay. It is going to live the next one if we get the same roll, but yeah, Fire Fangs into an Akka Berry does live. But yeah, we're not even to it KOing Garchomp with Ice Spinner. Fortress is terrible, guys. So able to get off a Scale Shot, so now one of the E-Speed Pokemon has to Revenge Kill it. So, oh, it's actually just Scarf Deoxys, or actually no, it doesn't need to be Scarf. Yeah, you can just run Max Speed Deoxys, and you can actually creep +1 Garchomp. So, fun little thing about Deoxys speed there, which also makes sense, of course, for a +1 Quaquaval, a +1 Dragonite. You want to outspeed all of those. Scarf Jirachi, so Max Speed Dio makes a lot of sense here. Dragonite getting it sacked off to Rocks, denies the Pain Split, and now Quaquaval is going to come in on this Rotom. We see a Swampert come in, probably going to be Rocky Helmet Fizz Def, if I had to guess. Do we see a Rocky Helmet? We do not, but it is Fizz Def. It will take the next Wave Crash, it's Citrus Berry. Would have loved a Rocky Helmet here, but unfortunate. Flip turns out, and now back into the Deoxys. Able to outspeed this +1 Quaquaval, and yeah, threaten it out with a T-Bolt. Jirachi's going to come in, gets parried though. It is going to take in a Shadow Ball from this range, but yeah, it's looking pretty weak now. Rotom is going to pivot in on this Thunder Wave, but Volt Switch is out. Jirachi not fearing it necessarily. Fire Punches to stay in on this Swampert, but now Swampert is going to outspeed with a Shuka Berries here. Fire Punch though. Why are we Shuka if we don't have like a move to hit the Swampert? Great question. Anyways, Aqua Step is going to get the Moxie +1. And now what? Deoxys again has to come in. But now there's no switch in, right? You can just T-Bolt. And collect a KO. So now what? What's the answer to this Deoxys? Because at this point there isn't really one. Okidoki comes in, threatens a Terra here to live the Psycho Boost, but just stays normal. Calls the fact that the Deoxys is switching out correctly. And now what? Dragonite comes in. It's Citrus Berry Quaquaval, so J. Ricky would be pleased at this replay. But now a Scale Shot on the other side is now a loaded dice Dragonite. So +1 speed now. Okidoki comes in to Revenge Kill it. Yo, we need to at some point stay in and do some damage to this Okidoki. We sack our Zarude for fun. Why did we do that? What? And we're not even gonna... Why did Okidoki just kill everybody? Folks. What was the idea here? Wait, D-Knight kills this. Is it Scarf Gren? Why does it come down to this? This is a crazy game. Terra Ghost, Shadow Sneak, it lives, Life Orb. Scale Shot, that should do it. Wait, it's not dice. How do you lose this as Jesse 504? No disrespect, but some disrespect. That was such a one position. Like, if we look at it right here, Deoxys kills this. Okay, the Okidoki had to be bluffing a Terra, right? There's no way. It's Terra Dark. Okay. So he's just petrified to click a Psychic Stab move into it. Let's say you Psychic Stab into it. Now what? Now Zarude comes in, gets your chip, and then Dragonite wins, right? Maybe not. I don't know. Either way, he gets scared of the Terra, sacks the Rotom, but now what? Now we go Dragonite, we Scale Shot 100%, kills off the Quaquaval, and now Okidoki comes in. We can just attack the Okidoki, it's really okay. If it Terra's Dark on our Earthquake, that's perfectly fine, because that means there's no longer a guessing game with Deoxys, with Zarude on what attack you're clicking. This is just a choke, I think. You can even scale shot for chip. Either way, it's fine. Right? Because then Deoxys is just going to sweep afterwards. Right? You sack this for chip, you go Zarude. Get even more chip. You Terra Fairy to prevent Drain Punch recovery. And then it's over. He just wins. Dio dies to Shadow Sneak. Well, in that case, the Okie Dokie already Terra'd. I guess it's already low, huh? We switch D-Knight into Okie Dokie to click Scale Shot, then switch it out when the Okie Dokie comes back in. Yeah. Surely at some point you're willing to just stay in and attack. Oh, actually, no. The win path is Scale Shot this, go Deoxys, get even more chip, and then the Zarude's gonna win. Right? Because Gren can't 1v1 Zarude. That's gotta be the play, right? Anyways. 1-1. Shout out to that. Now we have Rowlet 69-420 versus Meta. Alright. Probably came down to scale shot hits on Dogi. Well, were we not boots or anything? Because I'm pretty sure this guy took hazards, right? Yeah, the Dragonite took hazards, so it's not dice, it's not boots, it's CB Knight. Oh, choice banded scale shot. Okay, that makes sense why it was doing so much. Yeah, but here you just scale shot. This was a massive choke, I think. Anyways, moving on to the next one. Alright. Let's see the Terra types here. We have Terra Water, and then the rest of these I think are just bait Terras. And then the rest of them on the other side, Terra Fairy on the Urshifu. Okay. And then anything else? Terra Dragon on the Ceruledge makes sense. So Blastoise leads off into Meowscarada, has to get out of there immediately, but you have an Overquill, you're not really scared of Meowscarada. U-turns out on this thing. Do we see a Rocky Helmet? Pretty standard into Meowscarada. We do. Latios does come in, kind of says, hey, I'm Specs, I'm clicking Draco. 62% might not be Specs, depends on the Blastoise set. But now Urshifu's going to come in on a flip turn. If that's AV, it could be Specs Latios, which does look really strong here. There's no resist. So Urshifu Rapid comes in. Rillaboom is going to force this out into Ceruledge. Woodhammer does 72%. So is that Choice Band damage? It might be. It's not Choice Band, so Ceruledge just freaking dies to Woodhammer into Grassy Glide. Shout out to that guy. But now Urshifu's going to come in. So we just sacked a Pokemon to go right back into Urshifu and Terra. So yeah, Ice Spinners to get rid of the terrain. Okay. Yeah, but Overquill's gonna come in and it's yeah, gonna helmet you. Treads is in on Raging Bolt, forces the Terra as we switch into Urshifu. Is that Assault Vest Urshifu? Because that did nothing. Either way, it's gonna get 2-hit KO'd with the defense drop from CC, but now Latios is in. Latios will be claiming a KO right now. It was Miracle Seed. Also very strong Woodhammer there. Makes sense. Now Deoxys comes in. Iron Treads is gonna switch in on this. Knockoff is not going to do a whole lot of damage. Superpower also, not even a 2-hit KO without a drop. But Eject Pack, okay, that could be a useful thing to have here. Now rocks go up, but Rillaboom is here, and he's going to click Woodhammer here. Ice Spinner gets rid of the terrain, but Iron Treads is going to die either way, yeah. And now Latios comes in to claim another KO with Draco Meteor. Or even Dragon Pulse, yeah. Dragon Pulse is fine too. 2-hit KOs this Raging Bolt, you don't have to deal with the drops. And now Deoxys Speed comes in, but you're kind of running out of switch-ins to this Deoxys. You have to stay in, get rid of the Specs. Now Dragon Pulse is a 2-hit KO, but yeah, no, rocks are going up. Interesting. Wonder if rocks like get you a roll on something. So Overquill's gonna come in, but I think you just Draco this, yeah. So Latios gets 4 kills here, guys. And people are telling me Latios is better. Shout out to Burger. I mean, Latios could do this too, but Latios is cheaper and has more options. And in these matchups where there's no resist, it still kills 4 by turn 18, you know? Shout out to Latios. That guy's great. Ice Beams the Rillaboom and knocks it out. Okay, but the terrain is set for Hawlucha. It's -2. Do we see a Mist Ball? We do see a Mist Ball. Does a lot of damage, but can the Hawlucha sweep here? Interesting. Glamora is going to have to be the one to live a hit. Can it do it? CC? It lives the hit. Alright. And you have to assume it kills back. Yeah, power gem. Very close game at the end there, but Latias puts on an absolute clinic. And then Glamora able to live the +2 hit at the end. Well played by Meta, honestly. He got his threat in a lot. The early game was a little bit rough, right? The Urshifu and Ceruledge maybe a bit fumbled, but able to pull it together with the Latias. Latias kills all and gives you 2 Urshifus for 2 less points. Exactly. Exactly. This guy gets it. Spicy chicken sandwich. Baconator. Baconator is the GOAT. Alright, now we have Fiend versus Scribble. Alright. Do I remember, like, growing up, after school, my grandma would take me to Wendy's sometimes, and I'd get a Baconator. So good. Anyways, Fiend versus Scribble. Interesting teams here. We have the Chansey offense. Healing Wish is what puts it over the top, for sure. Healing Wish is an excellent move in SV, for sure. Alright, who dare at me on Discord? Give me 1 sec. Oh my god, it's Darkrai. He said hi. I have to say hi back. 1 sec. Hi. And that, okay. Chansey offense in 2025. I mean, Chansey offense has never really been a thing in draft, but honestly, it might need to be. We need a fast food tier list segment for the stream. This is already going to be a long stream. We're not doing anything besides replays this time. Like, I have to go in like 7 hours, so I'm like, all right, we gotta start watching these replays, you know. No dilly daddling. Never been a thing, sure, buddy. Hey, I haven't seen it at least. Terra Steel or Shifu goes hard. It is Terra Steel, yeah. On the other side, you have to assume it's just going to be Terra Water Ogerpon. Yeah. Alright, Darkrai leads off into the Terrapagos. Interesting. So lead Terrapagos. Probably going to be like not Boots then. It gets tricked to Scarf, and now Darkrai has the leftovers. But Terra Starstorm here. And now Chansey, when it's tricked as Choice Scarf, is going to always 1v1 this Terrapagos. And even an Ivy Cudgel from Ogerpon going to do 35%. Not a whole lot. Free rocks. But now the Encore. Okay. Now what? Spikes go up? No, an Ivy Cudgel. But now Weezing is also able to take that. So the combination of Weezing and Chansey, very robust defensive core, some might say. Chansey dodging any knockoffs. It's too easy. Yup. Now rocks go up from the Terrapagos. And now Slowking is going to come in. Chansey can only really T-Wave this thing. Seismic Toss is going to do nothing. It's going to get regened off by the Chilly Reception. And now what? Blossom comes in. The GOAT. And now Scizor is going to be the answer to Blossom. But Leech Seed here. Alright, we're just going to see a U-turn. 100%. Terrapagos is going to come in. Take that U-turn. Yeah. Terrapagos looking mighty useless here. But Kyurem's going to come in. It's Scarf Terrapagos. So you're actually letting this Terrapagos get damage off in exchange for a DD. Is this a little bit too early? Because, well, Snow's going to go down, so Bundle loses its defense boost. So Urshifu is going to be forced to take this hit. Terra's Steel. Goes for a Terra Blast. And yeah, you don't have coverage for this, so gonna 1v1 this Kyurem. Why is Blossom the Chansey punish and not the Urshifu? He's scared of T-Wave, bro. I mean, he chillied out, so like that's completely fair. But yeah, he knew he needed it for the Kyurem, that's why. And then he gets flinched. Oh no! Anyways, Dark Pulse 2 KOs here. Now Slowking the answer to Darkrai. Folks, this is not how it usually goes. T-Wave's the Darkrai though. Okay, so it's Culverberry T-Wave. But now the next one's going to do a lot of damage. We see it chilly out? We do. But now what? Ogerpon? But Ogerpon, yeah, it does kind of pick one up here with an Ivy Cudgel. So now what? Weezing comes in. And now what? The Slowking comes in, but with neutralizing gas, you do deny the regen at least. If you're willing to stay in with Wheezing, you can prevent the regen, but appears he's not willing to do so. And a Chilly Reception comes out. And Blossom is once again the Chansey Punisher. Now, Ogerpon's going to come in and block the Leech Seed. Makes sense. But Blossom is also here to switch in on Ogerpon, but we're switching out on the Ogerpon into Iron Bundle. This is not usually how it goes, but yeah, now Scizor is going to come in. If this is Choice Banded, Bullet Punch is going to KO this bundle, but it looks like it's not Choice Banded. We just took rocks because we wanted to. Chansey comes in, and now Seismic tosses. Okay, sure, Rocky Helmet Blossom. But now Leech Seed, Strength Sap. Oh, Strength Sap is recovering 3%. Chansey does not really have an attack stat there. Now Ogerpon on the Leech Seed. This guy's in his head. Strength Sap's the Ogerpon, but this is a net positive for the Ogerpon here. Able to Ivy Cudgel for 30%, but a Toxic comes out. Okay, so Ogerpon looks like it's not going to 1v1 this guy. But U turns out, and we see a Chansey on the Strength Sap. I think we are. There we go. Gets a free 4%. And yeah, now the Ogerpon doesn't really have counterplay at this point. You just click Ivy a bunch of times and everything's going to die. Chansey going to clean up this endgame low-key. Yeah, because this is not even a 2-hit KO. Oh, it's maybe a 2-hit KO. With a crit, maybe? Goes to sack the Wheezing, it looks like. Maybe you can live and go for a Custap Berry here. You're 25%. I don't know, it's Rocky Helmet. Okay. So, sacks the Wheezing, but now Scizor's going to come in. Is this Choice Banded or Scarf? It's going to be Bullet Punch. So, Banded, I want to say? Maybe it's neither. Anyways, Rocky Helmet and the Spiky Shield combination is going to deal with this Scizor. So, yeah, now you sack the bundle and the next Spiky Shield will KO. I think I remember this game, watching this, because the Spiky Shield at this point, he's going to Swords Dance, and that's going to be the game. And yeah, so that one could have gone either way if the Ogerpon got the Spiky Shield on Bullet Punch and then won the Speed tie versus Ogerpon. Chansey was in range after rocks, but yeah, Chansey offense W. So shout out to that. That was cool to see, you know. And now what? The score is what? 2-2, I think? Is it 2-2? Because I think Meta won, right? Yeah, Meta won and Kyle won. So it's 2-2 here. Winner advances to playoffs. So it's getting intense here. Alright, Sadi Tonmoy versus Zooch. Shout out to Zooch. And he's here with his Espathra Annihilate build once again. But he's playing against the GOAT team structure. Meowscarada, Urshifu Rapid, the Clodsire, the Klefki, the GOAT team. Anyways, let's see this game. What is this Espathra Terra going to be? Terra Dark, and then the Annihilate is Terra Ghost. Alright, interesting. And on the other side, we just see Terra Water on the Urshifu. We want that stab boost. This matchup was so bad for Zooch Champ. Bro, he built the team. That's his fault. And also, he's playing against the GOAT. Of course the matchup's going to be bad. Anyways, Claude leads off into Annihilate. We see a sub immediately on a Toxic. Okay, so Zooch, he's in the driver's seat immediately. This might be a drafting issue for Zooch Pro. I mean, Annihilate's going to start doing stuff. This might be Unaware Claude, though. Unaware makes a lot of sense into stuff like the Roaring Moon. Yeah, and it is going to be Unaware. And without leftovers, Annihilate is not able to 1v1 this thing. Not even close. Yeah, Citrus Berry. Yo, folks, this might be the number one reason to run leftovers over Citrus Berry. J-Ricky, avert your eyes. Because if this thing had leftovers, this Clodsire can't beat it 1v1, you know what I mean? But with Citrus Berry, it's easy pickings. Easy. And now a Toxic comes out. Yeah, he knows the Annihilate has to switch eventually. There's nothing for it to do. So Rotom comes in on that. Light screen's up, but now Meowscarada's in. Flower Trick's a Klefki. Okay. And now what? Spikes go up? Are we going to see a Spikes trade? This definitely is going to favor the team with Rapid Spin on it. Oh, the Imprison. So loses a potential speed tie with Imprison. Although if we're running Imprison, why are we not faster than the opposing Klefki. Surely that's something that we want to account for, right? But either way, slow Imprison, you are going to get T-Waved. Now, switches Urshifu hard in on Earthquake. That's a choice. And now Meowscarada comes in after forcing out the Lando. Sure. And now Flower Trick's just going to KO this. I think this is choice banded Meowscarada based on the Klefki damage. Did like 30% last time, and it's going to do 30% again. Yeah. So can you T-Wave here? I don't think you can. And that's why you're allowing the opposing Klefki in. And now I think the layers are just going up, yeah. And of course, max layers is going to advantage the team with the Rapid Spin versus no Ghost type. So yeah, Reflect goes up, but at this point, Clodsire is going to come in on this. It knows that it hard walls now. I guess it always did, right? And now Lando is going to be the free switch in on the Claw. Do we see a Toxic here? We see a Recover. Makes sense. But now what? Klefki's going to get sacked off. Now I have to assume after this, we're going to see a Boots Terrapagos come in and Rapid Spin all these hazards away. And that is indeed what we're going to see here. Rotom Wash is going to come in, but this Rapid Spin is inevitable. Going to get rid of all those spikes, and now Sadi Tomoe is in a very commanding position. Max hazards up, no hazards on your side. Pain Split, you know, gets a nice live here, but yeah. That's my goat, but this is a well done Steak Enjoyer team for sure. That's kind of fire. Zucha's #1 is Spother Glazer. Yeah, low key. Rotom Wash not being able to spin block anymore. Sad. Yo, what year are you in, Keegan? What year is it? As a Spother comes in with a light screen up, gonna force the switch out into Meowscarada, but I think Meowscarada is able to just Flower Trick through this. Yeah, you're Terra Dark. You're not even like Terra Fairy or something like that. Oh, we actually double into Latios. Okay. It's Boots Roaring Moon with light screen up, able to DD, but this is physically defensive, unaware Clodsire, and this is going to shut down this Moon very comfortably. Even Outrage, you know, under half. Although it is going to break through, so not bothering to recover there. And now Rapid Strike's going to come in. Are we in Aqua Jet range with Terra Water? We are. Alright, and now Espathra, Lando T, these guys are not going to be able to really, you know, 1v1 this Urshifu Rapid. Yeah, Aqua Jet here, 2-hit KOs the Lando T. With Salic Berry, that's not going to matter. And then versus the Espathra, I think this is choice banded Urshifu actually. So maybe you can set up on this thing, but no. It is not choice banded. Just going to Surging Strike through this thing. That's going to be the game. Shout out to Urshifu Rapid. Folks, this is a good Pokemon. If he Gleamed Meow, he won. Did Gleam knock it out from +1? Good night. Yes, it did. So Zooch is just horrible. Makes sense. Well, did he just win? Because Latios will live, get Chip, and then you have to live an Urshifu hit after, right? Or actually, no, you die with Meowscarada, but then Urshifu comes in. Looked like red card Latios. It might have been. I mean, we'll never know, right? Given he went hard on it, on Espathra. Okay, yeah, makes a little bit more sense. So he probably was fine. Either way, that's going to be Bangladesh up 3-2. Now Calambrito versus Elevated. Alright. So, looking at this matchup. Yo, this G-King is about to put in insane work, I think. Right? You kind of blank the Keldeo. You blank the Weezing and the Torn, potentially, if you're specially defensive. This could be a, like, toxic G-King. Kind of like Super Goob. Because what are you supposed to do versus this thing? Maybe like a Terra Steel Torn? But outside of that, what's the counterplay to this G-King? You Toxic or even Sludge Bomb Poison the Ting-Lu. You have a Gliscor, right? This combination of two Pokemon seems somewhat unbreakable for Elevated. So in terms of like a defensive matchup, I think Calambrito definitely has an advantage, especially when you have stuff like Rotom Heat just there to check like the Torn. Like even better. Poltergeist. Yeah, unironically, Brambleghast is the biggest offensive threat in a team with like Gouging Fire, Terra Torn, Keldeo. Make it make sense. Anyways, Terra typings here. Terra Water Gliscor, it looks like. And then maybe Terra Water on Wake. I'm not sure if this is Terra or not. Ghost type good. Yep, makes sense. Yep. Terra Water on the Torn. So implies more of like an Assault Vest kind of thing to take on the Wake potentially. Or you just want the Terra Blast coverage into the Gliscor and the Iron Treads and the Rotom Heat. But actually, looking at it a little bit closely, Water doesn't actually tell us anything about the set. He could use it as a defensive typing for Wake, or he can use it as an offensive typing for these three on like a Nasty Plot set. So it's really up in the air what this Torn set's going to be. But yeah, Terra Water on both of these guys. Wake comes out into the Torn. We're going to see a turn 1 Terra Torn. Knocks off the leftovers as a Draco Meteor does 42%. Folks, I think that might be a defensive Torn. And it's dead. So, lucky crit there. He's not happy about it. Poor dude. You've been liking the Glow King Gliscor defensive core on my WPF draft. It's like pretty good as a duo, right? Okay, Slow King's going to come in on the Keldeo. Swords Dance Keldeo, that's going to be your way to get around the G King. But Liquidation's still not going to KO, and Psychic Noise going to do a lot. And honestly, I don't think you sack the G King. Oh, we're going to sack the G King. Alright, I think maybe sacking the Wake would have been a little bit better, but it's all good. And even if you go Wake on the Liquidation, right, you could potentially be faster. Depends on investment. So yeah, we sack the G King, like I said. G King very easy to get through. All you need is a Swords Dance Keldeo. And now Rocks go up on the Walking Wake turn, but now Surf is going to come out. Does big chip to this Tinglu, but it is going to be able to shrug that off. Iron Valiant comes in, but I don't think Moonblast even KOs this at this point. Doesn't matter though, you have a Weezing in the back expressly for this Valiant. Is that Life Orb damage? It might be Specs into specially defensive Weezing. That looks somewhat around that kind of damage roll. And now we see Will-O-Wisp into the Iron Tread slot. Now Keldeo's going to come in on this thing now that it's burned, and now we're really threatening with the Water Stab. But a Rapid Spin comes out. Is that going to put it in range of burn DQ? Ooh, it might. Aqua Jet's just in case. And it is. Yeah, Earthquake's going to KO. G-King Masterclass incoming. Shout out to me. I'm so smart. Alright, Shadow Sneak here picks that off, and now Iron Valiant's going to come in. If this is Specs like I think it is, it's going to 2-hit KO this Weezing. I think this was already revealed. Oh, it didn't reveal an item yet. It could be Custap, but no such luck. Now Gouging Fire is going to come in, takes Rocks, but it's booster speed. Okay, looks going to outspeed this Valiant, but clicks Dragon Dance anyways and just almost freaking dies to Specs Moonblast, but not quite. So Rotom Heat's going to come in. Is this Rocky Helmet here? It is not, and allows a Morning Sun as a trick comes out. So it's Scarf, Gouging Fire now, but it locks into Dragon Claw. Why are we locking into Dragon Claw? I guess the Gliscor does have Terra available, so locking into Heat Crush is not good either. But now the Valiant's just gonna win. Like, he didn't have a good play there. I think either way, he was just absolutely cooked. Scarf Brambleghast not gonna KO the Valiant, actually has pretty solid physical defense on him, just naturally. And now Tinglu, of course, is going to die to Specs Moonblast. And that's going to be the game. So Calambrito brings his team up 4-2. And I'm pretty sure that means that Bangladesh is now clinched. Because Bangladesh just needed a tie to make playoffs. And US Northeast needed a win. So with this game, Northeast is eliminated from the playoffs, I think. But there's still 2 more games to go. So maybe they can tie it up. Did Northeast get knocked out? I think they just did with that game. Bangladesh is confirmed. Yep. I think Valiant might be a good Pokemon. You might be onto something there. So sad. Burger, they needed you. And you benched. You got benched. Well, we get to see Burger's team piloted by Happygate here. So, at least a little bit of Terratusk action here. Versus Rabush here. With this, like, pretty standard-ish, like, Torn, Palafin, Tinglu kind of thing. We've seen this before. But anyways, yes, this is you, Poggers. Alright, so Terra Electric on the Great Tusk makes sense to kind of flip the matchup into the Torn. But the Torn is also Terra Electric, which, you know, Great Tusk is not complaining about. Like, this is like the classic duo, right? Zapdos is really, really good unless you have a Terra Electric Pokemon. But if you have a Terra Electric Pokemon, then Great Tusk is going to farm it. So yeah. Alright, Palafin leads off into the Latios. It's Scarf Flip turn, okay? So gets the form off early. Tinglu comes in on the Latios. Draco Meteor, is it going to be Eject Pack? It is Eject Pack. You see that a lot with lead dragons. And now Great Tusk going to come in, force this out into the Whimsicott, calls that with an Ice Spinner. Okay. Now Tinkaton's going to come in on this Whimsicott all day. Do we see a Rocky Helmet to punish U-turn? We do not. So Tinglu's going to come in on this, and I think we might see a trade of hazards, or the Tinkaton's going to come out. Alright. Knocks off the leftovers as Earthquake comes out, so big chip, but Citrus Berry. Shout out to J. Ricky. Now Latios is going to come in. This Tinglu is pretty offensively threatening, looking at it. Like, the only thing that really wants to switch in is Great Tusk, and that's not exactly something you want to be taking chip on in this matchup. Right, another Ice Beam here, but Tinglu able to take all those hits and payback, knock it out. It gets turned wrong. Alright, Ice Spinners to knock out the Tinglu. Alright, now Palafin's going to come in though. Do we see a Terra Electric this turn? We do not, because we have a full HP Quillfish. Probably Rocky Helmet to punish this. It is Rocky Helmet. And now Goldango is going to come in on this Quillfish. Has to switch out into Zapdos. Not exactly an option at this point. It's Scarf Goldango. So it's going to 2-hit KO the Zapdos potentially. This is like really favorable rolls. And yeah, the next Shadow Ball is 52. And yeah, now what? Is that even Scarf Shadow Ball, or is it just like Specs versus a slower Zapdos? I'm really not too sure. Maybe Happy Gate can fill me in there because he knows the sets. Anyways, Swords Dance turn on Greninja as Lapras comes in, gets low kicked, but now Whimsicott's able to switch in on that Rocky Helmet Life Orb and then sets a Tailwind. So catches the Battle Bond turn, and now you have something faster than this thanks to the Tailwind. It's going to be the Palafin, and we're just going to see what, a close combat potentially. You really don't want to let this Greninja stay in. I guess Wave Crash at 52, it is a Greninja, you're able to knock it out either way. So a little bit more chip on the Quillfish. Specs versus slow Zapdos, yeah, I think so. It's doing a lot. I don't think it's Scarf. Yeah, it does have to be. Anyways, now Lapras comes in on the flip turn, Goat, and now I have to assume we're seeing a Dragon Dance here. We see an Earthquake on the sack. Okay. And now what? Great Tusk comes in. But yeah, Terra Electric makes a lot of sense. Supercell Slam doesn't even KO Lapras. But with Freeze Dry only doing 24%, you have to assume this is Assault Vest Great Tusk. Catches the Goldango on the switch with Headlong Rush. Kind of goat behavior, not gonna lie. Now Palafin comes in, but Quillfish is still there for one last switch in. Catches the flip turn, even more Helmet Chip. But at this point, Torn looking inevitable. Right, Great Tusk is at 42% after Rocks. Nasty Plot comes out. And Raw Terra Blast doesn't even need to Terra. And I think, yeah, you Terra now to avoid the Ice Beam and stuff like that. But it's Physical Gren, it's not OHKOing a Torn from full. That's going to be the Torn win. Best move to hit it. Yeah. Why, hello there. And that's going to be Torn sweeping the endgame. So yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a pretty good game overall. Some back and forth. Cool stuff. Finn also smoked. Yeah, Finn also had this endgame locked up by the time it got through the Quillfish. Like, the helmet did its work. It's at 44% now. But even then, it's Scarf, so it outspeeds everything. KOs. Sad I lost, but happy with how I played. Hey, they call you Happy Gate for a reason, right? And now the last game, which should be Kaif versus Star. This is going to be some, actually, some good names to see, right? Star Master, obviously, you know, a great Smogon player, but also has some good draft experience under his belt. And then Kaif is just coming off of a really solid DCL performance with this exact same draft. He just ported on over to the World Cup, and he's using it there as well. So let's see this game. Alright. So what is the Terras here? It's going to be Moth and Lilligant. Both are Terra Fire here. Then on the other side, we're going to see Terra Fairy on the Gambit, Bug on the Rhyperior, and Fairy on the Altaria. Everyone in this has 6 Showdown avatars. Yeah, Yeah, actually, my own custom avatar from winning DCL just came in the mail. So next replay that I play, you're gonna see the Infernal Armory custom avatar. It's gonna be great. Anyways, Ninetales leads off into Palafin. Kind of threatens a Solar Beam low-key, so Palafin kind of has to get out of there. Oh, with the Cloud9, that's actually a cool effect for Showdown. I haven't seen that before. Did they add that somewhat new? Because Cloud9, you don't see that every day, right? And finally there's an effect on Showdown to show it. But yeah, so that's kind of cool. Rapier is able to switch in on Zapdos all day long. And now what? A U-turn on what? Rocks? I have to assume rocks are going up. It's booster defense on Tusk. Well, not booster energy, but photosynthesis defense boost. So physically defensive great Tusk. In the sun, Loki can switch in on Palafin, right? Cloud9 has always been doing that for a few years. I guess I just never see Cloud9 versus Weather, huh? Because that's new to me. I've never seen it. No helmet to punish spin. Yep. Now Moon is in, goes for a knockoff on the Valiant, gets rid of the Pixie Plate. And now Iron Moth is going to check this Valiant, but Psyshock comes in on the Pyapa Berry, is 2-hit KOing. But we're going to switch. Why did we switch? We could just, I guess we wanted to double on the Ninetales. Or, something like that. I don't know. And either way, we get Wisped. And an Earthquake is going to do a lot of chip. But now, I assume rocks are going up. Now we switch, scouting the Solar Beam, I guess. So catches the Great Tusk with our Valiant. Kind of covers all of that. Now Moonblast into Psyshock here. Why are we not Psyshocking the Iron Moth? I guess you're fearing the Terra, that's why. Respect the Moth Terra, yeah. I figured it out. Now Draco Meteor from Scarf Altaria is going to get a little bit of chip on this Moth, and now it's unable to check the Iron Valiant. This is just an average Sun team. I mean, this is his Sun team. Like, people have copied this in like several areas now. Solar Blade into Rindoberry Rhyperior, but that is not a switch in. Going to die in 2. We switch? What for? Why do we switch? We just allowed rocks to go up. And now a spin has to come out. Now Uxie has positioning. Why didn't we just attack with Lilligant? We don't want to allow the King Gambit to set up, I guess? It's Life Orb, bro. It revealed Life Orb. If we stay and we kind of allow King Gambit to SD, that's the only downside that I see, though. And it's not like Gambit's a huge threat. We have, like, physically defensive Great Tusk right here. Even, like, Wisp Ninetales, it's not that big of a deal, I think. So we actually allow him to keep Rhyperior as a sack. And now screens are up when they didn't have to be, you know? Rhyperior comes in on the sack, but now Roaring Moon's in. Now what? Now Iron Valiant comes in with the Reflect Up. U-turn's going to do a little bit of chip, but Iron Valiant's going to get a KO here, I think, with Moonblast. Unless Zapdos can take 2, which it looks like it might be able to. Discharge here. Do we see a para? Oh, unlucky. That's a little bit rough. And now you can just roost until it gets full parad, which is going to be right now. And you can do it again. Go all the way back up to full. And I think Zapdos, at this point, looking like a really big threat. Yeah. So a little bit lucky with that discharge para, but you know, what can you do? Uxie's going to come in on discharge, gets parried again. Full para. You have to assume there was a psychic noise coming to prevent the roost on Zapdos, but it's actually reflect now. They're just going for the King Gambit endgame at this point. We see Light Screen as well go up, but this Ninetales has Will-O-Wisp, and you have 2 physical attackers in the back. This is not great. Goes hard Gambit on a Will-O-Wisp. Ugh. Wastes the Lumberry on the switch-in. I would have preferred just to sack the Palafin at that point to the Will-O-Wisp, because you're not winning with Palafin, you're winning with you're winning with Terra Gambit here. Anyways, we find a U-turn opportunity to go back into the Palafin, I guess, and now a flip turn's going to force it out into Zapdos. Bulk up Palafin, okay. So maybe you can win with Palafin, but the Light Screen is wearing off in a few turns, and Discharge is still going to do quite a bit. Has that para chance. Ice Punch going to do 69%, but you get staticked. It's Lumberry, but are we going to see 2 procs here? Jet Punch Zapdos, do we see a static? We don't. Okay, so sets up the sun here. No Drain Punch recovery here. But now Lilligant's going to be able to live this. Yeah, forces it out with Solar Blade, but now King Gambit's going to come in and Terra. Terra Blast Fairy might be the difference maker this game. We switch out. Oh, on a sub. That can't be correct. There's no way that's correct. Oh, no. No, I didn't like that at all. No, you got a Terra Blast there or something. You have to assume it's Terra Blast, right? Integrate Tusk? Yeah, CC just to force the Terra. You don't want to play around with 50-50s. Kowtows, sure. Do you not have Terra Blast? I guess you Sucker Punch on the next Lilligant hit. Roaring Moon comes in though, and with attack booster Ironhead, it's able to knock it out. That was strange, not gonna lie. That was a little strange. I think Roaring Moon probably had it either way once you forced the Terra. Just Ironhead is a very strong move, but definitely a little bit questionable at the end. Like I said though, I think Kaif always had that one. And that's going to be Bangladesh completely winning out against US Northeast. That was what, 6-2 or something? Maybe 5-3, but I think it was 6-2, right? Yeah, 6-2. Folks, they got smashed. Which is interesting, right? Because US Northeast I had pretty highly ranked on my power rankings, but they just were not able to show up when it mattered. Alright, let's see these series notes. So, Rest of World versus Latin America. So here's the stakes. Rest of World needs to win to advance. Plus Brazil lost or better diff than Brazil. So you need to overtake Brazil, and you need to win, of course, to even have that part of the conversation. Who made this doc? It's very goated. This is Slayer Holfin. He's in my Discord server. Yeah, he's been very nice putting this all together for us. Just got back in time for LATAM. Let's go. Yep. And Latin America is pretty much locked, right? And should be moving on, barring a huge loss in the series. They're 2-0 going into it. They should be locked, right? Alright, so Bacon Eating Assassin versus Mr. McLovin. Alright, interesting teams. Very similar structure. Like the Torn Mirror, the offensive water, Quaquavel and Keldeo. You have like your like bulky guys like Treads plus G-King versus Tinkaton plus Tinglu. Then you have like your offensive dragon, right? Latios, Baxcalibur. It's very similar structures, right? But they do end up looking quite different. We won by 7-1. Latam would have been eliminated. Okay, if you get 7-1, you deserve to be eliminated. Like, bro. Alright, so basically win 2 games and you're locked. Is that it? I have no idea. Maybe someone can inform me there. But either way, Bacon Eating Assassin, great player. So now, let's see. This guy is Terra Fairy on the Torn. The other guy's Terra Steel on Torn. Alright, and then Steel on the Moltres, and then secondary Terra, maybe Rotom. I don't know. Probably just going to see the Torn's Terra, though. Now, Latios is going to switch in on this Keldeo pretty safely. Threatens it out with the threat of Luster Purge, which is going to 2-hit KO the Slowking thanks to a crit. Iron Tread's going to come in on the Draco Meteor. So this is a very strong Latios. Doing a lot of damage here. Flip turns on the Iron Tread, so big chip getting accomplished early. Now Tinglu's going to come in and potentially trade hazards. Takes the knockoff. Gets rid of a Lumberry. What was Lumberry for? For like Toxic Slowking, something like that? I don't know. Rotom comes in on this Tornadus. But it's Terra Fairy, so you can kind of just stay in and Terra Blast this Rotom. It's going to live and go for a T-Wave. So yeah, T-Wave Hex. Going to put this Torn low. And now it's outsped by everything, which is nice. Now Latios is going to come in. Massive threat again, as we see Moltres pivot in on the Luster Purge, but now Flip turns out. And I think next time it comes in, it will be in range of Draco Meteor. So this Latios is really putting in a lot of pressure. If they won 2 games, Brazil had to win 8-0. Okay, sure. Right now, Quaquavel in versus Iron Treads. Threatens the water move. Wave Crash going to do so much damage to this G-King. Now what? Keldeo has to come in on this wave crash, take a lot of chip, but now, do you really want to go Latios on this? I think you'd rather go Torn, yeah. Because this Latios is such a big threat now, you want to keep the HP on it. Now Torn is able to come in on the flip turn. Nasty Pot's up on the treads, but spin into follow-up attack could do a lot of damage. We see a knockoff. Actually, no, that did no damage at all. Heat waves into the iron treads, and yeah. Now back's gonna come in, but you have Terra Steel, but it's Scarf backs. Glaive Rush is not able to one-shot it though from that range, and Terra Blast is able to pick that up. Now Kelly comes in, threatens the Vacuum Wave, but Latios comes in on this, and Bacon is just running circles around this guy. Slowking's gonna go down to a Luster Purge, and now Moltres comes in, flip turns again, gives it Berserk, but I don't think that really matters when you have a Ting Lu at 94%. Yeah, Agility's gonna come out, but Whirlwind or something like that is coming. Stone Edge, even better, knocks out the Moltres, and now what? Keldeo's gonna come in, but at this point you don't need your Ting Lu. You can just stay and take that Secret Sword for some chip. Now Keldeo's in range of everything. Now after this Surf, I think Latios is just gonna come in. Or Quaquaval, same thing. It's actually Scarf Quaquaval, which makes sense. He could win with anything at this point. I think literally all 4 Pokemon he could have gone 2-in-1. Anyways, Wave Crash is gonna get +1 and knock out the Torn. And that's gonna be a very, very dominant game from Bacon Eaten Assassin. This guy is so good, man. My goat Quack, yep. Alright. Next up we have Chew versus Legendary Superior. Alright. And this is, once again, like a very similar structure to what I used in DCL, right? The Meowscarada, the Terra Urshifu Rapid, the Terrapagos, the Latios, the Clodsire. The only difference is this one has a Ceruledge over, like, the Klefki slot. Right. Let's look at these Terra types, though. I have to assume this is Terra Chi-Yu. Otherwise, why would you draft Chi-Yu in this economy? And then on the other side, it's going to be Terra Fairy on both of these guys. Alright, so Iron Hands leads off into Meowscarada. Now, do we see a Play Rough here? It's Play Rough or Switch. We do see a U-turn, so switching out here. Rocky Helmet on the Fez is going to be the main Meowscarada answer, it looks like. Now, U-turns on the Clodsire, but I assume a Hazard is going up. Yeah, Rock's up on the Cyclozar switch, but Cyclozar doesn't exactly threaten Clodsire. You can just stay in and Toxic this and just set Rocks right back up. So, oh, we do see a Taunt. Okay. So it does prevent the Rocks here. Terrachiyu is so goated. Love using it. Showdown BBL. Yeah, I think it's definitely underrated at the moment. Ooh, catches the Latios with the Weavile. Crazy switch there. And able to go for a beat up here. But it's only going to get 5 hits, right? Because this Cyclozar is Toxic. But Urshifu is able to take that very comfortably. Go for a Surging Strikes. I'm going to do some good chip to the Cyclozar, but maybe you can stay in Draco Meteor here. Goes for a Power Whip. Not a whole lot of damage. Do we see a Drain Punch? We do. Chople Berry, but that's not going to save you. Yeah, Toxic is going to finish that off. So Urshifu, this might be an Assault Vest kind of thing for the Chi-Yu, which we just go hard into Chi-Yu. Interesting. Does this kill from here? I guess it does. Oh, he has Psychic. That explains it, yeah. Catches the Clodsire on the switch. And now Terrapagos is going to be the pivot in on Psychic. I'm not sure how much I like that. Yeah, it goes for a Rapid Spin, but Iron Hand's going to come in and force it out immediately into the Latios. Is this Helmet Latios? It is Helmet Latios, designed to chip down this Iron Hands. Goes for a T-Wave, predicting a switch. There is a switch, but it's a Volt switch. Right, Chi-Yu is going to come in on this Latios, and now something has to die to Dark Pulse. Like, it's really that simple. Now, as Ceruledge comes in, it is going to get the Terra off, and now with Terra Fairy, the Chi-Yu is now a little bit less threatening. Goes for a Bulk Up on the Fez turn, but Fez is going to force this out with a Poison Jab. Alright, now Claude is in. We're going to see Rocks go up, I assume. Yeah, I don't like that spin either. That would be my call playing against it. Like, you would just assume specs until proven otherwise, or what do you mean there? Anyways, Weavile comes in on the Rocks turn. Now Terrapagos looks like it's going to be sacked off here. Knocked off the power herb, and now beat up is going to knock it out from this range, right? Yeah, looks like it. 5 hits. And now Urshifu is going to come in. It'll go for another Drain Punch. We're going to find out if it's Punching Glove here. It is Punching Glove, right? Because this is confirmed Helmet. So Play Rough is not going to KO. Surging Strikes is going to do a lot of damage. 60% here, but Fez does live and is faster. So Aqua Jet we're going to trade out here because the Helmet hits through the Jet. We're watching Latem. Yeah, we are. So Meowscarada comes in. We've gotten rid of one of the Meowscarada counters. Now Iron Hands is going to be the other one, but oh, he calls the Play Rough. Goes for the Heavy Slam. I mean, to be fair, Heavy Slam was a great play regardless, because if you're switching, what are you going to go to? Probably not the Clodsire, right? This thing threatens the Earthquake. So you're going to go Sarah Legend. Heavy Slam covers that as well as the Play Rough stay in. So great play going for that. Now Bitter Blade is going to knock this out. Now can Sarah Ledge get this done? Chiyu's going to come in, but I think this is specifically designed to 1v1 Chiyu. Yeah, it's like specially defensive. 33% from Psychic, it's leftovers. And now what? We see a Bitter Blade just knocks out the Chiyu, and now Sarah Ledge is back to good health. Now what? Dragonite's going to come in. Endures on the Terra Blast. Okay. It's weakness policy. Can this win? Goes for E-Speed. Only does 45%. Yeah, Sarah Ledge is way too bulky for that. Now Weavile. Potentially if Triple Axel gets a crit or something. Oh, Poison Jabs. I did not expect Poison Jab there. Oh, but it doesn't have Ice Stab. Does it not have Ice Stab? Oh, it only has Shard, but that looks like it might be enough. Yeah, this is doing way too much. You cannot recover this off. The jab was a roll, I think. Yeah, it looked like it. And yeah, this Weavile was able to break through here. Close game. But yeah, Expert Belt makes the difference there, I guess. Yeah. Shout out to Weavile. I know this is Burger's favorite Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah, he said shout out Weavile in my chat as well. Alright, so Rest of World is up 2-0. So K-Crick now up against Dact. Dact is in my chat right now, so this is cool. Burger's favorite, yep. Alright, Shadow Blast. This is going to be K-Crick, one of the great players in the format. And then Dice. So there's a Terra-Zarude mirror. So one of them has to win, one of them has to lose. Let's see, though. Alright, what are the Terra types? They're both Fairy type. Pretty cool. Rest of the World representing the unrepresented for real. Yep. They're both Terra Fairy. Alright, Lando immediately Swords Dances on the Rock's turn. So this is going to be some big chip coming out. U-turn? What was that? Predicted the Latios to come in, I guess. But yeah, not able to get off too much out of that turn. Now Volt Switch crits the Cinderace at least, so some good chip here. Now Landers comes in. Probably another U-turn here. Or Rocks trade, yeah. Now allows the Garchomp to Swords Dance here. And now a Scale Shot looks pretty threatening. So Iron Valiant is going to come in to block it. Yeah, gets that play correct. If you got that wrong, that could have been really dangerous, like immediately. Goes for an Encore, but yeah. DNC is going to come in. And now what? Spikes go up. So it's like a Spikes lead DNC with Endure Cuss Step. Makes sense, but not able to catch the Earthquake turn correctly. Now Zarude's going to come in. Goes for a knockoff on the Lando T. Knocks off the Citrus Berry. Takes a U-turn. But now Iron Crown's going to come in. Threatens it with a Tachyon Cutter. Now Goldango's going to be able to switch in on this, but Volt Switch is really free in this position. You never stay in as Zarude there. Now Zarude is going to come in on Goldango. It's leftovers. Does not need to Terra in front of Goldango. So Swords Dance is in front of this. You have to assume it's going to be Jungle Healing then. We see a nasty plot, but the Jungle Healing is going to come in. Now is this Colbur Berry Goldango? Because if it is, it can take this knockoff and make it rain back. Does take the knockoff, make it rain. 92%, so not quite a KO, but definitely worthwhile chip. Now knockoff is going to knock out this Goldango, but it's done its job. This Zarude is now in range of hazards. Goes for Terra Fairy, but yeah, it's just going to be able to sack it to the double edge. Alright, now Iron Crown comes in. Is this Scarf Iron Crown? I think it might be, judging from how he's playing it. Goes for a Tachyon Cutter. 2-hit KOs the Latios, so if he's Scarf, he's going to stay in. So it could have been Scarf Latios there with the Healing Wish. Shut on Healing Wish. Cinderace is back, and now Tachyon Cutter no longer claims every time. And you're able to get off a Swords Dance here on the Lando Sack. Alright, so K-Creep might be finding an opening to come back in this game. Now Iron Crown does come in. You definitely Choice Scarf, right? Goes for a quick attack, okay. But a Steel Beam is going to knock it out from here. Honestly, I think K-Creep is fine with that. But yeah, this Iron Valiant, this Gouging Fire, these are big threats at this point. Scale Shot's the Gouging Fire. Are we loaded dice here? We're not loaded dice. Oh no. And now the Scale Shot on the other side. Can Zarude 1v1 the rest of this? I don't think so. Right, with the Encore available? I think he's just cooked. Yeah, Iron Head as well. You have to synth this off and then like... Yeah. And every time you synthesis, you're risking a hard Iron Valiant Encore as well. So he's definitely not favored here at all. I was going to say that Iron Crown was such a massive threat, he's maybe okay with taking that trade with a Steel Beam. But at the end of the day, Gouging Fire able to just 1v1 this. Maybe if Chomp got more hits with the Scale Shot into the Gouging Fire, just knocked it out, maybe you could do something. But even then, Valiant should live in Earthquake. And then Moonblast, Zarude, then has to deal with Iron Valiant plus Tentacruel. It's potentially winnable, but yeah, it doesn't get the hits to KO Gouging, and that's it. In theory, I threw not going Val, to be honest. Yeah, I think maybe on this turn here, turn 22, when the Chomp and the Gouge come out, maybe it was better to just go hard Valiant this turn, or just on the double down, just go Valiant now. Because Valiant's the thing that prevents the Scale Shot, but also Scale Shot only matters into Valiant. So it's just a question of, do you think the Zarude has Terra Blast? Because if the Zarude has Terra Blast and KOs it, then all of a sudden Garchomp should, in theory, just Earthquake twice and win. So maybe it's not as clear-cut as we might be thinking, but definitely you could have gone Iron Valiant this turn on the Scale Shot, and it probably would have been fine. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. We'll see. I assume Zarude was the same set as ours, Terra Blast Knock. Yeah, it probably is Terra Blast. What do you mean when you would my draft? Hey, you'll understand when you're older. Alright, so rest of the world is now what? Who won this again? Yeah, Dact won this one. So it's a 2-1 score. So Latin America does get its 1. You also have to respect Mental Herb, so I think going Gouge was fine. It probably was fine. And then if it does Scale Shot and KO, you have to assume your Val will live 1 and then KO back. But then, yeah, I think Zarude wins that. So I guess it came down to it's not loaded dice and it didn't get the hits. Really that simple. Alright, Stacy's grandma versus Cabeza Talado. Yeah, Mr. Banana versus Hedja. Goat. Was physical Tentacruel, but not comfy either way. Zarude probably kills that, yeah. It probably had Gunk Shot, right? Yeah, it did. Okay. Anyways. Dact wins that one, we move on. Now, what are the Terra types here? Again, you see the Zapdos, you see the Terra Electric. And then, of course, Terra Water on the other guy, and then Terra Ghost on the Hydrapple. Terra Gren, which is going to be Ground. Looks like it. Did you cover your game yet? No, we have not gotten to it yet. Alright, Tinglu leads off into Metagross. Good lead for the Tinglu. Now, Stealth Rock up on the Ruination Miss, so free rocks in every sense of the word. Now, Hydrapple is going to be able to come in on this Tinglu forever, pretty much, and just get free hits off. Goes for a Giga Drain on the Scizor, but takes rocks at least, and you're able to reach in that back. Now, Qwilfish is going to come in on the Scizor, probably going to be Rocky Helmet to punish this, but we're going to see a Defog, so it gets rid of the rocks at least. Now, what, a flip turn, you have to assume? No, spikes go up. You're always going to want to play with Hazard Pressure up, I guess. Now, Metagross is going to come in on a Shadow Ball. Looks to be maybe Specs Kyurem from that damage into like a bulky Metagross. So yeah, we are going to go Greninja. Catches the Ting Lu, I guess. Goes for an Ice Beam. So chipping down this Uxie a little bit. Why was Uxie the switch into Gren? Folks, some of us may never know. Anyways, gets up Rocks versus Zapdos, and now Hurricane obviously predicts the Ting Lu to come in. Now, Hurricane plus U-turn is going to add up a little bit. Now, Gren's going to come in. Interesting. I would have expected a Hydrapple there, but Gren is able to get safe entry point on a rest turn. Now, Scizor comes in on the next Ice Beam, but 28%. Not able to 2-hit KO or anything, forced out by the threat of Bullet Punch at least. And now we see a Fling. Fling Poison Barb. Okay, dude. Okay. Trying to catch the Zapdos, I guess, for a poison. But yeah, Quillfish is going to be the safer play always. You don't want to get your boots knocked on Zapdos. So yeah, Terra Starstorm is going to come out. Is faster than the Kyurem. So goes for a Rapid Spin though. And yeah, gives up the Terapagos in exchange for the spin. I don't know how much I like that play. Yeah, it is Specs Kyurem for sure. We already saw that with the damage on Metagross. Now Ice Beams to stay in and 2-hit KO the Uxie as the rocks are going right back up. He knows it. Calls that out. Now Scizor comes to this, might die. Ooh, gets a low roll, 25%, and now Quillfish should be able to finish this off. I'd be surprised to see a defog here, and it is just going to go down to the helmet as expected. Now Uxie's going to come in, but Metagross is still here. Do we see a foul play on Uxie? That would be the only way to prevent rocks here, right? We see Shadow Ball, that's not going to do it. Rocks are going to go right back up. And now with the Defogger dead, we're going to save the Metagross for sack fodder. Go hard Greninja on the Shadow Ball. And just Ice Beam. Pick up a KO. Is there a Johto Quillfish movement somewhere? I don't think so, but we definitely see one in this game. Alright, whoa, whoa, whoa. Zapdos switching in on a Terra Electric Pokemon that doesn't Terra. Folks. Why did that work? If he just Terras there, does he just win? With Okie Dokie? What stops a bulk up Terra Electric Okie Dokie there? Did he just forget to Terra or something? That was strange. I guess we really want to save it for the Ogerpon, which is walled by Hydrapple. I don't get it, man. You have the Terra Electric, just use it. The Gren is Terra Ground. No. It's Protean Scarf. He's intending to Terra the Hydrapple. It's not going to be Terra Blast Ground on a Protean Greninja. This is the reason why, by the way, you run Greninja plus Hydrapple. Because Hydrapple really wants to Terra a lot of the time. Here it doesn't need to, right? Because it's Ting Lu and Ogerpon last. But usually Hydrapple wants to Terra. And Gren is something that can function outside of Terra with Protean sets. But then if you have that Battle Bond Terra matchup, you can always just bring that. I think we did have Specs Terra Blast Ground. Oh, you did actually have it? We had Fast Toxic Quill as well. I mean, sure. Either way, should have Terra'd the Okie Dokie 100%. Anyways, we see another Ruination and another Giga Drain, I assume. No, a Recover. Alright. Doesn't quite knock out the Ting Lu, so could we see a Rest here? We do not see a Rest. And now what? Ogerpon's gonna come in. This is the Terra we've been saving it for. Sacks the Metagross to Rocks as we see a Swords Dance, okay. But now what? Quillfish comes in, gets the Intimidate off, forces the Terra with the threat of Poison Stab. Does +1 Ivy kill this? It does. But now Hydrapple comes in now that you've forced the Terra. Able to live any hit. Even U-turn, you know. Gonna live that, go for a Giga Drain, and that puts it in range of Gren. Why do we switch? I guess Gren has it packed up either way. I guess. Right? Dark Pulse, does it KO? It does, okay. So, didn't throw the game. Pog. Bro, I just showed my draft again in Discord. Okay. Has anyone used Terra this week? No, nobody used Terra in this game except for the Ogerpon at the end, but yeah. So, Hedja able to win that one with the Greninja at the end. Now, they're up 3-1. We have Gorux versus Zeden. So, nice penguins here. Love to see that. Alright, two really interesting looking teams. Now what? We see electric on this boulder. We see fire on the Como. Okay, Terra Como. Always interesting. This game is great. Oh, don't get my hopes up. We have Ghost on the Raging Bolt, and that looks to be it. Alright, get some water real quick. This game was not great. So one of you is lying. We'll find out though. Iron Boulder leads off into Palafin. Terra's electric immediately one-shots the Palafin. Okay, I think I know who was telling the truth now. Yeah, I think Boulder might have just bouldered a little bit. The definition of great is funny. Okay, so Raging Bolt is going to come out. We're playing 5v6. It is what it is. Now, Terra ghosts and misses a Draco Meteor, but Earthquake does 30%. So this is like Assault Vest Mamoswine with like no attack or something. Sure. Alright, we pivot into Shuka Jirachi to get rocks up, I guess. Now what? Raging Bolt comes in to get 2-hit KO'd by Terra Blast. So is this like Choice Banded Boulder or something? It looks like it. Alright. So Ogerpon Ivy cudgels the Quillfish for 22. Now taunts the spikes. The T-spikes. Alright, now U turns out. Weavile comes in on what? A Crunch? Yo. He might be the GOAT for that play. Now Triple Axle is not quite a KO. So Gunk Shot is going to do big damage. Do we see the poison? We do see the poison. And that's going to be a trade Weavile for Quillfish. Except we're not even going to KO the Quillfish. We're going to allow a free spike instead. Love to see that. Oh no, this is a bad look for his student Quillfish. Hey, he got him up at the end of the day. Alright, Mighty Cleave. Not quite a 2-hit KO against Wheezing. But the red card allows the Como to come in and flash cannon it immediately. So love to see that. Jirachi comes in. And now what? Healing wishes up the Weavile. Okay. That's why you saved it. Now Triple Axle gonna knock out this Mamoswine, you assume? Yep, 3 hits. And now what? Palafin, we back again. We Triple Axle, predicting the switch into Como, and instead get close combated in the face. Awesome. Love to see that. Alright, so now Ogerpon comes into revenge, but Como is able to switch it on this. Could have been play rough, but actually it reveals the Power Whip there, which of course makes sense into the Palafin matchup. But yeah, that was a game. Now, was that a great game? Chat, do we believe Burger when he says that? Or do we think we more side with Genius? That was a game, sure was. I think that was a great viewer experience. So, shout out to that. If it was a great game, like the stream. Yo, he's spitting though. We do need to like the stream. Can we get 20 likes? We have 40 viewers and only 14 likes. Can we get 20? I'm not asking for too much, am I? We could totally do 20, right? That was an interesting game. For sure it was. For sure it was. I mean, they did say GG, so the game was something. Yeah, GG does stand for good game, so if the players think it's a good game, who are we to judge? Alright, now we have Habita versus Apache Romero. Now, of course, in terms of just a player matchup, you have to side with Habita here as the favorite. But I haven't seen this game before, so we'll see. We do see a Dodrio on the screen, so that's awesome. GG can also stand for great game. Thoughts? Yeah. I like, can you not watch my game now? Hey, no, we're gonna watch all of them. Hey, if I have to watch my own games, we're gonna watch yours. Pokemon Yellow reference. $5 and you won't watch it? Yo, drop a membership if you don't want me to watch your replay. We actually did enable memberships for today. Brand new on the channel. So if you're at all interested, you know, check those out. Yeah. Habata versus Apache 1909. Let's see here. What are the Terra typings here? We see an Urshifu with Poison. It looks like it's probably Rapid Strike. No, it's no. The other one was Rapid Strike. This one's Dark, right? It's Dark Spam. And then Ghost Sinistra, looks like. And then on the other side, we see Terra Fire Mence. And maybe a Terra Normal Dodrio. That feels like something you could just slap on at the end of the team. But yeah, we're going to assume Terra Fire Mence. Treads leads off into Deoxys. We see a Quirk Drive, so it's going to outspeed Deoxys turn 1. We see a sub on counter. Oh, he's one step ahead. Goes for a Stealth Rock here as superpower. It's going to break the sub, of course. But now what? You sub again. And at this point, we're sub Endeavor, surely. He also has Excasand, yeah. And the sub takes the hit, so now you can Endeavor for free. And if you have any other move here, maybe Rapid Spin? Rapid Spin's going to KO it. Oh, this set got the massive goob because it's going to get another Endeavor off. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Sneasler's going to take this big hit. Oh, but the... Oh, red card forces out, but Aloe comes in. Not what you wanted to see. Now, Aqua Jet is a 2-hit KO. Covers for a crit there, just in case you still get your chip off. But Citrus Berry Aloe going to stay healthy. Now, Aqua Jet, I mean, Endure, sure, but another Aqua Jet is coming. Call it conditioning, folks. So, Serp is going to come in. But thanks to the Citrus Berry, Aloe is getting out of there very healthy. But both screens go up from this Serperior. Now Roaring Moon comes in, but Steel's going to get sacked off to Rocks, and now something's going to be able to set up on this thing. It looks to be choice locked into U-turn, so Mence is going to come in, takes 5% from that, and now Dragon Dance is up on this Moltres. You have to assume it's Will-O-Wisp, but Terra Fire should cover that. Maybe a Roar incoming? We do see a Roar, so gets out of that one alive, and Primarina's going to come in. Goes for a Psychic Noise, outspeeds the Moltres, even though it's leftovers. Primarina, so very, very fast on this guy. Iron Treads is able to come in though and go for another Endeavor as Serp comes in, able to tank that, go for a Leaf Storm. You don't really care too much about HP on your Serp, makes sense. But yeah, now Roaring Moon's going to come in. Dodrio is going to be the answer. U-turns out, and now what? Aloe comes in on the Dodrio. Sword Stance, but we're just going to see a flip turn back into this Roaring Moon. And yeah. Quick Attack, not going to do anywhere close to a KO, but at least get some chip off. So now Primarina comes in. Aloe's so freaking good, bro. Yeah, OG Albina, take notes, on God. Sinistra the switch into Primarina, so Primarina is faster than this. Oh, but it's not. It's actually offensive Nasty Plot Sinistra, outspeeding this even very fast Primarina. +2 Matcha Gotcha, gonna crit knock it out. That crit definitely mattered. But also +2, is it Draining Kiss? It might be Draining Kiss here. And if it is that, it's not gonna be able to one-shot the Sinistra back. So it's really depending on sets if we really think that mattered or not. Either way, I think the Sinistra is just going to win now. Goes for another Nasty Plot on the Serp, predicts the light screen, and now you can just go for another Shadow Ball, Matcha Gotcha, anything like that. Alright, every move 75 accuracy, high crit rate. I don't think so, but yeah, able to go for a Terra Ghost Shadow Ball, +4, should knock out the Mence from this range, even behind light screen, and that's going to be the game. So, well played from Habata. Very oppressive early game, right? The sub, you know, eventually that superpower drop, you're not going to be able to break the sub, and then you got off Endeavor, spun away the spikes, and got Rocks up, and another Endeavor on the Sneasler. Folks, it's a great start. And of course he's able to convert that into a win. So Habata wins that, and now what? What's the score here? Is that... What's the score? 5-1? Because Hedja won, Gorax won, that's 3, 4... Yeah, 5-1 now, so Rest of the World has won the series. And yeah, 2 left to play are Genius X and Gypsy King, so
Could potentially be a massive series in terms of like differential. So Genius X versus Vanilla Base. It's gonna be Venga Benga, right? Yeah, Venga Benga. And very interesting teams, right? This team over here, it's very colorful, you know. It has some cool Pokemon. The Iron Moth, the Roaring Moon, even the Rotom Wash, the Sinistcha, all very handsome sprites, you know. Whereas on the other side, Genius X's team, low-key ugly. The colors, they're not meshing well to me. So I don't know about that. That being said, he has some strong Pokemon, right? Urshifu, Valiant, Iron Crown, all of these guys, they're very strong. The aesthetics, they're not good, bro. It's an ugly team. Gotta dislike the stream for that. Hey, any engagement is good engagement for the algorithm, they say. Go ahead, bro. But anyways, let's get into the game. It's gonna be Terra Water on the Urshifu Rapid. It's Urshifu Rapid, right? Or is this dark? I think the other one was dark, right? I think it didn't get revealed. Where was it? Yeah, this one never got revealed. It's Rapid? Yeah, I assumed so. And then on the other side, we have Terra Psychic on the Iron Moth, Terra Fairy on the Sinistcha. Alright, let's get into it. This is Terra Water to Dunsparce as well. Gets Stun Sport immediately by Sinistcha and Glared. So we have some really skilled players right now going for some really skillful moves. Now Volt switches out, gets a little bit of chip into Tinkaton. This is going to get Glared as well. He goes for a Boom Burst. This guy's terrible. Should have Glared. Urshifu with a switch into Tinkaton. Alright, forces us out with a threat of Terra Water Surging Strikes. And is going to just go for that. Whoa, this Sinistcha is taking way too much damage. Yo, is that Choice Banded or is this a, like, I don't know, minus defense Sinistcha? This might be Choice Banded. He's just calling out the fact that there's no helmets. CB Adamant? Yeah, makes sense. So that does 60% to Rotom Wash and there's no helmet. Folks, I understand that Punching Glove is pretty likely on Urshifu Rapid, but you still have to bring helmets just out of respect for what this thing can do without that item lock. Look at that. It 2-hit the Sinistcha on the switch and then did 60% to Rotom Wash and lived the Volt switch. Just with Choice Banded Adamant Surging Strikes. You need a helmet somewhere on your team. It's not even like that hard to fit a helmet somewhere, right? Like you could have had it on the Sinistcha and it wouldn't have made a big difference. Max Defense Sinistcha gets 2-hit after rocks. Yeah, but if it's helmets, bro, this thing takes, what, 6 helmet hits? At least 5, right? And if it is like the Punching Glove, you're able to live 2 hits with Sinistcha. So like, either way, you're fine. Alright, anyways, Iron Valiant. Yeah, you just called no helmet correctly, but yeah, I think a mistake on your opponent's side, if anything. Iron Valiant able to get a kill with the Moonblast, forces out the Roaring Moon. Now Iron Moth is going to come in. Terra's Psychic subs to scout the Terra turn, and now do we see a Moonblast? Okay, sacking the Valiant, but now this Moth is in range of rocks, and now Noivern's going to come in, outspeeds and goes for a Flamethrower, knocks it out, and now what? Tinkaton's going to come in. Urshifu's going to be the sack here to the Gigaton Hammer, and now what? Iron Crown comes in. Free Tachyon Cutter, question mark? Goes for a sub, predicting the T-Wave, catches that correctly. And now you go for the Tachyon Cutter. It's Citrus Berry, but that's not going to matter too much. Yeah, you can Encore, but I don't think he was clicking anything besides Tachyon the rest of the game. Yeah, Roaring Moon comes in, but the sub's up. You have Booster Special Attack. This is going to do a lot of damage. Lash Out is interesting, right? Aimed at catching the Lander's Intim and hitting it hard with the Lash Out. But, yeah. Knocks out the Crown, but at this point, I think the Noivern has it a low-key on lock because the Lando can come in, kind of U-turn here for free, and now Noivern it should be able to 1v1 this Great Tusk. How far off the Netherlands games are you? We'll check after this game. Yeah, Noivern into Great Tusk, goes for a Hurricane, completely obliterates that thing, and that's going to be the game. So yeah, just like really good offense from the Urshifu, able to clean it up with a combination of Crown and Noivern. Alright. And Netherlands is going to be down here, so we have 2 more series to go after this, and then we'll get to the Netherlands. But yeah. Now we have Gypsy King versus Tar 25. So, yeah, at this point, rest of the world is up 6-1. If they can win 7-1, then potentially Latin America could not make playoffs after starting 2-0 with like 12-4. Yeah, they had a 12-4 record going into this week. But if they get 7-1, could be dangerous for them. Then it kind of depends on other series, right? Anyways, Gypsy versus Tara, let's get into it. We have, what, Terra Flying on the Raging Bolts. And then on the other side, we have Terra Ground Enamorous. Okay. Now, we were locked with 1 win in Brazil, not going X1 versus India. So you're still locked. It makes sense, yeah. But you did have to rely on Brazil not getting obliterated. More of a matter of play-ins, yeah. Alright, Gypsy King versus Tar. Raging Bolt leads off into Samurott. Good lead for Gypsy, of course. And just able to go for a T-Bolt. Brings us down to Sash. Threatens the Thunderclap, but doesn't feel a need to go for it. Just goes for Dragon Pulse. Misses Ceaseless Edge. So unlucky. But now Terra Flying's in front of the Enamorous. But this is Terra Ground Enamorous, so that flying did feel kind of forced. But now Terra Blast into Custap range on the next Superpower. Why are we superpowering into Raging Bolt there? I don't understand that click. Surely you had another move. But yeah, now Arachno is able to come in on this Goldango. It is heavy duty boots. It will just go for a liquidation here. Meganium's going to come in, but even now, Leech Life, right, is super effective. Reflect comes up, but I don't think this Meganium even beats Arachnoid 1v1 anyways. So webs go up, could potentially get, what's it called, Court changed. But Garchomp is in before webs, but now Icy Wind crits and drops, okay? So that's a big turn. Massive turn even. So Icy Wind, gonna force that out now. Cinderace comes in, do we see a Court change? I mean, that's not exactly what you want to be doing when you have dual screens up. But this Sticky Web plus Deoxys looks pretty menacing. Yeah, Life Orb Deoxys able to 2-hit KO this Meganium. And you have to assume now the Goldango's gonna come in? Cinderace, okay. But knocks off the boots now. Next time it comes in, it's gonna have to take those webs. And goes for a Swords Dance. You probably needed to predict the switch out from Deoxys there. Because Quick Attack is not gonna KO, and now Superpower will knock it out. So it's, I guess, a trade, right, with the Life Orb recoil. But at this point, the damage has been truly done. This Gliscor is looking like it's just going to pack up this endgame. Earthquakes the Goldango. Big damage, going to live any hit in return. Even a offensive Make It Rain, right, only does 77%. Or no, 82. The Earthquake did 77. And now a Protect for some Poison Heal. And another Earthquake. Yeah, this game is over. Got pretty unlucky in 2 games. We probably should have gone at least X1. Alright. There's Iron Head Garchomp. Obviously not going to get the job done versus defensive Gliscor. Yeah, 7-1. I'm pretty sure that's the series, with the only win being Dact. Right? Shout out to Dact, bro. Anyways, yeah. But you were saying that LATAM did manage to make it into the play-ins. So, both these teams are still in the tournament. No one was eliminated from this match. But obviously not a good look if you're getting 7-1'd by, like, the first real team that you've played. Because the Latin America pool... let me see. If I can bring this up. The Latin America pool... They had to play India and Brazil so far. Now, Brazil was, like, pretty reasonable as a roster. But definitely India is definitely not anyone's favorite going into the tour. Alright, so that's that series. Let's move on to India versus Brazil. Speaking of those two, yeah, shout out to what I just said. These guys, what are we looking at here? So I think Brazil, to make it out, needs to overtake Latin America, which yeah, Brazil needs a win to advance. I think it needs to win 6-2 to tie Latin America in differential. So we need to 6-2 versus India. Can we get it done? That's the question. Let's find out. You had to 7-1. Do they have like tie breaks over you or something? You have head to head. Okay, so you need to win 7-1. Yeah, that's a little bit rough. You actually need to outscore. Yeah. Alright, let's look at this game though. Swaggy Boy versus Satan Saves Christmas. That's Hantsuki. Alright. Terra types. We have grass on this Torn. We have only stab Terras on the other side, so I assume it's going to be Terra Gren in that case, with like Terra Water, Choice Specs, or Life Orb, something like that. Makes the most sense here. It's Torn into Iron Hands. We see a Fake Out turn 1, so that indicates to me it's probably Assault Vest Iron Hands, because otherwise there's always something you'd rather have than Fake Out, like Swords Dance, something like that. Anyways, Rocky Helmet Quillfish, or Overquill, I mean, can come in, set up spikes on this thing. Doesn't really fear too much. Now, Arachnoid's going to come in on this Garchomp, but sub SD, okay. Goes for a Sticky Web, and now forced to Terra Fairy, otherwise you're going to get swept by +2 Garchomp behind a sub. So catches that Scale Shot turn correctly, but now you don't have the Terra for your Torn, and now the opposing Greninja is a little bit more scary. But that being said, the webs are up, and you can always spin block the Glamora with your Iron Treads. But here, hold up, Psychic does not break the sub, right? Yeah, Psychic didn't break the sub, and now all of a sudden you're in trouble versus Garchomp. Why did he do that? This is dangerous. Iron Tread's gonna come in, but this Earthquake is Shookaberry, okay, but it freaking dies. Annihilate in on Earthquake. Lives with 3%, breaks the sub at least. So now you can Ice Shard to follow up. But man, we did not have to let all that happen. Alright, Metagross comes in now. But at this point, yeah, Earthquake's into Shookaberry, but I think a Heavy Slam, or I guess Flash Cannon, sure, is coming out. Why are we Flash Cannon Metagross? Regardless, Bullet Punch follow-up into Psychic. Yeah, so it's mixed Metagross with Bullet Punch. And that should be the game here. I think Araquanid plus Bax is not able to do it. Mirror Coats the Flash Cannon, okay. Can Bax get it done? I don't think so. We're kind of sacking a lot of guys here to the Araquanid. But now I think you just go Gren, right? Yeah, you go Gren. You've weakened it in range. It's Boots Gren, so you're not really actually worried about the sticky webs. You get the Battle Bond, and now you have to assume a low kick is coming. I guess it's yeah, it's at low HP. But yeah, low kick does come out, and that's going to be the win. Yeah, Garchomp got way too much done there. Like, wow. That Flash Cannon made me laugh. Yo. Flash Cannon is a crazy move to run on Metagross. It's for the Overquill, I guess, because you don't want to get helmeted. And you're already mixed anyways to run Psychic for the Annihilate. I get it, I guess. But, yeah, definitely funny to look at, right? Alright. Moving on. So that's Brazil with their first win of the series. Now we have Steven Stone versus Eternal Spirit. A big Chomper. Yep, exactly. Cursed game. Yeah. Alright, let's take a look at this one. So it looks like we have Terra Water on the Bolt, we have Terra Fairy on the Infernape, we have Terra Normal Gliscor, and something else is Terra here, I'm sure. Maybe the Goldango, I'm not too sure. There's a few Terra Goldangos in this tournament, so could be this one. This game is fantastic. I'll be the judge of that. Alright, Meowscarada leads off into Galvantula. Potentially he can go for like a banded triple axle to prevent webs from going up. Gets through the Focus Sash. And that looks banded to me. Oh, but only gets 2 hits. Man. That's a little bit rough. Alas in the chat. Yep. Yo, that 2-hit KO's Primarina? Are you kidding me? Yeah, just click it again, bro. Knocks out the Galvantula now. And now Gouging Fire comes in. We missed the first triple axle. Free Dragon Dance in every sense of the word. Now Flare Blitz gonna knock this out. Big chip. And now what? What's the counter to this? Ursaluna? Sure, it's gonna be able to live a hit. KO back with Earth Power. But goes for Blood Moon instead. Same thing, still killed, but got burned by Flare Blitz, unlucky. I don't think it really matters too much though, because Gliscor is able to come in, takes the Hyper Voice, gets that Toxic Orb activated, and now +2 is able to KO this Ursaluna from here. A little bit of Protect for that healing, makes sense. And now what do we see? Just a Facade? We do see a Facade. Gustav. Unfortunately not, yeah, a little bit rough. But now Tentacruel comes in, it's Boots Hydro Pump, which is interesting, right? But now a Terra Normal here, able to not take the Hydro Pump. Oh my god, that's choice specs. Oh my god. That's like... Wow, the first time I've actually been impressed by a Tentacruel's offensive output, you know? Specs Cruel, yep. 77 to a Terra Gliscor. That's kind of crazy. What is this even for? It's just for the Gliscor. I guess... because Goldango is going to want to spin block, so you can just Hydro Pump that, potentially 2-hit KO. I see the vision. Cosplaying Starmie? Yeah. This is not in the contract, guys. Specs tend to put up numbers Aloe could never. Anyways, Light Screen goes up here. And with Light Screen up, Tentacruel Loki comes in on this Goldango. You can go for a water move here. But instead, we go Raging Bolt on the Nasty Plot. Also makes sense. Make It Rain does a crisp 15%, as T-Bolt is going to 2-hit KO, but eject button on the Goldango, okay. Banded Mandy level? Yeah. Went from everything wrong to everything right with society. Finally, people are using Tentacruel as intended by the devs. Just took a while to figure it out, I guess. Anyways, spikes go up on the switch to Klefki, but Klefki's just going to trade those hazards. And now Goldango comes in, but it's low HP. Is it Recover? It is Recover, so Recover, Nasty Plot, Dual Stab it looks like. Goes for a Nasty Plot here, but Dazzling Gleam, we just want to sack our Klefki at this point. But now Raging Bolt comes in, okay? On the Recover. So catches that turn correctly. Now, with Light Screen up, you are able to take this hit to a KO with a Thunderbolt. But now you can just recover, stall out these screens, I think. Yeah, now the screens are gone. Ooh, I think we're risking paras and stuff here. Yeah, eventually you do have to Shadow Ball knock this out, but now you're in range of God Tentacruel. This is so... No! No! No, it's all gone wrong. Oh, no. Oh? We're back? Are we back? Oh, if this Infernape is Boots? Oh, it's not. Chat. We've been robbed of greatness. You just Shadow Ball here. Oh, Recover is weird there. I don't like the Recover. I think Shadow Ball was fine. Because now you have to take the Flare Blitz. I guess it doesn't matter, right? You still win. Alright. Miss crit. What a nice sequence. Yeah, love to see it. Yeah. One Specs Tenta got a good placement at day 1 of a regional. Really? Is that real? People are bringing Specs Tentacruel? I know I saw like Specs Galar Wheezing plus Toadscruel. That's like somewhat adjacent to Tentacruel, but with Avalug? That's insane. Yo, that's like Regulation G, right? Or no, Regulation H. Yeah, that one's crazy with all the stuff that you can do. But yeah. Alright, so that was Steven Stone winning that one. So it's 1-1 now. And now we have Genesect versus VM Nunez. Alright. That's where mission 7-1 started in Team Cord. Oh, we on a mission now? It was cloak offensive. Sure, but like same idea, right? Offensive tentacruel, pretty cool. All right, so we see Terra Dark Torn. Interesting. What's that for? It's for the Darkrai, I think. And then on the other side we have what? What's the Terra on the other side? Ogerpon, right? Of course. I'm just blind. Another Meganium. This is the best day. You got a Meganium enjoyer in the chat. Shout out to Meganium. Alright, Stealth Rock trade turn 1. Now we see Rapid Spin. Okay. But Body Press is going to do a lot of damage to this. Now Endeavor brings the Archaludon low. This is nice. Goes for a T-Wave predicting the switch, but no such luck. Now you're just able to follow up with any attack. Steel Beam into the Bramble puts it in Rock's range. Okay. But it looks like these rocks are here to stay, because this Torrent can just go for like a U-turn, something safe like that. Maybe a Dark Pulse, yeah. I was going to say knockoff, but yeah, same thing, Dark Pulse. Now Screamtail comes in with Dark Pulse Terra Dark versus Screamtail. I'm starting to think this might be like a Choice Specs Torn, because, you know, that's something you might run into a Screamtail. And versus the rest of the team, Specs doesn't look too bad. Although it could also just be bulky for the Darkrai as well. That's also perfectly fair. Yeah, now we see a Swords Dance on the Meganium switch behind screens. But Meganium is going to eat that up, kind of. With Citrus Berry, it's going to avoid the 2-hit KO. And Dragon Tails it out. Gets that Hazard Chip. Very nice. Now if this is Mortal Spin, it can go for it. But it's Rock Polish Glamora. Now, can Samurott live this Meteor Beam? Sources say no. But it's Assault Vest. So it's able to live. But Cecil's Edge, not going to do too much back. Now goes Fezandipity to eat up that T-Spike, but did we... Why did we Meteor Beam? Misclick 100%? I don't think it was a misclick. I think he's just saying, this thing can't hurt me. I want to get +2, because at +2 I KO everything. But I think that's just too greedy. That's just too greedy. AV Torn? Sure, but AV Torn doesn't kill back. You get 2 KO that thing. No, I didn't like that at all. Gave your opponent an out back into the game now. And now Dark Pulse going to pick up a KO. Sacks the Ogerpon to hazards. And now Darkrai comes in. But we're just going to Bleak Wind. Brings it down low. Okay, now Meganium sacked. Makes sense. Sure, just sack the Meganium. And now what? You go Gouging Fire, Speed Booster? Speed Booster. So it goes for a Dragon Claw and is able to just sweep here, I think. Because Ogerpon, I don't know if it can take this. Does it mean Glim had no Power Gem or something? You don't need Power Gem. Sludge Wave hits everything. Yeah, that was just a weird play. Its Torn just lived anyways, it didn't need AV. Yeah, I think you just 2 KO the Torn normally. And you're a Glamora, so you'll live 1 hit. Especially with screens up, right? Yeah, this was weird. Anyways, that's going to be the game. So, Nunez wins that one. Now they're up 2-1 for Brazil. I got Thinking Sceptile versus Odin. Maybe overpredict a switch. It was probably like Meteor Beam on a U-turn kind of idea. Maybe. Maybe that was the idea. No, Defo doesn't live a Terra Blast Dark. It was a fair play. It wasn't Light Screen up at that point. I swear it was. Oh no, Light Screen went away this turn. So I was misremembering that. Yeah, here you just expected a U-turn here, I think. Wait, this is Scarf Fezandipity. That was Scarf Icy Wind. I didn't catch that the first time, but it outsped +1 Glamora. So if he Meteor Beams and then KOs the next turn, right, when you're +1, then doesn't it win? Okay, yeah. No, I understand it now. It makes more sense, but also it didn't work out, so therefore, LOL. Imagine if he dodged Meteor Beam to allow for a free Rock Polish. That would have been fire. Yeah. Your Gouge was faster? Yeah, Speed Booster. But anyways, the vision was kind of there. I kind of take it back. Right, Thinking Subtile versus Odin now. What are the Terra types here? We got Terra Grass, Ceruledge, Terra Dragon, Thundi Eye. We have Terra Bug on the opposing Ceruledge on Thinking Subtile side. And Terra Dark Cinchino, it looks like. Interesting. Just had an amazing sneeze. Shout out to that. Alright, Tink versus Electrode lead. Balloon. Alright, breaks the balloon with Volt Switch immediately. It's Mold Breaker, so you don't have to worry about any pickpocket stuff. So Tinglu's going to come in on the Stealth Rock, potentially trade hazards here as a Swords Dance does occur. We see a Ruination, probably predicting the switch into Tusk here, but now a Play Rough is going to miss. That's pretty big. That would have opened up the Darkrai pretty significantly, but now Great Tusk is in, and Tinglu is going to stay in once again for this Ruination chip. He really wants chip on this Great Tusk. He's willing to sack health on Tinglu to get it. Now Electrode comes in, but Darkrai comes in as well, so forced out by the Leaf Storm. And now what? Is this a Jetpack? It is a Jetpack. Keeps up the momentum. Goes into Cinchino. Threatens this out. Doesn't threaten it out, actually. G-King stays in and goes for a Yawn on the Tidy Up. Now what? Do we just see a Tail Whip? I was going to say Tail Whip seems fine here. Because you never risk Ceruledge, but you might risk something else. But here, okay, you get the Sleep Fodder. And now Tinglu is able to come in on this Darkrai. Except for Focus Blast does 51%. Putting it in Ice Beam range very comfortably. Now Ceruledge comes in. We're going to see a Terra Bug here. Dark Pulse does 36, but flinches. Unlucky. Now Bitter Blade is not going to KO this, but does put you out of range of the next Dark Pulse at least. But yeah, that's a good trade for Odin. For sure, a great trade. Because now what? Thundurus comes in, and what do you even do? You just have to sack. Yeah. Alright, now Palafin comes in, gets the form change off, sacks the sleeping Cinchino. Sure. Does allow a nasty plot potentially, but does not want to go for it, risk the wake up the next turn. Okay. Darkrai has been flinching a lot apparently. Who's to say? Alright, eject button G-King. Okay. Now taunts the SD. Goat. Alright, switches out into Palafin on what? A Bitter Blade? You know, he might not be human. Now what? Forces this out. Goes G-King on a bulk up turn. Okay. Can this Palafin win? Oh, it's max physical defense. And you sacked your Sleep Fodder. Oh no, now the Palafin's gonna go to sleep? We need that guy. No. Maybe going for like an early wake up turn. But yeah, you need to wake up this turn or it's over. And you did not wake up this turn. So it's over. Can Dragonite win? You're just gonna yawn here to prevent DD. Great Tusk comes in. Can it live? Goes for a Rapid Spin, breaks the multi-scale on the Dragon Dance. Oh no! Ice Spinner's gonna KO, yeah. And now Electrode can't get it done versus the rest of these guys, because... Or can it? No, Leaf Storm. Yeah, the Ceruledge is too healthy. Yeah, if the Ceruledge was weakened, maybe this could do something, but you need to also get -2 to kill the Great Tusk anyways. So that's gonna be the game for Odin. So now Brazil goes up 3-1. Right. And they do need to win 7-1 to make playoffs. So, hey, good start at least. Need Ambulance versus El Biribon. Who is Need Ambulance? It's going to be Neil 445. Alright. There's a Thwacky sighting. There's a Thwacky sighting, everybody. Alright. What are the Terra types here? We got probably Terra Fairy on the Enamorous. On the other side, it's going to be Water on the Ogerpon and Ghost on the Diancie. Alright. So lead Sneasler into Archaludon. I'm actually just going to switch into, I presume, specially defensive Jirachi. And yeah, Dark Pulse does confirm that, but it gets a flinch. So we can keep fishing here. Wish comes out. Maybe Archaludon wants to switch now. As it does, it goes into Ogerpon on the Rock's turn. And now Jirachi's back up at full. Now what? I'm going to see an Encore on the Rock's turn. Okay, now something needs to switch in on this Ogerpon, but we're going to double to Zapdos on probably an assumed Thwacky, but instead a Garchomp comes in. And yeah, that Hurricane only does 39%, but it's Power Gem, Garchomp, which is slower than Zapdos. Folks, this is not your average game. Power Gem Garchomp? Are you kidding me? Are we that desperate to not miss Stone Edge? Like, bro. There's no way that's real, right? You see, no touching the Garchomp with Power Gem. Alright, some waffling has occurred as I have been stun locked by Power Gem Garchomp. But now, we have a Wish in the air. Aura Spheres the Archaludon for a 2-hit KO. Sure. Now what, Ogerpon's gonna come right back in? No, we chip the Jirachi and sack our Archaludon, but a Wish comes up, you know, expecting this to stay in. A Body Slam, sure, goes for the para. If you get it, now you can just Aura Sphere next turn. Goes for a Wish though, gets that Wish in the air. Sure, like that doesn't really matter. Now Diancie comes in. Does kind of wall this Jirachi, it's revealed all 4, and now Iron Defense, but Blastoise comes in, does threaten it, so goes for the Terra Ghost on the Yawn turn. Oh, you did not want to see the Yawn here, you really did not. Now you can just go for a spin if you're the Blastoise, because this Diancie does not want to stay in. It does stay in, just takes the sleep, sure. But now what, Thwacky's in, goes for a knockoff, crits through the defense boost. I guess you're okay taking the sleep here, because nothing really immediately threatens you, I guess. Yeah, you can just wake up here and Draining Kiss. And now what? Just Draining Kiss again. Maybe this just wins here. Can he stop Diancie? Maybe Enamorus can do a lot. Because the only move to hit Enamorus is Draining Kiss, which is pretty weak. Goes Blastoise again for a Yawn turn, I guess. But yeah, Calm Mind is coming out. And yeah, if you have Roar or something, but there's no way you have Roar. You would have clicked it already. Flip turns out, but now what? Enamorus comes in on the sleeping Diancie. It is +2 special defense though, but it is Terra Fairy, potentially Choice Specs. That's not Choice Specs. No sir. Is a 4-hit KO. He's guaranteed to wake up on this turn and Draining Kiss. Crits the Diancie, or crits the Enamorus and just kills from 76. And this Diancie's just gonna win, barring Dire Claw shenanigans. Yeah, so shout out to Diancie, I guess. Oh. Yeah, no sleep. Well, that was the max sleep turns. He was guaranteed to wake up on that last turn. Didn't expect it from this side. Okay, so now they're 4-1. The dream is still alive. They need to 7-1 to make it to playoffs. So now I have TDNT versus Ryuin. Sure. And it's a Terra-Zarude matchup. Alright. So these are going to be Terra Steel on Bloom's side, and then Terra Electric on TNT side. And then also there's a Terra Ghost on the Conkeldurr. Then on the other side, I think it's Terra Kilowattrel as well. But we'll see. Alright, Tinkaton leads off into the Lando T. It is Balloon, so favorable rocks trade for Bloom 13, as Landorus does have to switch out or break the balloon trying, you know. On course into the Grass Knot, now you really have to switch. Stays in anyways, gets knocked off, so no Focus Sash on the Lando T now. Ooh, did we miscount our turns here? Because the Encore should wear off. Oh no, it doesn't wear off, right, because the Encore's slower. Yeah, slow Encore is like interesting in this way, right, because the timer for the Encore doesn't count for the turn that you click it, it's for the turn that the Lando attacks. So this is 1, 2, and then he's still locked in for one more time. So if the Tinkaton was faster, it would have worn off that turn, but yeah. Now Zarude comes in on the Goldengo. Sure, and now what? There's no item on this lander, so knockoff is not doing a lot of damage. Just kidding, it crits. Encore counter increments at turn end, yeah. Doesn't matter when. No, the Encore counter counts when the Landorus attacks, not at the turn end. It's the other way around. You might be thinking of like Taunt. Taunt is the turn end. watch a HGC game before mine for the real order? Sure. Alright. Anyways, knockoff again into the Conkeldurr. Now we switch out into Slowking. Catches that with an Earthquake, but it was Terra Steel anyway, so it's a pretty free predict. Now Kilowattrel comes in on the next Earthquake, but gets Ice Punched. Calls out that switch. Huge KO. And now Bundle comes in. Hydro Pump is not going to KO this. Going to get Drain Punch, potentially Mach Punch follow-up as well. Yeah, so we just sacked a bunch of Pokemon to Conkeldurr. And now Zarude coming right back in. Can it kill? Mach Punch on the Choppleberry. Okay, not going to do very much damage as Terra Blast doesn't KO. Imagine if we saw just a Drain Punch there. That would have been huge. But now, yeah, Trailblaze. But, I mean, Conk did more than its job. Killed 2 Pokemon, got Big Chip on the Slowking and the Zarude. Like, what more do you want? And now the Zarude is able to Terra 1v1 the other Zarude. And now what? Tinkaton comes in, but it's Terra Electric. It could be Taunt. Is not Taunt, or at least doesn't go for it. Gets Encore into Terra Blast, but honestly, you don't even hate clicking Terra Blast if you're the Zarude. I think, yeah, this one is looking really in TDNT's favor. Such a goat, yep. Ask Odin for a build and wins. W. Alright, Terrapagos comes in, but gets the spin blocked by Goldango, and then gets tricked immediately. A Choice Scarf. So it's locked into Flamethrower now. It can just go Blastoise, or sack the Lando and then go Blastoise. That works too. Now I assume this Blastoise is just going to win the game. Slowking comes in, but takes rocks and... yeah, Surf does 20%. Okay, so not a whole lot, but gets the Rapid Spin off. At least no rocks. And this is AV Blastoise. Okay, so is this Slack Off Slowking? It's not Slack Off, and that's going to be the game, I think. Because this Terrap, it's AV Blastoise. You're not going to break through it. You have to go for Starstorm, and then Goldango pivots in. You could just Shadow Ball here. Completely free win. Goes for a Make It Rain. I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. Yeah, both will KO the Slowking. And now we're locking into Earth Power, but Blastoise is able to take that very comfortably, as you can see. 14%, Aura Sphere does 28. Yeah. Even with the drop, like 19%. Yeah, just a slow goobing from this Blastoise at the end. And that's going to be the game. So TNT wins, and now they're up, what, 5-1? A reminder, they do need 7-1 to make playoffs here. And you were saying the HGC game happened first, so we'll do that. All right. HGC versus Fa Gamer. Who's this? USN? Sure. All right. So what are the Terra types here? We're gonna see Terra Ogerpon probably, and then on the other side Terra Enamorous. Paired with Terra Rhyperior. Okay. Let's see. Rhyperior is shiny. And it Terra's turn 1 into the Ogerpon, but yeah, he's not going to get caught by that. Just goes for a U-turn on the Terra Blast, and Pecharunt is going to wall this Rhyperior. Shout out to that. Pecharunt is so stupid, guys. Gets rocks up immediately, but now what? Rotom Wash comes in on Corv, Defog, and now what? We go for a Reflect, okay, as a U-turn. Samrock comes in, but dodges the Wisp, okay. Ceaseless Edges. And now goes Moth on the next Wisp, okay. A little unlucky there. And now, yeah, Sludge Wave's gonna knock this out because it's Choice Specs Moth, it looks like. Or something like that. Yeah, we go Jirachi because we're so confident that it's Specs based on the damage roll. Yeah, T-Bolts into Wakan, Samurott, but then Future Sight's on an Encore. Not what you wanted to see as HGC. This allows another spike up, and now Future Sight's in the air. But, yeah, with Future, you could have gotten Corviknight, I think. Maybe you're fearing like a Terra Blast, though. Like Stellar would potentially 2-KO the Corviknight with that Future Sight chip. But I understand just wanting to just sack a Pokemon. Samurott did its job already. And now Endure Enamorous gets the Custap Berry, forces us out. Do we call the switch out? We do call the switch out into the Corv as Mystical Fire happens, but is this like is this Covert Cloak Corviknight? Because it's no drop, which also makes sense into the Sneasler, I guess. Not really, though. Maybe it's for like Jirachi body press? I don't know. We're just Covert Cloak Corviknight for some reason. Why? Sneasler can't poison you. Dire Claw, you're immune. I don't know. Maybe he knows something that I don't. Anyways, Rapier comes in on this. U-turns to Corv on the Terra Blast. Lives. Is it faster? It is faster, but no Roost. Goes for Earthquake to cover Roost. Okay. Goes for Jirachi, like Iron Head Flinch, I guess. If you're trying to Iron Flinch through a Corviknight, though, you got problems. Anyways, Jirachi comes in now. Goes for a Psychic. Petron eats that for breakfast. Goes for Parting Shot, and now what? Iron Moth comes in for its free kill. Yeah, Flamethrower's just going to kill something. It's going to be the Jirachi. And now what? Terapagos comes in. It is going to be Boots, I think. Yeah, it is Boots. So it's able to take a Flamethrower here. Potentially go for a Spin or a Rock Polish. Goes for a Spin. Okay, so now you're faster than the Moth. You're faster than everything. You can KO with Starstorm. But now what? Ogerpon's going to come in. Terra's to KO this Terapagos. But now potentially, if it's choiced, you can set up on this with Sneasler. Never mind. You just freaking die from full to a crit. So yeah, Choice Banded Ogerpon for sure. And with that, Brazil takes its second loss. And I think at this point, are you eliminated from the tournament? We were Lychee reversal. We won if no crits. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, you Swords Dance on that turn. You Endure. And then +2 reversal at 1 HP should knock out the Great Tusk. That eliminated us. That's a sad way to go out. Unfortunate, because this series was looking so good for you. But alas. +3 kills, yeah. Alright. But then we still have one more game in the series. Which is going to be Gengar Mask versus GG. It's BML. And this is Berna in the chat. My game was back-to-back. Yeah. Alright, so let's look at this game. Right, Terra Fairy Drill. And then on the other side, Terra Grass Moth. And then Electric on the Crown. You mentally drained for real. I think I remember you talking about this game afterwards. Okay. T-Wave misses the Dunsparce, but no matter. Toxic's the Clef, but it's Magic Guard, as it should be. Alright. Boomburst gets a little bit of chip, but ooh, T-Wave's the switch out. That was brutal. Now Lapras gonna come in, but gets the drop, and Clefable's just sitting in front of all these guys. Liquidation, very little chip. He had a Dragonite in the bench. Pretty sure he would be unaware. I mean, I get it, but also Magic Guard is just so good against like Ting Lu, stuff like that. You don't need to run Boots on your Clefable or anything like that. Yeah. What is this though? We're just trying to fish for a para that never comes. Now Iron Moth comes in, but T-Tar is able to switch in on this. One of the best Iron Moth switch-ins in the format, right? Spadef T-Tar. Gets this eject button into Deoxys. Interesting. Goes for a light screen on the overheat, gets crit. But now I think Drill comes in with a light screen up and SDs with Terra Fairy. And what do you do to stop it? There's 3 turns to deal with. Oh, it just goes for an Earthquake? Yeah, +2 Terra Blast would have one-shot this Ting Lu. That could have been really bad really fast, but I guess he just doesn't have SD or doesn't want to click it. Sure. Now you Moonblast. Pick off the Ting Lu, and now what? With Light Screen up, you can't kill the Clefable, so pivots out. And now we're just going to sack the Dunsparce. Okay. But now Iron Moth is going to come back in. But the light screen's still up, so what's the point of all this? You're just going to get T-Waved on this. This was strange. Yeah, now you're full parrot on the Zapdos switch. Terra Electric, sure. But light screen Zapdos going to put this thing in jail. Yeah. You've also seen like Eerie Impulse Zapdos into the Terra Iron Crown matchup sometimes, because it's always going to run Booster Energy. It's not going to run like Clear Amulet or something to block that. So yeah, you're just clicking buttons at this point. I get it, right? This series is already... You already won the series, but also your team's eliminated. So like at this point, just phone it in. It's all good. Could Crown have won if we didn't let it get parried? I think it probably could have, right? You Terra on the para turn. And then Calm Mind on that thing. Or Agility. Anything like that. Yeah, one pretty easy if you got it in for free. Yeah, I get it though. Your head's not in the game. Just want to get it over with. All good. Goes for like a Hurricane Miss or something, but light screen goes up. Is this mono U-turn on Zapdos? Dual screen Roost U-turn? But no. Clefable is going to avoid the crit, and that's going to be the game. Yep, Iron Crown cannot break through all these guys, especially with a crit Moonblast right there. I don't think that matters. As you can see, Senesha taking 30%. And that's going to be the game, the series. And Brazil goes home sad. This is so sad. Moth Crown looks like a strong Terra combo. Not a fan of the Moth Hands combos. I think Crown is definitely better than Hands as a Terra user. Like, there's no kidding about that, you know? I don't know, because I also think that Iron Moth is usually pretty lackluster unless you're committing the Terra to it majority of the time. But Crown is also like pretty reasonable without Terra, and with Terra it can just solo games as well, so I see the vision with the team structure. Makes a lot of sense. It's more ambiguous at preview than Hands is. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Mocks weren't even close. Yeah. I had that same experience like week 2 where my mocks were just, I send out Zarude and I win, but then in the actual game he sent out Tarak and won, you know? So sometimes it doesn't go the way that you want. I think base Hands kind of does enough. Yeah, I think base Hands is good. Crown has take 5 KO potential. Yeah, it's always really good, right? Alright. Got some DMs real quick. Alright, we good. So that's going to be the series, right? Brazil won 5-3, but even with that, they're still eliminated because they're unable to outperform LATAM with their differential. Even though LATAM got completely smoked 7-1, they had a really good week 1 and week 2, so it is what it is. Alright, France versus Western Europe. And then after this, I think we hit the halfway point, right? Yeah. Alright. Plidew against Sammy C. 1, 2, 3. Series notes. Winner wins the group. In case of a tie, Western Europe wins the group. So it looks like they're both locked for playoffs, if I'm reading this correctly. So this is mainly just for seeding. And the advantage of seeding, of course, is you get a bye round 1, which of course is nice to have. Anyways, ZZ Festive, Sammy C123. That's Plidew on the left side. JV go go go. All right, what are the Terra types here? We have Ground Enam versus Water Enam. Probably just gonna be those guys. So let's just watch. Palafin leads off with a flip turn. Gets that form off early. Makes sense. The water resists are not too amazing here, so you want to get that form ASAP. Now spikes go up as screens go up. Barbarage fishing for a poison gets it. Now rocks are gonna go up, but I think you can just go for more spikes. Yeah, Goldango comes in, but now 3 layers go up. In exchange for a nasty plot. No, Dusty Bond. Oh, almost got him. That could have been really big. Yeah, it looks like it's mono Barbarage, so Goldango just gonna knock this out now. Garchomp comes in, but Reflect is still up, so it's gonna be able to eat this Earthquake very comfortably, go for Make It Rain, KO this. So we got 3 hazards up in exchange for basically 2 Pokemon, because now you are able to revenge kill this Goldango with the Flare Blitz, or, you know, with a Palafin hit. Either one would have been fine. But now Tentacool comes in, can go for a spin potentially. I feel like you probably should have stayed in to Brave Bird, punish that spin, but now I guess we're going Metagross. Alright, flip turn into Uxie. This is Light Clay Uxie, right? Yeah. So we see an agility, but knockoff gonna KO the Uxie from 47. Alright. Roaring Moon comes in. Is it faster? It is faster, but oh, Iron Head. Why are we ever Iron Head Metagross in 2025? Surely Meteor Mash or Heavy Slam are the two options that people are debating. Iron Head is weird, right? Is that just me? Anyways, it doesn't really matter here. Ooh, flinches the Enamorous. That's rough. That's tough. Anyways, Palafin comes in now. Palafin should eat one hit. It does. Drain Punch it back. Okay, so gets rid of this Roaring Moon, but in the process we've given up our Enamorous for free. Zen Headbutt misses the Tentacruel. Sludge Bomb does not KO, so we get another chance. Does hit, but Rocky Helmet. So all in all, it didn't matter. Same result either way. Now Swords Dances on the Tentacruel. Flip turn. Critical hit, but you live on one. But I think, yeah, Enamorous is just gonna go for a Terra Blast here. Because if the Talonflame attacks, you're gonna die to Recoil, and if it roosts, Terra Blast KOs. So checkmate position, and Plidio is gonna win the game 1. Master Pro Poke Park practice for my boy ZZ Festive. We got a #1 fan in the chat for sure. Let's go Roaring Moon. Woo, we're getting it, boys. This guy is so hyped. Love to see that. Anyways, France up 1-0. Now we have Alcyone versus Creator of Some. Alright, let's get right into it. What are these Terra types here? We have Terra Flying Hands, Terra Grass on the Moth. And then on the other side, the Raging Bolt is Terra Ghost. Alright. And then Electric on the Mesprit as well. So leads off with Meowscarada, titled 6, because it's in the 6th slot. Makes sense. Now Palafin is going to come in on the Drain Kiss, get its form off with the flip turn. That did a lot for a baby Pallet form. Might be choice banded then. This is the match I can be biased. Oh, by all means, be biased if you want. I can't stop you. Okay, Terra Blast is gonna one-shot the Hatterene with the booster special attack. Yeah, no real ghost resist, right? Greninja, but are we switching Greninja hard in on Raging Bolt? I don't think so. So yeah, another Terra Blast comes out, does big chip to this Iron Crown, but it's leftovers and Calm Minds calling the switch out. But even then, Meowscarada comes in, forces it out with the threat of knockoff. So it gets rid of the helmet on Iron Hands, which is good. Now, Tauros comes in on the hands, Thunder Punch, but this is physically defensive Tauros, so that does absolutely nothing. Gonna see what, a Will-O-Wisp here? We see a Wisp on the Lando switch in. Wow. Kind of cooked here. Now, Stealth Rock here, but close combat, not going to do too much, so it is just free rocks either way. Now what? Stealth Rocks again, because it's Scarf Lando, and he's locked in. He doesn't want to switch anything else into CC. Is that it? I think that's it. And now Earthquake's the Iron Crown coming in. Okay. Oh, and then dodges Focus Blast, which would have killed like 4 Tauroses at that point. It's -2 Spadef. Unlucky. Yeah, now Waterfall's going to come out. This guy doesn't want his Tauros anymore. It's done its job, I guess. Now Meowscarada comes in on this Greninja. It will just go for a Flower Trick. Goes for a U-turn instead. Makes sense. Now Palafin comes in. And now what? We're going to see a Jet Punch versus Scarf Lando. Yeah, we are. I don't even know if it's Scarf Lando. We do know it's Scarf Lando. It's clicked rocks multiple times in a row. Get some Jet Punch chip on this Greninja. It gets poisoned by Gunk Shot though. Unlucky. But now Meowscarada comes in. We're going to see what, a knockoff here? Another U-turn. So it predicts the switch into hands. Now Iron Treads comes out. There's no ground resist anymore. So this could Terra on the Iron Hands. Terra's into Flying type. Predicts that with a Rapid Spin. and Swords Dance. So Swords Dance, Drain Punch potential. Ice Spinner does some good chip, but he's going to get a lot of this back with Drain Punch. Crit did not matter. Yeah, and now what? Raging Bolt comes in, but it's a flying type now, so T-Bolt is super effective. Going to be able to 2-hit KO the Moth, potentially, but Morning Sun, okay. Scares it out, gets the recovery back. Now Fiery Dance, but it's red card, and U-turns on that, and now hands going to get taken advantage of by this Raging Bolt. Doesn't go to Moth this time. Maybe a mistake. Maybe you could have done the same exact play. Go Moth, force it out, recover up. Maybe it would have been fine, but either way. That looks like it's going to be the game at this point. Although maybe with Light Screen, Raging Bolt can do something. Yeah, with Healing Wish, hold up. It's +2 Moth, but at this point, Raging Bolt can take one hit here. Ooh, Calm Mind. So this might come down to Thunderclap 50-50s. Yeah, T-Bolt's not going to kill this, but it paras. Ooh, that's big. Avoids one of the 50-50s. But now Gren, I think it doesn't have a non-attacking move, and that's going to be it. Yeah. Brought it back with the Light Screen into Healing Wish Raging Bolt. It was not looking good for a second there, but able to focus up. Nice. So now what? That's 2-0 for France. Alright. Good start. Now you have Mara CX versus Lily. Should be a good game. Alright. We have this Iron Val Chomp kind of thing with Greninja. I like this team. Thunderclap is such a sick animation. Yeah, for sure. It definitely looks cool. Alright. Let's see here. Terra type. Grass Dirge, Electric on the Gren. And then we have Water, Ogerpon, Grass, Dunsparce, it looks like. Alright, so Chomp leads into Crocodile. This is cool. Gonna see Hazards traded, I assume? No, we see an Earthquake immediately for some good chip. Draco Meteor for some chip in return. It's a Life Orb though, so this is like specially defensive Crocodile or something. Maybe a Resist Berry to try to lure in the Gren or the Valiant. Something like that maybe. But yeah, definitely a bulky Crocodile. Now I see Raikou Calm Minding on this Zapdos. Not really a whole lot Zapdos can do in this 1v1 besides set screens and allow a free substitute. So something has to come in on this Raikou. It's going to be the Ogerpon. But I don't know how great this is because Thunderbolt is still going to do a lot. Even with that screen up. Okay, Trailblaze makes a little bit more sense. Okay, I see the vision now. You're able to force this out with a threat of Terra Ivy Cudgel, which should KO from that range. And you use that threat to get off a free Synthesis. Makes sense. And now with Corviknight coming in, you do take the opportunity to Terra, go for Ivy Cudgel. It is physically defensive Corviknight, but with that chip and then taking rocks the next time, it is going to be in range actually. So actually doubles into Corviknight trying to catch something to roost up on, but Zapdos is not going to be that. It's going to be a free Volt Switch. The ground type is dead. So Raikou can come in, sure, but now Dunsparce, the GOAT, is in. Does Raikou beat this? Low-key, you might be able to Calm Mind past this thing. Yeah, it's going to be a Calm Mind war at best. But now Dirge comes into Will-O-Wisp as it gets glared. Okay. Did you miss Alcyone? I think you did. I think that was the previous game, right? Yeah, that was the previous game. So, like, it's a YouTube VOD. You can just rewind a little bit if you want to watch it. But, yeah, now Corviknight's going to come in on the Crook. So this is your roost opportunity, right? Yeah, so Corviknight is going to come back to health. But I think the Zapdos can come right back in. And, yeah, U-turn's going to proc the Static, which is unlucky. But now at least Raikou gets a free turn. So potentially a sub, potentially Calm Mind. Going to be a sub on the Light Screen turn. But now it's going to be a Calm Mind. You won't get the live L5 experience. That is unlucky, yeah. Okay, Raikou is +1 behind a sub again, though. But now with the Light Screen up, can this Dunsparce deal with it? I think you just Calm Mind again if you're Raikou, yeah. Stall out these screens. Your opponent's burned, it's not gaining anything from leftovers, and you are. The thing is that Boom Burst will go through the sub, so I think you do have to start attacking somewhat soon, yeah. It's going to get 2-hit KO'd by the Boom Burst, but in the process, the Dunsparce is going to be low HP, Can't exactly roost here if you're the Dunsparce. So it is going to end up being a trade at the end of the day. Now Greninja comes in, threatening the Battle Bond boost. Switches hard into the Ogerpon. I'm not sure if I'm completely on board with this play, but it looks like it might just avoid the 2-hit KO. No, Terra Electric Terra Blast is going to cover that, and now Zapdos coming in on the Terra Electric Pokemon. Not going to be a fun time. Looks like it will live the next Ice Beam and be able to go for a Light Screen potentially. No, doesn't go for a Light Screen. Instead, opts to Volt Switch into the Iron Valiant. Do we see a Speed Booster? We do see a Speed Booster, and that's the only way you could have prevented the Battle Bond. So, dances around that one pretty carefully. But now, Corviknight is going to be let go here. And now what? You just go Skeledirge? Yeah, Dirge comes in, it is Boots, but Shadow Ball, only 35%. Torch Song is going to do a lot. So, if the Dirge is able to avoid this Para... Oh, it can't. Oh, no. Wait, he goes for a Moonblast. He predicts the Terra Skeledirge when the Gren is already Terra'd. Folks. Maybe he also thought maybe the Valiant will come in on the Shadow Ball and go for a Speed Tie. But I think he just predicted the Terra when the Gren already Terra'd, folks. I gotta call it how I see it. We take those, go CX, go. Yep, #1 fan, Chops just over-predicted, I think. It looks a whole lot like we forgot the Gren Terra'd, I'm just gonna say. From the outside looking in, that's what it looks like. Anyways, this Valiant looks like it's just gonna absolutely goob Lily. And that's gonna be the game. So yeah. That was a little bit rough to watch, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe it's Scarf Valiant and goes for the Speed Tie, but it also could just be like Specs Valiant. We can't really tell from this replay. Does Gren have Dark Pulse? No, I don't think so. It was probably a Water move last. Right? That makes sense. Or maybe it was Dark Pulse for the Goldango. Both of them kind of make sense. I think it was Specs from the damage on Goldango. Was it? Oh, it did 76 to Goldango. Yeah, that's Specs for sure. So yeah, if we just Shadow Ball the Skeledirge with our own Valiant, I think we just win the game right then and there. Unlucky, you know? Unlucky. Specs Val is just stupid good. It's very strong, yeah. Alright. Next up, we have Cialao versus Mada. I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing that somewhat incorrectly, but all's well that ends well, you know what I'm saying? Alright. Let's look at this game. So Mada with a very, very fat build. You know, the Gliscor, the Aloe, the G-King, the Clef is very thick. Very much a hard balance kind of structure. Whereas on the other side, you know, a little bit more in the middle, you know, like a bulky offense kind of thing. Alright, Terra types. We have Terra Fairy Zarude, Fairy Noivern, and then on the other side, normal Gliscor, and Grass or Shifu. I think it's Shifu Rapid. I think it's Rapid, right? Val is just stupid good. Yeah. Alright, Metagross leads off into the G-King. It's Single Strike. Okay, so a little bit of Dark Spam. I see the vision. Alright, Flip turns on the Noivern. Takes Helmet, but that doesn't matter. It's getting regened off. Darkrai comes in, it's Leftovers. You don't see Leftovers Darkrai too much, but that implies a more bulky set. You see a Wisp. You could potentially see like a substitute from this Darkrai later. Alright, Flip turns on the G-King coming in. Now Great Tusk gets its entry point, and Great Tusk baits in the Alomomola, knocks off the Heavy Duty Boots. And we stay in to go for Headlong Rush. A little bit confused about that one. Yeah. The Great Tusk looked like the #1 progress maker, especially with Boots gone. Headlong Rush 2-hit KOs this. You don't need to force it early, right? You can just go Prim. You can go Noivern on this thing. You have options. You don't need to force the Headlong like immediately, like turn 6. So a little bit greedy there, I think. And now Zaru's going to come in. You have to assume jungle healing versus a team like this with like bulk up. Knocks off the Darkrai on the switch, so a little bit of progress there. Now Prim comes in on the Sludge Bomb, does 21%, so that is Assault Vest for sure on the Primarina. I just flipped him again on the obvious Slowking, and now Zarude back again once again. He'll just go for another knockoff, it looked like. Now bulks up on the switch to Clef. Okay, knocks off, only does 14%, that looks like it's unaware, and Boots does confirm that. So yeah, gets encored, and now Metagross comes in, but Aloe takes advantage of that forced switch. And it gets tricked a Choice Scarf. I don't know if that's exactly what you wanted out of your Metagross trick, but yeah, Gliscor comes in. Now Noivern is going to answer this. Protects, sure. Another Protect, but Super Fang. So reveals a defensive Noivern build with Super Fang. Probably Taunt, something like that makes a lot of sense. When y'all getting your custom avatar for DCL, we got it like yesterday, or like 2 days ago. Yeah, we just got it. Alright, another Super Fang. Alright. But Slowking can just chill you out here. Qwilfish comes in, but this is free Gliscor. And without that Great Tusk, it's really hard to force progress into this Mata build. I mean, Ice Beam Qwilfish is cool and all, but he's just going to protect and get this all back. Yeah. Swaps to Noivern, but that just allows another Protect. Does it have to be related to the Armory logo or not? I don't think it had to be, but we chose to do that. We made a Ceruledge with the guy from the anime who owns the Ceruledge. What's his name? Emilio. So that's the custom avatar. It's pretty cool. Obi did the art for it. Yeah. Chilly Reception out on the... Yeah, this Noivern is just always going to be free G-King. Free Chilly Reception. And Gliscor is going to keep healing back the Gliscor effect, right? This thing was at 30% like 1 minute ago, and now it's at 85. Could just stay in on this Ice Beam if it wanted to. Yeah, it goes for the Terra Normal. Goes to the Swords Dance. He's going for game now. Protects on this Noivern. Do we see a Taunt? We see a Super Fang. Can just Swords Dance on this if you really want to. Because I don't think you necessarily want to Facade into a helmet and then not KO. Yeah, Protect once on the Psychic Noise. You don't want to end up below HP. But now I have to assume a Facade is coming. Yeah, Psychic Noise only does 19%, and this should KO. Yeah, KO's the Noivern. But now Gliscor is at least low, right? Gonna live that though. Go for another Facade. Crits the Zarude. I don't know if that mattered. But yeah, now the Psychic Noise wears off. Can go for Protect, start getting back that Poison Heal. If it's faster than this Metagross, it can just go for an Earthquake here. Doesn't have Earthquake or Knockoff or anything like that, it seems, or, you know, doesn't want to stay in. Aloe comes in, and now what? We're just going to see a flip turn. Yeah, it's already revealed all 4 moves, so no Healing Wish or anything like that to deal with. Clefable comes in, takes hazards, but it's still going to be able to... Oh, goes for the Healing Wish on Clefable. And now what? Now the Gliscor comes back in? Yeah. And you just Protect, get your Toxic Orb activated. Yeah, and now what? Now what are you supposed to do about this Gliscor? He's back for round 2. So Heavy Slam going to be the only thing. It's actually faster than the Gliscor, and it did have Earthquake. Okay. But now you just Protect. There's nothing that this Metagross can do to threaten you. Hammer Arm, sure, but that's not going to KO. Yeah, Gliscor is way too fat for this. Zarude is a fraud. Hey, you got crit. It's not his fault. Healing Wish unaware would have set. Yep. But now Gliscor is just going to solo this game, it looks like. So shout out to Gliscor. Yeah, use Sword Stance for free on this Qwilfish. Like 26, that's completely healed off by Protect. He's almost used all 16 Protects, by the way. Very funny. Yeah, now Earthquake and a 2-hit KO this Qwilfish. Makes sense. A critical hit! Oh no! But yeah, this is just cooked at this point. Goes for the last Protect. So if this Tusk is faster, has CC maybe? Now Headlong Rush, only 26%, and that's going to be the game. Should be anyways. I mean, either way, right? The Urshifu comes in, cleans this up as well. Like, there's nothing that can be done. That's gonna be the game. Is Gliscor the best ground in the format? I'm pretty sure it's still Great Tusk. Don't let this replay fool you. This was a Great Tusk mismanagement if I ever saw one. Because, like, once this guy Terra's normal, look at Headlong Rush. It's just a free KO every single time it's in. And it's not like you're struggling to get it in. Primarina flip turns on Slowking, that's your opening. Headlong Rush, kill something. Repeat, repeat, repeat. That's how you break through this team, but he got it burned on turn 6. And, like, when that's what happens, what do you expect? You're just going to get slow goobed by Gliscor. Alright. So that's going to be, what, 3-1 now for France? Is that right? Yeah, 3-1. No excuses, no excuses. Great Tusk, Gliscor, Treads, Ting Lu. I think that's probably like the big four, right? Lando T in there as well, you could throw in. Getting slow goobed is a favorite of mine. You like to take your time, Burger? I feel like if you get hazards and knock Clef and Owlet shouldn't be lost with Zarud Tusk. Yeah, I think he totally had the tools to win. It's just a little bit of a fumble. Gliscor really needs Terra to be great, just good without it. I agree. I think it's fine without it, but with Terra, it becomes like an actual win condition. Because just normal Gliscor, usually not going to be a great win condition. They're always going to have something for it. Some ice move, some water move, something like that. Anyways, 3-1 for France. Let's see if they can continue. Braze, or Brazy, or is it Braze? I don't know. One of the two. Versus Zeb, strike him down. Alright. Tusk being amplified by Terra is horrifying though. Oh yeah. Terra Tusk is the GOAT. There's a lot of great high tier grounds, but majority of the low ones suck. Yeah, I mean, you see people like trying to make do with like Clodsire and stuff like that. I mean, it's usable, but it's definitely a big step down from the top grounds in the format. You know who else is a win con with Terra? Hydrapple. Are we spreading Hydrapple propaganda already, Eardunk? I get it. Flittle. That is not a real Pokemon. You want an offensive ground so bad this shit, it's so hard to deal with. Yeah, like ground resists in general are not that great. Like look at Bray's team for example. Like the ground resist is unironically Pecharunt. You know what I mean? Like this is so crazy. Like look at Great Tusk versus this. You Terra out of the Rotom weakness, like Terra Fire or something, and you just cook this team. Maybe not Terra Fire, right? Because the Quack and the Cornerstone, but still, you can find something. Baby Espather is terrifying if you give it 3 turns. Yeah, he might be banned in Little Cup, right? And Petron is a good ground resist too, is the crazy part. Yeah, he kind of like spin blocks Iron Treads and stuff like that. Like low-key. Anyways, this game we have Terra Ghost on the Gambit, we have Terra Water, and Terra Fighting Terrakion. So Stab Terra on Terrakion probably going to be choiced or something like that. Damn, he is, yeah. Those LC tier runners, they know ball, it seems. Alright, Deoxys leads off into the Mesprit. Lead Deoxys, probably going to just see like knockoff hazards kind of thing. But knocks off the Mesprit for a big chip. And now Iron Treads comes out, probably booster speed? No booster speed. Gonna get low kicked with Chople Berry though, able to tank it pretty comfortably. Colbur Berry procs though, so a lot of berries here. And yeah, now we're gonna see what, another low kick forces it out, and now what, rocks? Yeah, rocks go up as the Mesprit U-turns out. Yeah, good chip, honestly, from this Deoxys speed. Gives a little bit of an opening. Now, Rotom Heat comes in on the Torn, Mesprit comes in on the Volt Switch, so keeping up that momentum, not allowing a Rocks trade too early. And yeah, Ogerpon's just gonna knock this out. No real safe switch-ins to this guy. Torn's gonna come in, force it out, but honestly, I don't think you even need to switch out the Ogerpon there necessarily. It was totally free to just click Ivy again, but then I guess the contingency there was if he stays in, you just go Quillfish, and it's not the end of the world, but still, that's good for Ogerpon. Alright, U-turns into Pecharunt for 2%, GOAT. Now Treads comes in, but I don't think Pecharunt needs to switch necessarily. Yeah, he does switch, you know, wrote him in, but now it allows the spin. Overheat, so spin for a KO. Fair trade. Glad people are giving Petulant the respect it deserves. People clown on it a lot when it first was released. Well, the idea is it like doesn't beat steals, right? But then you look at it and like it beats a lot of steals, you know? It's not super easy to take advantage of just because parting shot is really nice. And then of course like the ability to poison stuff is pretty rare in SV, so it follows that kind of niche. By the way, U-turn does 1%. Shout out. Now Quaquaval comes in on the Quillfish spikes. Okay. Steel answer to Shadow Ball, exactly. CC for over half on Primarina. That is choice banded Quaquaval for sure. No fighting resist, so something has to die. Just kidding, it's Quillfish with Intimidate, Max Defense, Eviolate, and now Rotom comes in. But is this faster than Primarina? Goes for Overheat anyways, doesn't want to Volt Switch, have the Prim live and then have to take a Surf on something else. I understand. But now, Ogerpon's going to come in, Revenge Kill this with an Ivy Cudgel. Something's dying here. It's going to be the Torn, it looks like. Goes for a Horn Leech, just get that Sturdy back potentially. Does get the Sturdy back, so guards you against Scarf to Rack or something like that. Quillfish does have to come in. Again, I don't think you really need to switch out your Ogerpon at this point, but when King Gambit's there and it's so free, you may as well, right? Now Ironhead is going to 2-hit KO this thing, and no Ironhead switch in, so yeah. Going to take the Sword Stance opportunity. Scouts for maybe a Destiny Bond. I'm not sure if this Quillfish gets Destiny Bond, but the other one does, so who knows. Game was kind of over after Torn took T-Wave. Yeah, this was like completely in Braze's favor the whole game. Now Tarak comes in. I guess doesn't have CC or doesn't want to click it. I guess it, right, because with the Terra fighting, it kind of tells us it's probably choiced and you can't lock in CC versus Petulant, so yeah, of course, EQ. I saw you the Ice of GSC fame, taught GSC like 10 years ago. Yo, these guys go way back, that's crazy. Raise the generational talent getting the win. Woo! Breaking out the woo. Alright, so France is now up 4-1 it looks like. So really dominant so far. And so if Western Europe wants to get the top seed, they need to tie out, it looks like. Yeah, as you can see, if they tie, they get top seed. Alright. Now we have Horodro versus Slick Panther on the other side. They're pretty cool. See, Terra types. We have Terra Fairy Bolt, Terra Fairy Gliscor, Terra Dragon Chi-Yu. It looks like Terra Dark Conkeldurr. Alright, Gliscor leads off into the Raging Bolt. Protects to scout the Terra. No Calm Mind or anything, so gets the Poison Orb activated. Now Tinkaton's going to come in on this Fairy Blast. Threatens with a Gigaton Hammer, so gonna double out to Sneasler on the Cinderace. Nice. Now U-turns out, you know, potentially looking for a Poison Touch activate there. But yeah, now Sword Stance Cinderace gonna take a Toxic. You have to assume there's gonna be a Protect here. There isn't. He just Earthquakes. Or no, he U-turns. U-turn's a weird play, in my opinion. I think if you stay in Earthquake, that's fine, because you can Protect next turn. Get some of that healing back, and it's fine. But U-turn, now your Gliscor's low. Maybe that'll be a problem in the future. We'll see. This man knows the game so much, he even found out Sandvale Gliscor without any climate. Okay. So let's see. Oh. No. You're gaslighting me for sure. Alright. Grassy glides the Decidueye but eject button. Okay, so it gets a free Conkeldurr turn. Woodhammer for some chip into Drain Punch. Not a KO on the Rillaboom, but could be Mach Punch range. I think it is Mach Punch range for sure. Goes for it, knocks it out. And now what? The Latios coming in? Latios does come in, but Samurott is there, Jirachi is there. You have great answers to this Latios. Yeah, Jirachi comes in, can just go for an eject button as well. So eject button spam into some very strong guys. This Raging Bolt looks to be specs from that damage. So it's like Flame Orb, Conch, Specs, Bolt, plus a bunch of momentum generators. Makes sense. Can't believe France has Victor Wembanyama. That guy is pretty tall. Anyways, gets off a free Healing Wish here. Now the Cinderace is back. Can potentially Sword Stance on this Gliscor again. As we see a U-turn this time. Now what? Sneasler comes in. It's normal type Cinderace now, so goes for a quick attack, does not KO, and Dire Claw is going to knock this out in return. So it looks like it's going to be Choice Banded Sneasler in this matchup. Either way, it's an Aqua Jet range. And Tinkaton's going to come in. Tinkaton probably speed creeping this. Yeah, it is. So big play rough chip. And misses Seedless. We've seen so many missed Seedless edges. This is so unlucky. Aqua Jet going to take Helmet and die to play rough. Yep. And now what? Conkeldurr comes in for the Mach Punch follow-up. Yeah, but still, Helmet Chip is nice with the Flame Orb. Now Latios comes in. Can't Terra out of this. So Luster Purge is going to pick something up, and I think Horodro has this one. KO's this. Raging Bolt comes in, but okay, we switch out. Sack Gliscor. Now we go Chi-Yu. We go for a Fire move, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Overheat, anything like that. Flamethrower, yeah. Sack Conch, but now Raging Bolt can't deal with the combination of Chi-Yu plus Latios. Yeah, even Thunderclap not going to be enough to KO this guy. And then we're locked into Thunderclap. So Latios can do whatever it wants here. Yeah, 29%. And Luster Purge going to knock it out. So he kind of had that locked up for a while, just able to convert it at some point. Take it too good to be hit. Yo, love to see it. Alright, so currently I have like about 100 tabs of replays open, so I'm just gonna close all these real quick. We've been going for like 3.5 hours almost now. Yeah, if you like the analysis, you know, having fun with the watch party, be sure to leave a like on the stream. Helps me out, helps out the algorithm, you know. Alright, so now what? France is up, what, 5-1? So they're guaranteed top slot at this point now. Western Europe will be playing in the play-ins. So, yeah, like the lower seeds, but they still make playoffs, you know? These are my favorite streams. Like equals dropped. Goat behavior. Alright. Kai Kit versus Flappington. Alright, let's see this one. Okay, this is like a similar team to something we saw earlier in the stream with the Baxcalibur, the Torn, the like G-King kind of idea. Alright, and now we get to play my favorite game. Will this Donphan get more or less than 2 attacks off? Alright, so Terra Fairy Torn, and then on the other side it looks to be Terra Steel on the Great Tusk, with Terra Steel as well on the Diancie. Over 2. Alright, J Ricky with the over. Anyone want to take the 2 or less? Are we betting? Alright, Terra Torn gets it off immediately into Roaring Moon, forces it out. Goes into Donphan. Oh, I think we're getting over 2, because this is already 1. There's 1. Okay, forced out by the Under Bundle though. So still at 1. Flip turns on the G-King switch, obvious. And now Torn's going to come in on this Great Tusk, but Headlong's going to do 100%. It just freaking died. So that's looks to be choice banded Great Tusk. And it makes sense, right? When the only ground resist is Torn T, and you know it's going to fairy, or like you predict the Terra Fairy, so it's not going to resist ground, you can just click Headlong Rush every time it's in. And it's going to be a free KO every time. So that's a good prep, heads up, knowing that the Torn is not going to be a flying type for very long. Alright, Iron Defense Cobalion though. Iron Defense Body Press is very strong on this Pokemon. However, Corv is able to take it and then U-turn out into the Ogerpon. But I think Cobalion is able to take an Ivy Cudgel from this range. A critical hit. A little unlucky. Cannot lie. But now Baxcalibur comes in, gets knocked off, so no loaded dice anymore. That's really going to cut into like the actual strength of this thing. Earthquake's going to knock out this, but looks like it's Scarf Roaring Moon able to revenge kill this. And the Fairy type's dead. Can't just go for an Outrage. Does Donphan have an Ice Shard? It's under! It only gets one attack off. J. Ricky, you lose the bet. This is so sad. Alright, so Donphan only one attack off, which is going to be the Stealth Rocks, and now Roaring Moon gonna do big chip to the Samurott, gonna KO it, no Sucker Punch, no Aqua Jet, and now Slowking has to take another one. 71, this thing is so strong. Anyways, now Great Tusk comes in, and it's just gonna knock out both of these. Goes for a wrap. Is this not Choice Banded? Is this like Earth Plate or something? Soft Sand? It looks like it's Soft Sand, because I'm pretty sure Headlong Rush does not just raw one-shot Torn like that. I think you need like a boosting item of some kind. So I'm guessing it's going to be Soft Sand here. Either way, Iron Head sweeps here. How did that sword not KO? I mean, it's probably like a bulky Samurott. Looking at the matchup, you probably do want like maybe like a bulky Yachi Berry for the bundle. Something like that. Eevee to take like a Hydro into a Freeze Dry. Or like Assault Vest bulky, you know? I could see it. But also like Slowking does kind of put the Iron Bundle in jail itself. So you don't necessarily need AV, but it might be AV, that's what I'm saying. So not a whole lot of attack investment. And then Roaring Moon, it only really has to creep the Baxcalibur in this game. So maybe it doesn't even need that much investment. It can invest a lot in HP or defense. That's probably why it lived the Sacred Sword. Anyways, Flappington wins that one, so it's only a 5-2. Still, though, France has locked their top slot. It was Max Attack, add a Scarf, Samurott. That was Max Attack. I guess the moon is just fat. Like a bulky Scarf kind of thing. I don't know, man. That's kind of crazy. Alright, we have Toto W versus PTK. Alright. Let's see. Terra Zarude versus Terra Wellspring, it looks like. Interesting. Let's see. So the Terra on Zarude is going to be Grass. Okay. So Terra Grass Clear Amulet is something that Zarude can run into these Landorus team matchups to really nuke it, ignore that Intimidate, and get off a massive Power Whip. As you can see, not a whole lot wants to come in on Power Whip. So I see the Terra Grass and I'm like, okay, Trailblaze Power Whip does look pretty strong. Have like Stomping Tantrum for Heatran. So honestly, a nice offensive Zarude matchup here. Interesting. So what was this moon then? Maybe like they forgot Sharpness on there? That's the only way that roll would make sense in the game, because it did like 70 something. But also the Roaring Moon looked to be Scarf. So very interesting there. Maybe just forgot Sharpness on there, because it does default to Torrent. Yeah, a little bit unlucky maybe. Anyways, Lando leads off into competitive Kilowattrel, and something is dying turn 1. And it's going to be the Lando. Shout out to that. Oh my god. Terapagos comes in. It was Sharpness. So it's just like physically defensive Roaring Moon. Curious. Anyways, Volt switches to break the Terra Shell. Now Ting Lu comes in on the Terra Starstorm. Only does 25%. Do we see leftovers? We don't. So Ting Lu is going to be worn down relatively quickly, especially with Toxic here. And Rapid Spins immediately. You don't want those spikes to stay up. Makes sense. I guess for the double shard. Yeah, this Roaring Moon might have like 900 EVs. You know what I mean? Just forgot to EV the whole team. I get it, bro. It's actually Rest, Chesto Berry, Ting Lu, which makes sense, of course, into the Terapagos matchup. You can get Toxic. You want to refresh that off. I don't know what to tell you, man. The Roaring Moon had infinite EVs. They played in a custom game. Something like that. I don't know, I can't explain it. Anyways, Latios freaking dies here. And now Kilowattrel comes in, goes for Hurricane, misses, and Play Rough is going to bring it down to Sash. Okay. One more chance to hit Hurricane. Now Heatran's going to pivot in. Gonna be a follow-up Terra Blast, you have to assume. No, goes for a Volt Switch, okay. Now Terrapagos is gonna come in on this Heatran. In before Rocks, potentially? No, Overheat comes out. Eject Pack, okay, so maintains momentum on that turn. Darkrai comes in, it's gonna be Assault Vest Okie Dokie? No, I don't think that's Assault Vest, I think it's just normal. Anyway, it's gonna force this out with a close combat. Heatran is sacked, fishing for a Flame Body, does get it, okay. So Okie Dokie is gonna be weakened now. Darkrai's gonna come right back out, but it's Scarf Okie Dokie, does massive chip. And Dark Pulse is gonna knock it out with the burn. Alright. But now Kilowattrel, this is a speed tie. Loses the speed tie, unfortunate. But now Zarude can come in. It is Terra Grass, so can't Terra out of this Sludge Bomb weakness, but Trailblaze is going to get that +1 speed, so you do outspeed the Ogerpon now, although it's T-Waved already. So Comfy comes in, somehow forces out the Zarude, which... Oh wait, it can't Terra, because the Kilowattrel already Terra'd. Makes sense. Now Heavy Slam Ting-Lu is able to do a lot to this Comfy, but I don't know, can you actually beat this Comfy in this endgame? I think Terrapagos has to come in. You have to imagine Starstorm does enough. 59. Potentially a close game. This Ogerpon can Terra potentially? No, it can't. So now what? Comfy comes in, Draining Kiss, not going to be enough, and Terrapagos does clean this one up. So, yeah, like the turn 1 KO. Yeah, rest on Ting-Lu was nice, and then, yeah, Terrapagos really cleaned up that endgame. Sorry, Turtle Time. He popped off. And so, yeah. That's going to be a 5-3 series, so Western Europe did bring it back in terms of differential, but still they are the second seed in their group behind France. Alright, now we have Caribbean versus the Netherlands. What's the situation here? Caribbean could have gotten into second place with a France loss and a Caribbean win and suitable differential, but now these teams are both eliminated. So because France did well, this series is actually between two eliminated teams. So not the highest of stakes here, but we'll still watch the replays. Do you think Toto W plays Tracer? It's probably likely, right? All I know is that man self-inflicted himself the burden of playing Little Cup for all of SM and SS. Is he an LC player? That's a little bit rough. I know some LC players. Yikes. Shout out to OG Albina. Skip? Skip what? Was they all mental boomed? Yep. Alright, well let's just look at these games, right? At least LC's better than low tier. Facts. Now listen, I'm listening. No insulting LC players in this chat. How come I mentioned LC and all of a sudden Owen and Hacker are both in the chat just yapping away? How is it instantly? Not a single LC main has made it out sane. Yeah, Exhibit A, Exhibit B. I was say, was that a height joke or an LC joke? I mean, I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest. Alright, so Terra Fairy on the Torrentee, Terra Grass and Fernape, and then on the other side we're going to see a Terra Dark on our Shifu single strike, I have to assume, and then Poison on Rillaboom. Interesting. So Paranoia Agent, the Torrentee, leads off into Rillaboom. Good lead, of course. Tinglu's going to come in, gets knocked off, but now what? So Chesto Berry, so we know it's going to be Rest on Tinglu. Terra Fairies immediately, so you want to have that Wicked Blow switch in. Now Stealth Rock going to go up, but now Prim forces this out into the Aloe, but Moonblast is doing a lot. Aloe doesn't really enjoy taking these hits. Yeah, big chip here. Can flip turn and get some regen, but now the Aloe is chipped. Glamour's the best mod in the game and no one is going to fight me on this hill. You are very alone on that hill. Yeah, you have a monopoly on that hill that you're standing on. Anyways, drum beating Rillaboom into Torn. This is a very classic tech. Allows the Torn to be 2-hit KO'd. We see this a lot in like Sword and Shield with Choice Banded Rillaboom. When Torn is the only resist, you know, drum beating can be an option. But anyways, Goldango is able to pivot in and make it rain. It's going to do big chip to this Ting Lu. Is that like offensive specs Goldango? Because 40 is a lot. Either that or it's like physically defensive on the Ting Lu. Hard to say. But what would you be physically defensive for on this team? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I'm going to assume that's like some boosting item on Goldango because that does way too much damage. Anyways, AV Alamomola is going to hit a Hydro Pump and going to trade with this Glamora. That's actually so funny. Anyways, able to get some regen back, but with the poison, this Aloe is not long for this world, it seems. A little bit more chip on that Ting Lu, but 12% from U-turn. This might just be physically defensive Ting Lu, folks. Just want to stab Meteor Beam, all that's needed. Okay. Anyways, Prim's gonna 2-hit KO this Hatterene on the switch, and now Rillaboom comes in, but Goldango is able to answer the drum beating. Now what? Do we see a high horsepower? A knockoff? No, we see a U-turn. Ting Lu comes back in, but it's Nasty Plot. So is this like a Metal Coat? Or no, I think that's just Fizz Def Ting Lu and something's on the bench that we're missing. It's the only explanation for like the Make It Rain doing that much damage to it earlier. Anyways, Urshifu's gonna come in. You have to assume Colbur Berry, right? It's an Urshifu matchup, but it just freaking dies. So this is Choice Banded Urshifu almost certainly. With Terra Dark, it can definitely do a lot of damage, but potentially a Scarf or Specs Primarina. Maybe it just lives the Terra Dark version. But no, it wasn't Scarf, so I think maybe you could have just Hard Wicked Blow through there, but now you have the option to Terra your Rillaboom in front of this Infernape. Avoids the Flare Blitz, and now Drum Beating. The Infernape is still faster than the Rillaboom. Probably Choice Scarf for that reason. Now high horsepower gonna KO this, and yeah, you took out your Terra, so now this Urshifu doesn't even have a hope of living a Terra Blast. And Alamomola can't beat the Torn 1v1 either. So yeah, get some regen, but a knockoff is coming. No, a Terra Blast. Reads the double. And yeah, Aloe can't win this one. Yep, and that's gonna be the game. Honestly, I feel like Tay should have had that one. Yeah, he definitely had the tools to succeed there. But I guess not. Hydro Pump Alamomola, by the way. So cool. Specs Prim? Yeah, because like, if it's Specs Prim, which, you know, he knows the sets, he can calc it versus the Hatterene. Like here, this has to be Choice Banded, and we know it's Terra Dark. Surely Terra Dark Choice Band will KO Primarina from 61. If it's like Choice Specs, like just max HP, surely this kills. I'm like so confident that this kills. Unless this is like physically defensive Specs Primarina, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah. Maybe something could have gone different there. I don't know. I don't actually know the calcs. I'm just making it up based on my head calcs. Anyways. Alright, we have Stefan versus Jiggy Poo. Jiggy Poo. It's a fun name to say. Anyways, this is like that really cool Blaziken, Meowscarada, and then Latios. This offensive trio, I think, works pretty well together, right? It's pretty cool. Like, the type combinations just work. 2-hit KO. Speaking of, yeah, check out the 2-hit KO podcast. Huge plug by OG Albina. Love to see that. Yo, Owen, are you down to like dual com some games? Because I'm starting to get a little tired. It's already almost 4 hours into the stream. I could use a tap in from a co-commentator if you want, if you're down. Alright, anyways, let's see. Talk to a live. Yeah. It looks like, is this gonna be Terra, this guy? King Gambit? I think so. Dark and Poison, it looks like. And then on the other side, we have Terra Fairy on the Blaziken. Interesting. Alright, so Empoleon leads off into Tentacruel. Gonna trade knockoffs, I assume? No, rocks go up, and then now a spin's gonna happen as you knock off, so it's the same thing. Now you flip turn, so I guess the Empoleon doesn't have knockoff in this matchup. Gets a free switch out into this King Gambit. King Gambit kind of like sits on Tentacruel forever, so free hit off. Meowscarada the initial pivot. You would assume it would have been the Tinkaton as the initial pivot, but no. Meowscarada chooses to take some chip. And now this is going to give the Sinistcha a free switch in. I mean, it is kind of crazy that Sinistcha was the switch in to Meowscarada. Could have gotten knocked there, but I guess he just knew the low kick was coming because came in on King Gambit. Makes sense. But now we're just going to Shadow Ball through this Tinkaton. Gets Encored, but Tinkaton's dead. And that was like the main thing stopping King Gambit, right? Because Blaziken you can... Oh, I was going to say you can Terra and like maybe with like a Resist Berry, but no. The Sinistcha's Terra Poison now. And now +2 Blaziken. Close Combat's going to knock this out. You don't have to take Flare Blitz recoil. Interesting. What is that, Sprite? That's enough to make me not want to draft that Uggo. It's only in replays, I think. But yeah, very ugly back Sinistcha Sprite on replays. Anyways, Terra Fairy Blaziken just goes for a CC here and dies to Starstorm, but breaks the Terra Shell, prevents a Rapid Spin. Interesting, because now Earthquake's going to knock this out. There's no ground resist. Garchomp comes in, but yeah, you don't like using Poison Terror there? I don't think so either, yeah. Ooh, Scale Shot miss into Tentacruel. And then we switch? Why did Tentacruel force out a Garchomp? Why did that happen? I don't know. Can't explain it. Anyways, we see competitive, but it's a flip turn out. So, yeah, shout out to that. Another missed Scale Shot. That's just unlucky at that point. And now what? King Gambit comes in to Sucker Punch Lando. At this point, yeah. Not even forced to give up the Lando at this point. Can't just go... Why is Tentacruel forcing these guys out? You can just stay in. I promise. Okay, flip turns on the Meowscarada into Morgrem. The Morgrem, the merrier. U-turn does 21 behind screens. Interesting. Parting shots into a Clear Body Mon. But it works, of course. Into Empoleon for a flip turn, I guess? Can you get a King Gambit win somewhere in here? You set up rocks to incentivize the stay in, but you've just wasted all of your screen turns. What was the point of all that? Now I have to go set him up again. And Gambit might be banded? Do you think so? That's so weird. I'm really confused on this endgame. I don't know why the buttons are being clicked like this. I'm sure they know something that I don't. But, yeah. This is a little bit silly, I think. Did 44 to Meow black classes are banded for sure? Maybe black classes, because it is Terra Dark. I could see black classes for sure. Meow is pretty frail, yeah. Are we trying to 1v1 an Assault Vest Tentacruel with Ice Beam and Empoleon? Is that what's really happening here? I think that's what's happening. We're gonna be here a while, folks. In the meantime, I'll check some of my Discord notifications or something. I don't know. We're gonna be a while, folks. You expect more from a boosting item? Like 50%? I could see that. I guess we get to find out here. It was black glasses. So Aga is 100% on the money there. But now what? Morgrim versus the world. Reflect up. But now Empoleon just ice beams here, maybe. You lived that, but Flower Trick should knock you out after. Wait, if you ice beam there, that would have been great. I think it's a choke to not just keep earthquaking, but I guess he caught the roost turn. Oh, you don't have Flower Trick or what? I guess if you don't have Flower Trick, you have to SD eventually. Or do you? Because low kick does so much damage to Empoleon. Jonathan the Morgrim. Love that guy. Anyways, Stefan wins this one in a very drawn out endgame. So that's going to be what? So Ooze and Stefan win. So Netherlands are up 2-0 now. Double scale shot miss was brutal. Yeah. A little bit unlucky, right? Garchomp should have done more. This game going in the Tentacruel Hall of Fame. Yeah, this is everything wrong with society. Here comes the 5 minutes of YOLO prep. Oh, I'm so down for it. There's a Dewpider on my screen. Don't tell me you lost to a Dewpider. Right, Terra Steel Tusk, and then on the other side, Terra Ogerpon makes sense. Right, Garchomp leads off. Rocks? No, Scale Shot Raw on the Talonflame switch. It's not loaded dice, so potentially could live with the Talonflame next turn, but rocks go up. And now Earthquake into Ice Spinner? No, Body Press. So what does this Garchomp say? It's Rocky Helmet Scale Shot. Interesting. Really bulky to take on this Great Tusk, kind of chip it down. Interesting. Ultimate Greninja check? I don't know about that. Alright, Scale Shots again. Body Press, you live on 1 and knock out the Great Tusk. Okay. Keegan hates this Chomp set. Look at bro go. Exactly. Look how much chip he got off. He got Rocks up and half on Talonflame and half on Meowscarada and killed a Great Tusk. Like, what more do you want from a Pokemon? An Elite slot, no less. You know, Keegan might just be hating for fun. Anyways, Ogerpon comes out. U-turns on Talonflame, gets the Terra off. It's a Life Orb. Life Orb Ogerpon you do not see very often. Now Fez comes in. Dewpider's going to be the double. And now you just Calm Mind on this thing. Oh my god, 25%. And he gets soaked. Why is it soaked? Why did it do 1%? This is, okay, so you're just setting up the Meowscarada revenge kill. I get it. But also, like, Dewpider is terrible, guys. This is so epic. Yeah, kill that. And now what? Flower Trick. Ooh, 42 is a lot. That might be choice banded. U-turns out. Another Life Orb attack. Now you're in Flower Trick range. But now the Fez isn't water type, so it's fine. Threatens a spin here. Forces the Goldango in. Goes for the spin anyways. And now what? We go Fez as the initial switch on Goldango, but I guess it works out because we tricked? No, that's not working out. That's horrible. Now Make It Rain is free. You get the drop, but yeah. It was Scarf Meow, right? That's Scarf Meow? Scarf Meow does 42 to Ogerpon? That doesn't feel right. I think the Garchomp is just max defense, and it was still slower at +1 speed. I think that's what it was. Why not Black Sludge, by the way? Was this Terra Fez? He anticipated the soak. If you weren't aware, this thing got soaked by Dewpider, and leftovers were a lot better than Black Sludge at that time, so all I'm saying. He saw it coming. Yep. Anyways, his Fez is going to go down here. And now what? It's at -1 Spadef, so now Terapagos can come in, threaten it with a Dark Pulse or a Flamethrower. Flinches immediately. I think maybe not that big of a deal. Maybe you break the Terra Shell, but even then, nothing on this team prevents a spin or anything like that. You can just spin here for free. Yeah, knocks out the Talonflame even. And now what? Latios comes in, but I don't think Latios kills from 76, especially after a Calm Mind. No chance. Ooh, a Calm Mind War. There's potential here. Dark Pulse does 51, and Psyshock does not KO the Terapagos. So Dark Pulse again, knock this out, and now Meowscarada. We're going to find out if it's Scarf or not, and it's not Scarf. Like I said, guys, I'm too smart. What can I say? Too talented. Anyways, that's going to be the game. And now Netherlands are up 3-0. 3-0, folks. Now Putt Putt Fan versus Jordy004. Let's go ahead and see it. Traffic is so good. He's good, yeah. Alright. There we go. By the way, if anyone wants to dual commentate with me, voice getting a little tired, I could use some breaks here. Alright. Let's look at this matchup first. Terra Bug on the Hoopa is funny. And then on the other side, Terra Grass Bolt makes sense. Alright, Hoopa into Landorus. Landorus forced out immediately thanks to the Terra Bug. Calm Minds on the switch to a Azumarill. Does he have Energy Ball or something? Psyshock does a lot of damage. You mocking or you would? I get it, bro. You just hate me. Taunts, and Hoopa got a kill immediately turn 1. It's gonna get another one, it looks like. Liquidation only does half, yeah, and it's leftovers. Very bulky, physically defensive Hoopa with Calm Mind leftovers. This gaming is powerful. Yep, just leak the prep on stream. Please do. Yeah, I could pull up your replay. Oh my god, it lived Woodhammer. Wait, Drain Punch? What was Drain Punch there for? No. We're going back here. So Woodhammer could Psyshock this for 1,000,000 damage, but look at this set. Take a strong look at this. Calm Mind, Psyshock, Drain Punch. And by the way, no fighting weak Pokemon on the opposing side whatsoever. So maybe something's benched, but you just don't see his vision? I really do not. You're right about that. Anyways, Vikavolt is able to come in on this. Pretty safe, pretty free. Rocky Helmet as well, so big chip on this Rillaboom. Now what? Raging Bolt comes in on a Bug Buzz. So good chip on this too. Gets a drop, but if this is like offensive Raging Bolt, I think Draco still forces it out. It's gonna Calm Mind. Okay, so on the Tread switch in. This is Terra Grass. So it goes for the Ice Spinner, gets rid of the terrain. So it's no longer a terrain boosted Terra Blast. And it does 2-hit KO the Raging Bolt. So guys, Iron Treads might be the GOAT. Sneasler comes in, knocks it out. At this point you don't need the Treads for anything else. Now the opposing Sneasler comes in, goes for a CC of its own. 77%. God damn, that's strong. Treat the ops like prom, how I'm about to Drain Punch. You're gonna have to explain that one for me a little bit. I'm not sure I follow. This Hoopa-oo oozes ill thoughts. Do not cross his path is a crazy sentence to type. Wait, Unburden where? No, this is not Unburden. Drain Punch equals drink from Punch Bowl. Oh, I see, I see. You're smarter than I am. Firebar. A Lowland Persian and Dunsparce on the bench. Okay, but Drain Punch doesn't really hurt those guys, you know? Whatever, man. I'm gonna see Sneasler come in. It's actually Scarf Rillaboom. And my Sneasler's dead. But now Hoopa can come in. And Drain Punch? No, Psyshock. Okay. Yeah, Psyshock. And now, can Sneasler 1v9 here? I think it cannot. But we'll see. Ursa Luna comes in, probably lives CC from full. as it does, and Earthquake or Headlong Rush, high horsepower, same thing. Just gonna knock it out, and that's gonna be the game. Dunsparce is that threat. I support the Drain Punch propaganda. Yo. Alolan Persian is weaker to Focus Blast. I mean, Focus Blast is a roll, right? It only kills 70% of the time. But anyways, Caribbean has now got themselves on the board. It's 3-1 for the Netherlands still, though. Alright. Now I have Tamafuyu versus Wesley. So Tamamo is the Smogon username. Drain Punch does 30% of Persian 100% of the time. This guy knows ball. Yo, Webs, meta OU player spotted. Okay, this is actually like almost a carbon copy of the team that was used in DCL by, what, Phantom Thieves, I think it was. But apparently they just came to this separately. They didn't like copy it or anything. They just, oh, these mods work together, and they do, right? So great minds think alike. I think Drain Punch is doing less than 30 to Persian with it being a special Hoopa. Maybe, bro. Maybe. It still does have, like, what, base 160 attack, though? So it's probably not doing nothing. The Caribbean team has had webs on every team, I think. Yo, are they just webs addicts? Surely you would have Terrablast Bug. True, actually. True. Yo, he's spitting, though. He's actually spitting. Alright. Alright. Terra types here. Poison on Zarude, Ghost on Araquanid. On the other side, we have Water Ogerpon, Water Diancie. Reminds me of that one time Temp60 used that in Lechonk to fight that moderator. Yo, that was a good storyline, though. Was it not? Alright, Amoonguss into this. Goes for a Sludge Bomb, but this is always going to be a free Slowking on this Amoonguss. Yeah, now Future Sight, Chilly Reception. So if Future Sight is in the air, it's going to hit this next upcoming turn. So something has to switch into this. It's going to be Iron Crown, makes sense. Blizzard plus Future Sight bounces off. This is AV Crown for sure. But still, you can just go hard into Slowking, and it's really no big deal. So chip accomplished, at least 20%. But now what? Another Chilly Reception on the SD turn. Is this Scarf Kyurem? No, it's not. It just lives because of the defense boost. Temper Flare does nothing. But you can roost on this. Freeze Dries, but that's not going to do it. Dual Wing Bait, does it KO? It does KO. Alright, so the first documented SD Talonflame with no Brave Bird and no Flare Blitz. They just hate recoil out there, I guess. But yeah, that's actually crazy. Does this Talonflame solo? No, Foul Play comes out. Okay. And that's gonna knock out the Talonflame here. Very nice. Someone just has an OU team. Yeah, low-key. Now Roaring Moon comes in, but Lando T is able to check that thing pretty comfortably. Soft Sand, so it's actually an offensive Lando here, which makes sense. Like, look at the ground resist. It's actually just a Amoonguss, which appears to be physically defensive for this reason. It's Safety Goggles Slowking, which makes sense into the Amoonguss, right? Now, free Chilly Reception on the Roaring Moon. Now, Lando T comes right back out. Can potentially go for a U-turn. Gets up Rocks, that's even better, yeah. And now Slowking comes in once again for free. There's absolutely nothing that Amoonguss can do to touch this thing. Now, Roaring Moon is going to come in, as we probably just see I was going to say a Chilly or a Future Sight. Now, Lando comes in on this next Moon hit. Another knockoff, but now Future Sight is in the air. So, Earthquake, and now you can't go Amoonguss on this turn. So it's actually big chip on the Roaring Moon, which is forced. Now, Lando is going to go down, but that chip on Roaring Moon is going to go a long way. You're now in Vacuum Wave range from Iron Valiant. And yeah, we go for a Petal Blizzard. Shout out to Awada for inventing Petal Blizzard Zarude. But yeah, able to just bulk up on this Roaring Moon for free. It appears to be no Earthquake. Yeah, Acrobatics is doing no damage to this Zarude. And now able to knock that out. Ogerpon comes in, but you just go for a Petal Blizzard. Yeah, crits the Ogerpon, but even without a crit, I don't think +2 would KO. Maybe it would with Terra. It is a strong Pokemon, but this Zarude is very fat, right? And even if you do KO, Iron Valiant's going to revenge kill. Then I think G-King kind of has this one locked up, kind of beats all of the remaining Pokemon. Anyways, Amoonguss comes in. Again, it's just going to be a free Slowking every time. At this point, you start going into the future sites. Yeah, and at this point, Tachyon Cutter, not a whole lot of damage. You can just chili on this thing. Goes for a foul play instead. Makes sense, right? May as well just stay in. Does chili out, though. You want that regen into Zarude. Future sight hits, but now you can get off a free knockoff. Knocks out the Iron Crown. And yeah, nothing really beats this Zarude at this point. Diancie comes in, but you have Petal Blizzard. Goes for a knockoff. Predicts the Terra, I guess, into water. Actually, no. Why would you ever knock off there? Get rid of the Power Herb, I guess. It makes sense. Yeah, okay, I see it. Anyways, Meteor Beam is not going to KO this Zarude. Knocks that out, and now Slowking has won the game. Yep, he forfeits, he sees it, and that's going to be the game. So now Tama wins that one, and now Caribbean have started to pull it back. They're only down 3-2. Why no Earth Power? For what turn? Oh, the Diancie? It probably did have Earth Power for the G-King, but I don't know, maybe you just didn't see the knockoff happen? I don't know. He probably needed the +1 anyways to kill stuff. Yeah, lost anyways. Doesn't make a big difference. Who knows? I'm not in their head. Anyways, Caribbean's starting to bring it back a little bit. Now we have Steora versus TJI 69. Right. Let's see. Alright. Interesting teams here, right? The Heatran, we've seen a little bit more Heatran in World Cup than we usually do in like just normal tours. And we're playing against Sun, so that Flash Fire is going to be pretty useful into stuff like the Chi-Yu. Could be a Assault Vest or something like that. Alright, the Terra types though. Fairy on the Lilligant. We have Ground on the Chi-Yu, it looks like. Or is it even Terra Chi-Yu? It might be a Terra Walking Wake as well. Who knows? It looks like it's Chi-Yu though. And then on the other side we have what? Terra Dark Gren, Terra Water Amoonguss. Okay. Wait. Loaded the wrong team. So, unlucky. Yeah, this was played on Smog Tour, so he just didn't port over his team and use the previous week or something like that. A little unlucky, but of course he has the perfect Shuka Berry with Earthquake to deal with the Gouging Fire. Gliscor comes in on the next Earthquake. Even in Sun, Gliscor should be able to take this hit. It's actually not going to be Toxic Orb, the rare non-toxic Gliscor. Amoonguss is going to come in on this Specs Hydro Steam, it looks like. Able to barely avoid the 2-hit KO. Goes for a Spore, going to get bounced off, but after that Black Sludge recovery, you're going to regen back to full, so it's all good. Heatran comes in on this Hattery and gets nuzzled, but you're probably fine with that. You get an entry point for Heatran, and yeah, you can just go for an attack here. Heavy Slam, not going to be the play into Gouging Fire, unfortunately. Now, Gliscor can come in again on the Earthquake. This time going to be faster than Gouging Fire if it is offensive Gliscor. And 64 to Torkoal does seem to be offensive Gliscor. No ground resist, so this is doing a lot of damage. Yeah. Alright, Lilligant does come in on the Sword Stance, but Acrobatics, it's no item offensive Gliscor. Yo, this guy got put in a pack by Gliscor, oh my god. Heatran comes in on the... Oh my god. He's too good. This guy, he's incredible. And he gets parried, of course. Never lucky. Steora might be the GOAT. Again, Gliscor on Earthquake. Yo. Earthquake's the Walking Wake for a big chip. Now you gotta see a Moongus come in on the Hydra Steam. Yo, get one turn wrong challenge. He's just too talented. And he's gonna regen back up to full. Sludge Bomb's the gouging. Oh my god. Yo, wheelchair of the week? Folks, he's just too good. Okay. The Walking Wake is back. Amoonguss can come in, even if he flames, you can take one outside of Sun. It's fine. Okay, Torkoal comes in to set the Sun. Sludge Bombs it, gets the poison. Of course he stays in on the non-lava plume. He's just too good, guys. He's too talented. Now Chiyu comes in. Terra Water on the substitute, okay. Okay, he finally got one turn wrong. Oh, it's Black Sludge Terra Amoonguss. No! Oh, we're so stupid. How is he so good, yet so bad? No! Oh, this Chiyu's gonna live a Gren hit too. Oh, it's all falling apart. I think Roaring Moon still has it packed up. But yeah, that was funny. Wait, it's slower. It's slower than Chiyu! No way he lost this. No way, man. Oh. I'm literally sad right now. Oh my god, dude. I think it was the wrong team, because his Roaring Moon is not creeping Chiyu. That was so sad, bro. He was outplaying the whole game too. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, if that game was crazy, leave a like. Always gotta plug that. Alright. Pack it up and retire. There's no other response. I mean, they are eliminated from World Cup. That's a little sad though. Alright, Golden Warrior versus Unbiased Sai. Let's see this one. What's the series at right now? That was, what one? Is this 4-2 for Caribbean, I think it is? And then now, this one here. Let's see. Looks like it's Terra Dragon on the Raging Bolt, just wants that extra damage on your Stab Dracos. And then Terra Ground on the Zarude. Makes sense, it's like pretty good neutrally into a lot of things, and you know, obviously good into the Bolt. Alright, Lando leads off into the Cinderace, lives the Pyro Ball turn 1 and gravities. Thought he would force a switch into Corv there, but no such luck. Tentacruel, you know, taking some big chip from Cinderace. He just wants to stay in and chip things with Pyro Ball, it seems. Now Swampert comes in on the opposing Cinderace, so looks like they might both be Choice Band or something like that, because that's so much damage from both of them. Maybe this one isn't Choice Band, but this one definitely is. Right. We raw Terra Blasted with Zarude. Why? Today I learned. We out here learning mechanics. And now we let our Corv get knocked. No, never mind. The knockoff doesn't go through because it's a Rocky Helmet, of course. And we just died a Pyro Ball because there's no switch in. The Swampert's like offensive or something. Is this some weird like Scarf Swampert? Low-key, I could see the vision for like a Scarf Swampert. That's why it took 40 from Pyro Ball. Anyways, get some chip here. Swampert comes in. Flip turns on the Tinkaton Balloon. Does it steal a Choice Scarf? No, it's a Salt Vest. So how did it take so much from Pyro Ball? God damn. Anyways, Cinderace Masterclass from both sides, just picking up KOs left and right. Yeah, Pyro Ball's again into the Raging Bolts, but now Calm Mind is getting clicked. We pivot out into Swampert on the Hyper Voice. He said Hyper Voice, what? Okay, so it's Terra Dragon, which means Kyurem is always able to hit it super effective with Stab. Is this loaded dice here? 3 hits, 4 hits, it will KO. And now Cinderace is slower and dies, so you have to go Darkrai. But Darkrai, you protect on this thing. It's gonna go for Focus Blast. Ooh. Icicle Spear not able to one-shot this Darkrai. Can this Darkrai win here? Oh, it's Salic Berry. I mean, that doesn't matter. You get another hit off. Oh my god, he missed 2 in a row. Does it KO Kyurem? Maybe if the first one hit, you can follow up with like Dark Pulse or something. And then after that, Zarude has to take the hit. And then it comes down to a Cinderace Speed Tie, I think. If I'm looking at that correctly. Hyper Voice is to hit Terra Fairy Kilowattrel. I guess it is, huh? It really is. 70% roll to Oko, missed twice, man. That's a little bit rough. I think even if it hits though, I'm pretty sure it comes down to a Cinderace Speed Tie, so it wasn't exactly locked up or anything like that. Because Focus Blast, let's say that it kills, right? Then Zarude has to come in. You can't switch Cinderace in on Zarude, so you have to stay in. Go for another Focus Blast, Zarude will live that, knock it out, and then Cinderace Powerballs Zarude, kills it, and then it's Cinderace versus Cinderace. But yeah, it does feel bad. And then the last game was not played because, yeah, Netherlands won the series, but they're also both eliminated. All good, man. Yeah, we're almost at 30 likes on the stream. Can we get 2 more likes? Currently 28. Can I see 30? Right, anyways. This next series, alright. US West versus Canada. Now this one, both teams are actually guaranteed to advance, so it's just for seeding. So I don't think either side really cared too much about this one, and this is me coping about, you know, some games here, etc. Call it how it is. Is Hisui Electrode with Terra Grass, Electric, and Ice good, or should I change the Grass part? Grass is fine, honestly. Getting that boost on your Leaf Storms is sometimes impactful. Electric, probably not going to be too useful. I think you'd rather have like Fairy on there. If you're going for like a league that has that kind of rule set. Like Grass, Fairy, Ice is probably your best bet. I'm gonna go sleep. Good night and good stream. Thanks for hanging out. Chopch. How do you pronounce your name, by the way? Chopch? There's way too many consonants for only one vowel, you know what I mean? Alright. Please big boom someone with Terra Grass Chloroblast set. Big boom. Mustang asked, when do you want to play for Oras? You're getting smashed, by the way. I am actually getting smashed in Oras. This is so sad. My pool is actually good. We have Professor Chipboard and Mustang in there. Fire seems good too. Yeah, it does. You clicked a random and scrambled letters. I mean, that'll do it, yeah. Alright, JCM Shadow versus FC. Let's see this one. Alright. So this is the cool, like, Terra Rhyperior kind of stuff. Let's see. So it's going to be Terra Ghost on the Great Tusk. This is so you can get around the Sinistcha spin block kind of thing. And then the other Terra on this team is... I have no idea. Poor fourth guy in that pool. Facts, though. Poor dude. On the other side, we have Terra Ground on the guy, and then Terra Flying on the other guy, the Rhyperior. Our Chaladon leads off into Gouging Fire. Threatens a Draco Meteor immediately. Keldeo is going to be the switch-in, takes half. So maybe Assault Vest Keldeo, because that did not do a lot of damage. Surfs into AV Crown. Now Secret Sword's going to get around the AV, but Future Sight here. So going to have to take some more chip here. But now Future Sight's in the air. Zapdos is in. Gouging Fire is going to take the U-turn into the Future Sight. And now Great Tusk gets an entry point. This is looking good for JCM. Now Sinistcha is going to come in on the Substitute. Okay, now you just Terra and Terra Blast. It's going to 2-hit KO any Sinistcha. Shadow Ball is going to break the sub, but that's fine. There's no Ghost Resist. Torn's going to come in on the Terra Blast, but that's a 2-hit KO, right? Close enough. Now Bleakwind, not going to KO. We go for a Rapid Spin, but it's actually Citrus Berry, so out of range of the next Terra Blast. Were we not like Earthquake or something like that? I guess you can't Earthquake because it's a flying type, so ignore me. Zapdos comes in, U-turns on Glamora, now T-Spikes are up. And now what? Iron Crown comes in, threatens a Tachyon Cutter. Psychic noises the Gouging Fire instead, prevents a Morning Sun. Alright, now pivots Arch on the Dragon Dance turn. Now what? Morning Sun on the next Draco. 74 to Gouging Fire, so this is like max special defense or something like that. That did nothing. So he can Morning Sun again as we switch to Enamorus. But Enamorus, the Earth Power, we already saw this is max special defense. Go for an Iron Defense. Do we get the roll? We do get the roll to live, but Earth Power's only doing 35. The fourth guy in the pool made his Simona account like 5 days ago. It's John W. My goat. Okay, Scarf Moon is going to pick this off, it looks like. Or it might not even be Scarf, it might just be faster. Because this is like no speed, max special defense on the Gouging. Anyways, Nasty Plot's up on the switch to Arch. And now just sack the Tusk on the Terra Blast ground. Okay. Now what? Zapdos comes in, but it's already +2. Icy Wind's doing a lot. Roost that off though, but another Nasty Plot, you can't really prevent it. And it outspeeds and KOs everything except for the like Scarf Moon maybe. We see Light Screen, but you're not +6. Yeah, Hurricane goes a little bit to the left. And roost that off, but very limited Light Screen turns here. Could potentially live 2 here, but misses another Hurricane. And that's going to be a little bit rough. And then a critical hit. Yeah, Zapdos did not want to win this game, and Torn is now unstoppable. Yeah, Scarf Moon, gonna U-turn, put it in range, but at this point, the damage has been done. Yeah, I mean, Earthquake here, sure. But even if you knock off, Keldeo comes in and just Sacred Swords twice, and you're cooked. Zapdos a D1 thrower. Yeah, they call him a quarterback. Anyways, Draco Meteor, you have to like crit everything at this point. Torn comes in. Yeah, just knocks this out. Now, Roaring Moon, there is no Dragon Resist left, but Rhyperior's at full. There's no way. Yeah, knocks this out, but yeah, Vacuum Wave, Rhyperior at full. Yeah, we're just cooked. And so, Canada goes up 1-0 in the series. Zapdos decided to be blind, yeah. And now I have to play against Nick numbers. And this was a funny game, I'm not gonna lie. So since this is actually a likely rematch in the future, I don't want to reveal too much about the teams, because if we win our play-ins match, we do have to play against Canada again. So I'm not going to reveal anything that wasn't revealed in the game itself. Anyways, Terrapagos leads off into the Avalugg Hisui. I'm going to go for a Flamethrower here, just because, you know, it covers the Goldango switch or anything. Even like a Mandibuzz doesn't want to come in on that. And you see a red card into my Zarude, and a Mountain Gale misses. Poggers. So anyways, here, I'm figuring that if he switches, it's probably going to be into Mandibuzz, because he wants to keep the sack fodder. But turns out he just wanted to stay in, and so I gave up rocks for free, which was not cool. And then here I Terra Blast again on the Ogerpon switch in, and here I do some calcs and it says, hey, I probably live this no matter what, but I forgot to check the box that says Terra on it, so I actually die from full. I was not expecting that to die, but alas. Now my Glitzcore comes in, it will live even Choice Banded Adamant. So free spikes, and now Garchomp comes in on me and crits me with Choice Banded Outrage, which mattered. But yeah. So it's just a nightmare of an early game, honestly. Boom boom pow. She Avon my lug till I Mountain Gale. You need to be banned. Anyways, my Latios does come in, trades this out with a Draco Meteor. He's locked in. Now Goldango comes in, and I can't actually go to my Ditto. The reason I did this is because I thought, versus my team, T-Wave Goldango seemed pretty likely. So if I'm able to catch a T-Wave here, then pivot into my Terrapagos, then it could be nice. But instead he Nasty Plots, and I reveal Make It Rain, Nasty Plot, Recover, Charge Beam. So he doesn't have Shadow Ball for the Ditto matchup. So here I make it rain once because I don't want to switch anything else in on +2. And I know he's going to make it rain here. Here I know a recover is coming because he wants to stay healthy. So I pivot in my Sneasler on that turn. And now I go for a Throat Chop. Get some nice chip. And I actually... Do I live this? I live this. Yeah, so another Throat Chop will KO this. So he's forced out. But my Sneasler is actually locked into this. So I can only go for Throat Chop. Weak armor procs twice. But he's going to knock me out with Foul Play. And now at this point... It's pretty cooked, right? I have to go into Terrapagos, and at this point, I am choice specs. I go for Terra Starstorm, does a lot, and I go for it again. He could have gone Goldango here, but he doesn't need to at this point, because Goldango comes in now with a free turn. Now I have to switch into Latias. I know he doesn't have Shadow Ball at least, but if you're looking at it here, Ogerpon is dead to hazards. Goldango, I have Shadow Ball on my specs Latias, so I could potentially 2-hit KO it, and then Aloe and Avalugg, they don't really beat Latias 1v1, nor do they beat Terrapagos 1v1 if I'm able to get a Healing Wish into it. So my plan was here, I'm going to Shadow Ball here, take a Make It Rain, 2-hit KO this, and then versus Aloe, or anything really, I just have to sack Ditto, get a Healing Wish off, and then Terra Starstorm will sweep this game. But the one thing that game plan can't cover for is Healing Wish Aloe, which is what he goes for right here. And now I'm just cooked to the Ogerpon. There's nothing at that point I could do to stop it. I played to my outs, and my outs was no Healing Wish. So unlucky, right? What can you do? So honestly, the early game was a little bit scuffed by my end. And I paid the price by not having enough tools in the end game to cover for all these situations. But I mean... There was a world out there where I was able to come back in that if it wasn't Healing Wish, so I think for what it's worth, it was alright. Dude got goobed by his own win con. Yeah. I also found out that Ditto can't copy Ogerpon Teal, because otherwise what you could do is this turn. So here, I could sack, go Ditto if it actually worked, U-turn, sack, and then my own Ivy Cudgel or Woodhammer would sweep because he'd be low HP, but you actually can't copy a Terrid Ogerpon, so unlucky. I'm out here like learning Ditto mechanics. Like if you Terra Stellar your Ditto, then Imposter doesn't work. Like there's some weird mechanics with Imposter this generation, but whatever, man. Does it stay at base Ditto? Yes, it does. Imposter fails. It's like super silly. Anyways, now we have Speeds versus 3D. We're down 0-2. Yeah, Ditto just comes in naked. It's very funny. You don't have to call him naked like that. Whatever, man. Alright. What are the Terra types here? We have Steel on the Chestnut, the Goat, and then Rock on the Iron Boulder. And then on the other side, we have Terra Poison Conch and Poison on Zarude as well. Right, Palafin we lead off just to get that, looks like it's Scarf from the way he played it. Rocky Helmet Landorus, okay. So we out here cosplaying Lando T, but without Intimidate. Love to see it. Now here a U-turn for some positioning, get the Palafin in. And now, what is he supposed to do? Goes Slowking on a flip turn? Sure. But it's double Rocky Helmet, so yeah, Rocks and Rocky Helmet. This Palafin's already at half, so trade Rocks here, but T-Spikes goes up, and that's annoying. Oh, excuse me, that's annoying. Now Manabus comes in on the Chilly Reception, and now what? Iron Bundle comes in? Yeah, it is Boots as well, so no Rocks chip. Jirachi can come in on this, right? I assume we're especially defensive. No leftovers, though. Citrus Berry. Shout out to J. Ricky in the chat. But now what? Ironhead's the Landorus, does not KO. Yo, chat, we might be cooked. Goes Manabuzz on the Earth Power. Goat. But gets taunted on the Roost turn. And, yeah, now what? You just knock off the Landorus? Foul play, same thing. Rocky Helmet put in overtime this game. Dude, I'm saying Rocky Helmet is maybe the best item of all time. Like, this thing is so good. Anyways, Iron Bundle picks up a KO. Jirachi's already low, can't switch in anymore. Palafin comes in, but we know it's Scarf, so we can always just go Slowking and take a lot of damage, but still live. Me when I have a Mandibuzz. Yep. Iron Boulder gets to come in here, goes for a Zen Headbutt and misses, and dies to Foul Play plus Poison. Okay, man. Now you're sounding like Diet Tie with his Rocky Helmet glazing. Where do you think he got it from? You know, I invented Rocky Helmet, I'll let you know. I've been spamming that thing for years. Anyways, U-turn knocks this out, but I think we're just cooked at this point. Because Valiant, but there's like a full HP Tinkaton and stuff like that. Like, there's no way these can come back from this, right? You do still have Terra Steel Chestnut, which might be able to do something. But it is going to get poisoned, and yeah, just kind of gooped by T-Spikes overall in this game. Is going to Terra Steel Synthesis. Alright. Now Terra Poison, but it's tricked. A Choice Specs. So it's Specs Conkeldurr locked into Poison move into Steel type. Maybe if there's like no Encore or anything and we're like Iron Defense Body Press, we can just get something done. But yeah, it is Encore anyways, so... Why did Chestnut take 50 from Gigaton? I couldn't tell you, man. And that's going to be the game. Shout out to Zarude, the GOAT. Anyways, we're down 3-0. It's a little bit rough out here. But fortunately, we have Vergi to bail us out. So, now we have US West Sean versus Canada's Vergi. And he's packing a Cleavor. So, shout out to that guy. Now what? Goobed? Yep. Absolute goobing. Now what is this? Terra Poison on the Moth? Makes sense. Then on the other side, we're going to see Terra Fighting on the Urshifu Rapid. And then Terra Ground on the Moltres, okay? Landorus leads off into the Cleavor. Are we going to see a Rocks trade here? We see a Stone Edge do big chip on that. Misses the Stone Axe. Shout out to Cleavor. And now Rocks up. Oh, no Rocks up. Just Stone Edges into physically defensive Latios. That did nothing. Watching this Canada Masterclass from the hot tub. Yo. This Cleavermon is really good. You mean that? Y'all ever miss Stealth Rocks? Yeah, Cleavor does. Alright, Lando comes in on the Earthquake at least. And now what? Moltres comes in, but we already showed Stone Edge. A little bit dangerous. Vicious for the Flame Body doesn't get it. Metagross comes in. Is this the Rocker? No, Stone Edge is the Cleavor as well. So, Cleavor, the GOAT. Now, Latios comes in. Luster purchase for 5%. He did not expect that, but now knocks off the Rocky Helmet. So does this just have Recover and tries to wall out the Metagross? Looks like yes, but 45 is way too much. Great Cleaver Showcase, yeah. I think you just stay in and keep clicking Heavy Slam here. You're going to run out of Recovers eventually. Yeah, Urshifu does come in here. Ooh, on the Stone Edge turn, so he predicted the Moltres on that turn. But not Moltres, it was Urshifu coming in. Whimsicott comes in on the Drain Punch, pretty nice. No Punching Glove. Have you learned nothing, Vergi? Alright, U-turns on the Treads. And now Iron Moth comes in for a free hit. But we U-turn. We U-turn. Predicting the Moltres to want to come in. Land on EQ, and now what? U-turn again? U-turn again. Alright, now what? Iron Hands comes in on the Urshifu. Terra Fighting Bulk Up. Okay. Do we just Volt Switch? No, we Swords Dance alongside. Okay. Drain Punch, almost a 2-hit KO, but not quite. Now what? Whimsicott in on the next Drain Punch. Gonna get Rocky Helmet Chip, cancel out that recovery, but now what? Moonblast forces it out into Iron Treads, but we've gotten Lando so many times on this, gonna do it again. This time, finally Ice Spinners. I think, yeah, this is Scarf Lando, so you can just U-turn out into the Metagross. Nobody Earthquakes there. And now what? Latios comes in on the Metagross knockoff? Interesting. Because now Dragon Pulse, that doesn't do anything. Heavy Slam knocks this out. The most confusing treads of all time in the actual game. Was it like 900 EV treads or something like that? I don't know. I wasn't calcing. You can tell Sean is a draft player the way he clicks a U-turn. Yup. Alright, Lando T is going to get stacked up to this Meowscarada knockoff. And now what? Iron Hands comes in to revenge kill. I mean, Drain Punch is pretty free here. Only Moltres wants to take it. And you're Terra Water. So, yeah, you can kind of just KO this at least. But now, Flower Trick is here. Metagross going to switch in on Flower Trick, but Foul Play. So covers the Metagross and the stay in with the same move. Nice click. But now Iron Moth gets to come in. It's actually locked into Foul Play. And we U-turn again. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Draft League. It was Scarfed, but slower than Scarf Lando. Is he just the GOAT? Anyways, Foul Play. Gonna get Endeavored. Okay. Yeah, you just spam Endeavor here. Yeah, Rocky Helmet's gonna do the job here. Again, shout out to Rocky Helmet. U-turns on the Moltres. Shout out to Draft League. Again. But now Tailwinded Iron Hands. One-shots the Moltres with Thunder Punch. That is surprising, honestly. Now, Cyclizar Sack to the knockoff here. This is Choice Banded Meow for sure. But now, Whimsicott comes in, and Rocky Helmet's going to finish it off. So, forces the switch. Tail wins, but now, I don't think Aqua Jet even kills, so you can just freely Moonblast. And that's going to be the game. Yeah, you live the Aqua Jet. Moonblast cleans this up. Scarf Meow? There's no way that was Scarf Meow. That's got to be Choice Banded, right? With Foul Play doing 40 to Iron Moth? Surely, right? Iron Moth does not have high attack. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe it's Scarf. It was Scarf Meow? Okay, I was wrong. So Iron Moth got that sneaky attack on him, or what? Like, you gotta attack IVs because of U-turn? Okay, it makes a little bit more sense. It was Life Orb? You absolute liar. So anyways, Sean wins that one, so now it's 3-1 for Canada. Now we have Drizzle versus Yurdunk and his Terra Hydrapple propaganda. Shout out to Yurdunk, by the way. Alright. It's Terra Ghost to Spin Block, which is going to be annoying. We have Terra Ghost Raging Bolt, though. So yeah, flip turns with the Keldeo on this Hydrapple does 10% Goat. Now Tink comes in on the Giga Drain. Can just set up rocks here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Overquill comes in, but those rocks are going up. Never mind, we're going to knock off. Get rid of the helmets. So that opens up our Meow a little bit at least. Now T-Spikes go up. And Keldeo gets a free Surf, but it's specially defensive Jirachi. So this is not going to do too much to the Jirachi. And now Moltres has to come in. At least we know it's Spadef Jirachi and proc the Flame Body, so you're not really scared of Meteor Beam or anything like that. Gliscor comes in, but Fire Blast is doing a lot to this thing as rocks go up. So you can see the game plan here, right? Spam hazards and then spin block with the Hydrapple. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Fire Blast Moltres, though, is eventually going to break through this Gliscor. It'll just take a while, though. So Treads comes in on the Protect turn, but you can just go for Protect again. No real punish for it. Chooses not to. Goes into Hydrapple on the knockoff either way. That's still doing nothing. Very regenerable. Even recovers that turn. Now Tinkaton comes in, but sure, you can force the switch and get rocks up, but at this point, you're kind of playing from behind. Because now the spikes are going up, you can never spin. At least it's Boots Treads, right? You're never really getting super chipped. But, yeah, Boot Spam. But still, with Boot Spam, you kind of lack the raw power of, like, boosting items to get through this, like, super defensive core of Overquill, Gliscor, Hydrapple. It's just so hard. Even especially defensive Jirachi. It's like low-key, like, a mini stall core with hazards up, where you're just kind of waiting for the opponent to run out of steam. And honestly, it's probably going to work here. Yeah, Tinkaton, every time, has to take 2 hazards and a hit to come in, and Gigaton Hammer is regenerable, so no real progress here. Raging Bolt does come in, but this one is not Boots, unfortunately, so T-Spikes, 2 hazards. You can go for a Terra Blast here, chooses not to. So, could have gotten a KO on the Jirachi there, but didn't feel like it or something like that. So, gets a Wish in the air. Now, Moltres is in, can go for Fire Blast because the Gliscor dies after rocks, and the other fire resists are not too great into like Hurricane, right? Infernape dies. So Moltres is in a pretty good position to pick up a KO here, and it is going to with Fire Blast, but instead we U-turn. Why? I don't get it, man. But anyways, we go Treads on this, but this is just a free Hydrapple every single time. Goes for a Desperation Rapid Spin, but at this point, the Bolt's already poisoned. Like, we're just cooked. Goes Meowscarada on the Terra Blast, but yeah. Overquill is going to come in. Does this even die to 2 knockoffs? It doesn't, man. U-turn at least knocks it out, but yeah, so finally some progress made. Moltres comes in, but Terrapagos comes in. I think we could just U-turn to break the shell, no? Yeah, so it gives up the shell for free, which is interesting. Probably in exchange for a spin, right? Because those rocks were actually pretty impactful on that Gliscor in particular. But now, yeah, the rocker's dead, so you just get that spin off. And now Dragon Tail with the hazards. Yeah, this is going to be the nail in the coffin, right? Do we go for Terra Blast this time? We do. Almost kills the Gliscor, but again, that spin paying dividends. So what are we looking at for Hydrapple price range in DPL? 18, 19-ish? Yeah, somewhere around there. It was 9 points in World Cup, I think, right? Which is just a little bit too low, some might say. Just a little bit too low. Alright, so at this point, yeah, not much that you can do into this Hydrapple. Could potentially crit that turn, but no such luck. Meowscarada gonna come in on the Forced Recover, but it has no item. It's not even forced out by Meowscarada, like 39%. So yeah, this Hydrapple is just gonna sit there in front of everything. Fire Blast doesn't kill, only 44% recoverable, and he just forfeits. Shout out to Hydrapple, man. This guy's broken. So then that's what, 4-1. So US West, we could tie this, but honestly, it doesn't even matter because we're both still locked for playoffs either way. Anyways, Tezzy versus Theo. Hydrapple, the new top 5 Terra Captain. Yep. It goes, what? Raging Bolt, Zarude, Great Tusk. What's the other one that I'm forgetting? What am I forgetting here? Torrentee, right? That's the one. Yeah, those 4, and then Hydrapple is 5th. Yeah, so de facto a top 5 Terra Captain in the format, as they say. Alright, Terra typings here. We have Terra Fairy on the Quaquaval, then on the other side it's just going to be Terra Water on the Ogerpon, and Terra Dark on the Corviknight. Is there a secondary Terra on this team? It doesn't look like it. 6 is a Spathra, right? Right? I don't know about that. Diplin is 6? Yo. That's a crazy thing to say. Anyways, Parting Shot immediately from Scarf Pecharunt, or is this just a slow Ogerpon? Either way. U-turns on a Rocky Helmet into Iron Bundle. And now Sableye comes in on the Hydro Pump. That does a lot, but threatens Prankster T-Wave, so kind of want to switch out there. Light Screen as well can go up. Now Chilly Reception, as both screens are able to go up. Now Ogerpon comes in, but here Pecharunt is going to come in on the Spike, so Ogerpon doesn't really have much better to do this matchup than just, you know, quick spikes. Mirror Armor on the Parting Shot is you don't take a -1, but I don't think it's going to be too impactful, as Quaquaval is able to set up on this thing pretty freely, especially with Terra Fairy, right? So Swords Dance is up, but Iron Bundle threatens an Encore. Theo doesn't exactly mind if he gets Encored, he still has switch-ins, so able to stay in, but a Roar Veil gets clicked in a Rapid Spin, so Speed Boost, and then, yeah, CC into the Drifblim switch-in, but then Knockoff does 99%. And Quaquaval gets Air Slashed once, Light Screen goes away, and then Destiny Bond is able to 1-for-1 this Quaquaval. So really great value out of the Drifblim there. Got out of a really scary situation there. Now Sableye comes in, Corviknight in, but it's going to Terra Dark immediately to block the Prankster. Goes for Agility. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because the Ogerpon, even with Terra, is only doing like 40-something% to Pecharunt. So that being said, this is a very fast Pecharunt, so maybe we could have more so done that. But here, we're actually going to switch out on the Toxic. So maybe it's just fast Petra versus slow Ogerpon, but at this point, yeah, it is Power Trip. You got to just go for it, I think. You got your 4 boosts, your Terra Dark, you're in front of a Dark Weak Pokemon. If you kill this, the Ogerpon starts to look good offensively. You just need to go for it, I think. Take the poison if you need to. But no, we just switch out. We're never getting another setup opportunity like that again, unfortunately. And yeah, Iron Bundle is going to come in here on the Sableye, but again, the light screen is going to go up. Blizzard fishing for a freeze, but yeah, goes for a flip turn as well. Is the last move recover or what? Forced out by this Corviknight, there's a sense of urgency, right? You can't just let this thing set up for free. But now, again, we're forced out by this Darkrai. Like, this Corviknight just never got its nut off. And then Colbur Berry, but it flinched. There's screens up, that didn't really matter. I'm going to keep it a buck. Now Gouging Fire comes in. Sacks the Ogerpon to Dark Pulse. Like, this is just cooked here. Lives the Dark Pulse, goes for a Dragon Dance, but Reflect is still up one more turn. Doesn't quite KO. And even then, there's like a full HP Rocky Helmet Fizdef Landorus. Like, we were just cooked regardless, I think. Another Darkrai flinch. Okay, it was Scarf Pecharunt. Yeah, makes sense. Now here, potential. If like you never get poisoned, but yeah, it's just cooked. Like you're 12%. Yeah, whatever, bro. Deserve for fumbling the setup Corv. Yeah, I think so as well. A little bit too greedy in terms of like, no, I can save this for later. No, you cannot. It's never setting up again. Hey, yo, what? What's up? Alright. Now we have Roller K versus Ryan and Ditto. So now what? This is, what, 6... No, 5-2? Was that 5-2 or 5-1? That's 5-1 for Canada, so they win the series. It's Jover. Anyways, now we have Roller K versus Ryan and Ditto. Now see the Terra typing. We have Ghost, Annihilate, and Fairy on the Gardevoir, and on the other side it's Ghost on the Raging Bolt, and Terra Stellar on the Dusknoir. That's funny. Canada gotta be the goats or something. I mean, they do have low QP. He's the goat. Creative Terra types on your side. Yep, we just hit him with the default. Anyways, Mystical Fire on the Shaman turn 1. Citrus Berry Gardevoir. Shout out to J Ricky. Eject button on the Dusknoir, okay. As Uxie gets a nasty plot off and gets encored, so kind of goat by Roller K there. +1, yep. A preemptive +1, it hasn't even been used yet. But anyways, Moonblast is going to 2-hit KO this Dusknoir. So lead Gardevoir putting in some pretty big work here. Is able to get a massive hit on the Raging Bolt as well. And yeah. So it goes down, but got some really good chip in the meantime. Why is Guard doing so much? I don't know, man. It looks like a Scarf Terra Blast Annihilate, but outsped by the +1 Iron Valiant. But then Assault Vest Swampert comes in, takes 15 from Shadow Ball. No flip turn? Ass. Right, Cinderace comes in on the Healing Wish though, so allowing that Healing Wish to be in the air. And the only two recipients at this point are going to be the Iron Valiant and the Raging Bolt. Everything else is at 100 and doesn't use up the Healing Wish, so it's floating in the air. Now I see a U-turn from Greninja onto this Samurott. It's weakness policy. Something's dying here. Looks like it's going to be the Swampert. And yeah, allows another spike here. But now what? Dragonite comes in. E-Speed's not going to kill this. Oh, it did kill it. Never mind. I freaking lied. But also Raging Bolt is able to receive that Healing Wish from earlier and goes for a Zap Cannon on the Cinderace swap. Yo, that was crazy. Anyways, Dragonite comes in. It might be Choice Banded Dragonite from how he's playing it. And then Iron Valiant comes in on that. Yeah, definitely Choice Banded. Now, Greninja gets sacked off here. But at this point, look at the Ghost Resist versus Scarf Annihilate with Terra Ghost. Like, Terra Blast is so free here. Yeah, that's one kill. Now what? Uxie has to come in, but it's Nasty Paw Uxie. It's not going to be T-Wave or anything. It's weakness policy as well. Can Shadow Ball kill? It can't kill because it's an Uxie. And gets the drop, so +2 either way. I mean, it doesn't matter. There's always going to be that threat of the, what's it called? Thunderclap? I guess he just doesn't have it. Took it off for Zap Cannon, you know? Pretty cool. Anyways, that's going to be the game. Roller K able to bring that back with the Scarf Annihilate in the end game. Zap Cannon was fire for sure. So 5-2 now, and the last game is going to be 64 squares against low QP. Was it Specs Bolt? I feel like Specs Zap Cannon might just kill Cinderace. No? So I think it might have just been like Max Modest or something like that. But maybe it was Specs. I'm not too sure. Anyways, 64 squares, low QP. Let's see the Terra types. Bring that back, brother. He started with a 6-3 lead because of guard. Hey, man. It's all good. Interesting, no Thunderclap. I mean, the Zap Cannon slot has to come from somewhere. Surely Blunder Policy? If not, that's Troll then. Oh, it could have been Blunder Policy. That would have been funny. Clearly was not paying enough attention. He switched moves and killed Ace. True, true. So he just didn't have it. Maybe Calm Mind in that last slot. Anyways, Terra Grass Electrode Hisui does big chip to the Garchomp. The other Terra was fighting Screamtail and Poison on the Hydreigon, but on the other side we have Electric, Enam, and Steel on the Hawlucha. Alright. So fortunately Vileplume is here to save the day versus this Electrode. Takes absolutely nothing. And now what? Hydreigon comes in. Loki's team does not look real. Yeah, this is definitely like a leftover team at the end of the draft. Anyways, rocks go up from the Hydreigon. And allows a free Calm Mind. Now Screamtail can Encore this. Does do so, but we have the Mental Herb. And Moonblast is going to 2-hit KO this Screamtail potentially. Goes for a Calm Mind, so we're going to ignore the... we're going to prevent the Moonblast from KOing that turn, but it is inevitable. This next turn, Moonblast will be killing something, and it will be the Screamtail. So now what? Electro does come in, force this out. But I think Leaf Storm does knock it out from there. And yeah, Vileplume does come in, but a Strength Sap is coming, I think. Because this Vileplume is about to go right back up to full. Palafin comes in. Ooh, dangerous Palafin to come in there, but catches the Strength Sap either way. Gets the form off. Hydreigon does come in, but a double to Garchomp. Interesting. So it predicts that Hydreigon, I guess. And now Draco Meteors into the Corviknight. And it is a Jetpack, so good chip on the Corviknight. Now Deoxys comes in, threatens a T-Bolt. Life Orb T-Bolt does not quite KO, lives on 1%, and Brave Bird is going to basically trade out this Corv for the Deoxys. But is that even a bad trade, right? Because you have stuff like the Garchomp, you have the Indeedee. Indeedee with like Dazzling Gleam or something like that. All of a sudden, could be a threat in the endgame, low-key. And then Corviknight also was like the main thing stopping Vileplume. Like there's still a Volcarona, but if you can deal with the Volcarona, then this Vileplume just sweeps the last three, low-key. Low-key though. Jet Punches to knock this out, but now what? Indeedee comes in. I assume this is choiced Palafin, so can't exactly stay in here. Hyper Voices into the Hydreigon slot, and it's actually Scarf Indeedee, it seems, or it's a slow Hydreigon. I think it's Scarf Indeedee. And now Hawlucha comes in, no Psychic Seed, and just dies to Psychic. Okay, so Tailwind. Maybe it was Mirror Herb trying to catch the Quiver Dance, that would make sense. Psychic is going to knock out this Garchomp, but I think we're just stalling out Tailwind turns. Goes for a Bug Buzz, knocks out the Enam. It's looking dire. Indeedee comes in, and now what? You just Expanding Force for 61. Bug Buzz knocks this out, and it's just Vileplume versus the world. Goes for Psychic, but it's Pyapa Berry. Goes for Sleep Powder. Okay. And now what? Strength Saps up to a healthy amount of HP. And 2 turns of Sleep with Sludge Bomb. Can we get 3 turns of sleep? We do get 3 turns of sleep. And the Volcarona goes down. And now what? It's Palafin and Electrode Hisui versus Vileplume. But Zen Headbutt, and then the effect Spore Sleep, Strength Sap up to full. This Vileplume has won the game. Folks, you don't see this every day. You do not see this every day. This endgame gave me nightmares. I imagine, yeah. Anyways, that's going to be the game. And Canada ends up winning 5-3. So if just one of those games went a little bit differently, could have been a tie. Either way, both teams do move it on, or do move on to the playoffs. We got 3 more of these series to go through. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. But in the meantime, what can I do? Let me see. Can I do this? Alright, folks. Keep yourselves entertained. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Alright. Volk was Fire Blast, but odds were better with Psychic. Yeah, you don't expect Pyapa Berry necessarily in that matchup, right? Because what's Pyapa even for here? So I get it, you know? For Screamtail, but like you don't beat Screamtail 1v1 either way, you know? It just so happened to be like the one set in the entire world that can do it. And like max sleep turns, and then sleeping the Palafin on top of that. Kind of insane, no? Anyways. Next series, we're going to have Eastern Europe against Austria. Series notes, both teams already eliminated. So this one is just for fun, folks. So we might breeze through this one a little bit quicker. You know, there's like no stakes here. Both teams are already eliminated. But anyways, we do see a Haxorus on my screen, which of course everyone loves to see a Haxorus. Let's see. And it's Terra Haxorus, it's Terra Water. So I assume it's Fire, Water. And then Fighting. Yep, on the Enamorus. Alright, Jirachi leads off into Serena. We're going to T-Wave, miss into the Serena, get knocked off, so Colbur Berry comes in handy there. And now Icy Wind's predicting a Lando swap on the T-Wave. Does not happen that way. And now Iron Moth comes in on a balloon. Okay, so revealed some information there. And Lando T comes in on a T-Wave. Okay, this guy does not want to keep his Jirachi around. He just wants to attack, bro. Another Icy Wind, another T-Wave. So finally gets off what he wanted, some status. Now Swampert does come in on this Jirachi. Probably just going to see rocks go up, if I had to guess. And now if the Serena wants to spin, you're kind of wasting your screen turns. And taking helmets and taking a roar into Jirachi, you could do this cycle again, rocks up. But this time flip turns instead. Right, Enamorus now comes in. So reveals it is Light Clay. Now Jirachi comes in. U-turn into Iron Moth, sure. Then Fire Dance is going to knock it out from here. Does get the +1 as well. Now Gouging Fire does come in. Sludge Wave does so much damage, but Dragon Dance, and it's on a balloon. Can you even kill this? Reflect is still up, so only 2 hits. Yeah, this Moth is oh, goes for the agility. Does outspeed the Gouging Fire after. Alright. So what stops the Iron Moth now? Water Shuriken is 1, 2. Only 2 hits again. And folks, did we just get swept by Iron Moth? Enamorous comes in. It's Terra Fight. Dies to Sludge Wave. Folks, I think that's it. Iron Moth, absolute goob. Yeah. Kind of obliterated. Alright, that was a quick one to start it on. So Austria's up 1-0. But every other time they don't run dice, they get 4. Hey, some people are just born with better luck. What can you do about it? Alright, now we have what? Anon versus Wolf 14. Terra types. We have Water on Blaziken. We have Dragon on Crown, looks like. So Chomp leads into Weavile, not what you want to see if you're the Chomp, but you have a Tinkaton, so it's fine. Takes the knockoff. Does Pickpocket an Assault Vest on a Screens Tinkaton. That's super funny, actually. It was a Light Clay, but it got knocked off and now it's an Assault Vest guy. Overcoat Mandibus is going to put this Amoonguss in jail, though, which is nice. Your money's on Wolf 14. Hey, I might be with you. Oh my god, Specs Hurricane does 86% to Garchomp. Wow. Slowking comes... I'm pretty sure Slowking got 2 KO'd unless you're Assault Vest, but it might be Assault Vest. Who's to say? Alright, Donphan gets its 1 turn. It's 2 turns. That's 2 turns for the Donphan already. W. And gets forced out there by the Gren. Alright. Now, Ice Beams into the Weavile, but... yeah, that's going to come in and force you out. Low Sweep as well on the Tinkaton. Not a lot of chip, but it's adding up, right? Gigaton hammers into the Palafin. Gonna get that form off. And now what? You see a knockoff? You see a struggle. It's mono Gigaton hammer, dual screens, maybe Encore, maybe T-Wave, something like that. Alright, SD Blaziken. Oh, but it's Lumberry. I was gonna say it's not the safety goggles, but it's Lum instead. So Flare Blitz is into the Amoonguss, dies through the Akaberry thanks to the stealth, or thanks to the Swords Dance boost. Yeah. Donphan comes in, but it's Terra Water, close combat, and Donphan got its 2 turns off, and no more, no less. So W Donphan did its job. And Zapdos is going to die to Stone Edge, yeah. And this Blaziken looks like it might just win. Palafin comes in, but even at -1, it's a water type, it resists this. Has to bait another drop from CC, and at this point I think the damage has been done. Palafin might be able to knock it out at this point with a Jet Punch. Yeah, it will be able to, but at this point... wait, Garchomp comes in. You want the Rough Skin? Rocky Helmet maybe? But it's Protective Pad, so can Palafin bring this one back? Does not appear to have very many tools for it. This Rocky Helmet's not going to do anything. Do we see a Bulk Up? Can we see a Bulk Up anywhere? No, we don't have a Bulk Up. Foul Play into the Crown. I think Mandibuzz might just win. It's gonna Terra Dragon on the Iron Crown, but Roost up. Now what? You have to assume a U-turn here. Oh, a Whirlwind. Even better. And now it's just Foul Play City. 2 KOs the Palafin with ease. Wave Crash, but that recoil is gonna kill you. Oh, and even Roosted. Yeah, this is over. Iron Crown is immune to Whirlwind now, so maybe if you're like Agility as well, but now you just go Greninja and you Ice Beam, I think. And no matter what, you're going to be in range of Slowking after. It's a crit. I don't think that one mattered. Keep it a buck. GG to Wolf 14. Dominated that one. Palafin made it close at least, but now Austria's up 2-0. And now we have Lambovino versus Mango Steak. Alright. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. We have Terra Grass Torn, Terra Electric on the Alolan Sandslash, and then on the other side we have Terra Water on the Ogerpon, and that looks like it's about it. Alright, Slowking leads off into the Rotom. We see our Reflect go up turn 1. So, interesting. Ting Lu comes in, but with the Reflect Up, you don't really fear, like, even a payback here. So able to just Wisp this thing for free, allow a Spike up, but now dual screens are up. Now, not a whole lot actually sets up in front of Ting Lu, thanks to Whirlwind, but you are able to go into Great Tusk, get Whirlwinded out, actually, and it actually burns your booster's attack on Moon. This is not what you wanted as Mango Steak. Ooh, but the taunt, though. This will be big. Looks like Ting Lu Whirlwind is the only reliable counterplay to this Moon. Can just Dragon Dance up here. Now here's the question, do you taunt or do you knock off? You knock off and you get encored, okay. So knock off, ooh, that play rough is gonna hurt. You're behind screen so you'll live, but now, yeah, knock off not quite enough to pick off this Tankaton at this range. These fellas love screens. I mean, it happens. And now Rotom is going to get them right back up, it seems. Light screen goes up. We see a knockoff, so the light clay is gone, but now what? You go Ting Lu with the hazard pressure, block the Volt Switch, makes sense. And now what? Just spam Whirlwind, I think. You go Ogerpon, but that's taking 3 hazards plus Whirlwind into Crown. Yeah, this Ting Lu is just going to be a massive pain in his side. Focus Blast on the next Whirlwind, but misses. Cleaver comes in, takes almost half from hazards. Man, and now what? U-turn? X Scissor. Sure, whatever, man. Now what, though? Torn comes in? But is it, like, locked into X Scissor? That's so sad. U-turns on the Rotom switch. Could have gone back into Ting Lu. I think that might have even been better. But yeah, these screen turns have been wasted by Whirlwinds and stuff like that. Now Chilly Reception out into Sandslash Alola. Yo, he might just be cooked. Ice Spinner knocks this out. With a Slush Rush, you're faster than everything. Iron Crown comes out. Could be Shuka Berry, so wants to get out of there. Scouts for that. Now a Calm Mind into a T-Wave, okay. And now what? Just another Chilly, I assume? Yep, gets that right back into Ting Lu. And now what? Is this a Whirlwind or an Earthquake? Takes the Focus Blast, goes for a Whirlwind, and Rotom comes back in. I mean, you could set a screen, but there's no more Light Clay. And Whirlwind is max layers are now up. And you have a Sinisha to spin block as well. Like, that Tusk is never spinning. So yeah, Slowking comes in, always a free Chilly on this guy. Great Tusk, takes hazards. And now what? You just go Sinisha, right? Yep, Sinisha comes in. You can just go for a Matcha Gotcha. Even Ice Spinner, not a 2-hit KO. Goes for Strength Sap. Sure, either way, it's all good. Ogerpon comes in, what I assume is a Matcha Gotcha. No, it's a Calm Mind, so it could threaten the Encore here, but either way, Sinisha is not pressured to switch here. Has the Colbur Berry for the knockoff, and Iron Defense here. And I think he's just cooked by Sinisha at this point. Max hazards up. 2 setup turns. Like, he's just... It's over. Rotom comes in. Maybe... It doesn't even have Shadow Ball. It's revealed all 4. It actually doesn't hit Sinisha at all. And it has Heat Proof, so the burn's only doing 3%. Yeah, this is over. I mean, the light screen does go up, but Iron Crown, after the hazards, is definitely in range of Shadow Ball. Yeah. Absolute gooping by Lambo. Yeah, this one wasn't even close. Yeah, just in control of the game the whole time. Had the prep for exactly what Mango Steak was going for. That's gonna be it. Oh, it's not even Matcha Gotcha, it's just Mono Shadow Ball. Makes sense, right? The only threat to you is Roaring Moon. And, like, you have a Tinkaton, you have Sandslash Dash Alola to handle that sort of thing. Yeah, so that Heat Proof cuts, or today I learned that Heat Proof cuts burn damage. Has that always been the case? Yes, it has. So, like, in old gens, like, Heat Proof Bronzong would only take 6% from burn, even though, like, in Gen 6 and before, because the base burn damage was 12. Yeah, so it's been like that forever. Alright, so Lambo wins that one very convincingly, and now we have Uramas versus Seathmon. Does Heat Proof cut Magma Storm damage? I don't think so, because that's like a secondary effect. Loki, Colbur, Sinisha, Walls, Moon. It Loki does. You're right. Seathmon, Goat. He might be the Goat, yeah. Let's look at this game, though. What are the Terra types here? Poison, Water. Terra Scizor. Love to see it. And then on the other side, we have probably Terra Fairy, Terra Grass, maybe? Wait, no, this is the non-Terra Enam team. I remember it. So it's Grass Volcanion, Fire Glamora, and Fighting Conkeldurr. That trio. So Conk leads off. Gets its Payapa Berry knocked off turn 1 in exchange for a knockoff on Scizor. You take that trade if you're Seathmon every day of the week. And now what? Iron Moth comes in, burns his booster energy, takes a close combat for 59%. This is offensive Conkeldurr for sure. Now Terra Poisons, Sludge Waves into a bulky Glamora. Gets the red card, and yeah, so that booster energy is gone. Now Enamorus comes in on the Earthquake, able to threaten it out with the Moonblast. Scizor comes in, but this is getting low. Doubles to Iron Moth trying to catch something, but just stays into Mystical Fire. Probably going to be Babiri Berry if that's the play you're willing to make. Anyways, looks like Conkeldurr will be the sack to Sludge Wave, but actually maybe it's in Mach Punch range and you don't have to sack anything. So forces it out, but yeah. Now with Psychic Noise, the Conk is going to go down, but now you get a free switch into Darkrai. Now what are you going to do with this? Potentially Nasty Plot, potentially just go for a Dark Pulse, yeah. If that's AV Tusk, that might be Specs Darkrai, but it's hard to say without knowing one of the sets. See a close combat into the Enamorus, and a Moonblast comes out for 40%. So looks to be like a more physically defensive Rotom into like no item or no boosting item Enamorus. And yeah, it gets Fiery Danced here. +1 Moth is cool, but Darkrai is able to revenge this every single time. This Enam is fearless. I mean, at that point he's just sacking it, right? Dark Pulse's Great Tusk comes in. We see a close combat into Glamora. Do we see the T-Spikes go up? We do. Alright, good T-Spikes. And now Dragonite comes in. But Iron Moth is going to be the sack. Get rid of those T-Spikes. Now I mean it stayed on Scizor and Rotom too. I mean Rotom I understand because Volt doesn't kill and you need that chip for your Dragonite. And like your Volcanion also frees up a lot when that happens. But staying in on Scizor to Mystical Fire, I'm pretty sure that just means he's Babiri Berry, like, straight up. Or, like, you could argue a U-turn is really likely, predicting the Volcanion. Because Volcanion comes in, it's, like, pretty bad. Like, it's Terra Grass, you can't really switch in anything on it safely. Anyways, speaking of that Volcanion, he just switched it into an Earthquake and died. So, yeah, just get cooked, bro. Dragon Claws here into the Uxie does a lot of damage. Is that like Choice Banded Dragonite? It might just be. So could we see CB E-Speed coming out in this endgame? Maybe. We see an Ice Beam on Darkrai, that's the first step. Now with an Ice Beam on Roaring Moon, potentially a 2-hit KO. It is going to be a 2-hit KO, right? And now what? Great Tusk comes in again. This time going to get Ice Beam, dies. It looks like Darkrai just packed this one up. Oh, is it Choice Darkrai? Maybe Scarf. Yeah, 12 is not a lot. But yeah, then D-Knight gonna E-Speed. Maybe Scarf both? But yeah, I think the Darkrai is Scarfed. Was it like Scarf Tusk, you think? I think it might have been Scarf Tusk versus Scarf Darkrai. I think that's what makes sense when I look at these plays. Yeah, because the switch to come back in, but also like, were you going Rotom there? Why do I not have permission to talk in DPL general chat? I don't know anything about that, Zazo, but you probably deserved it. I don't know what you did. But, yeah. You think Tusk was played like a Scarfer? Yeah. People keep calling Darkrai a fraud, but that guy does pretty good. Yeah, I think he's definitely, like, proved himself to be good. It's just a bad DCL performance overall, and so I make a funny video about it, and now people are like, that guy sucks. No, he's still good. Darkrai is fantastic, not gonna lie. Yeah, the speed tier is really nice, and, like, the coverage options are really good. Anyways, we have the Gambits. That's gonna be Lilia Beast versus a Astoria. Burger is fantastic, I agree. How do you rank the trio of Meow, Gren, and Darkrai? I think Meow is like easily the best out of those. And then between the other two, it's like if you Terra the Gren, it's going to be way better. But if they're both non-Terra, which is how you would compare them, I think, then maybe you'd prefer Darkrai over Gren. I think that's somewhat reasonable to say. I don't know, I'm not as big a fan of non-Terra Gren, but yeah, I think they're roughly equal. Maybe Darkrai a little bit better, but Meow for sure is the best of the three. You know, so 1 Meow, 2 Darkrai, 3 Gren. Alright, let's see this. So it's going to be Terra Steel, Terra Fairy, and then on the other side it's going to be another Terra Fairy on gold. So 2 Terra Goldangos facing off against each other. You don't see that every day. Very rare in SV. And Samurott just freaking died to T-Bolt at lead. So, shout out to Samurott. Goes for a Hydro Pump, Shaman comes in, but okay, things are just dying. Guys, you don't have to stay in on everything. Oh my god. Will-O-Wisp the Sandy Shocks, okay. Now what, Tinglu comes in for free? Earth Power for what? Yeah, 20%. 14 net after leftovers. Probably just going to see a hazard go up, force a spin from that Tentacruel later. Or, you know, that Tentacruel is going to get spin blocked by Goldango, you know. Okay, Seed Flares into a Moongus, but yeah, completely hard-walled. Now, Sandy Shocks reveals Boots here, blocks the Spore, but I was going to say that's a free Ting-Lu. Astoria predicts the double on the Ting-Lu. Thought maybe, well, that doesn't even make sense, right? Because if something's doubling on the Ting-Lu, it might just be the Shaman. So Spore, I don't think Spore makes sense there. Yeah, or like Goldango. Like, Spore doesn't do anything ever. Like, what was that for? Get outplayed? Just type I misclicked. I mean, that is the strat, right? 3 turns later, of course. Alright, gets the Nasty Pot off on the switch to Ting-Lu, so finally able to get off some good chip on this thing, but actually Astoria not going to allow it. Goes into Goldango on the +2, make it rain. Potentially outspeeds the next turn with a Shadow Ball. Does go for it, but the Goldango lives. However, it's dead to rocks now. That being said, the spin blocker is now dead, so could potentially spin this away and recover up on that Amoonguss, but not interested. Now Tentacruel is going to come in. Probably just going to spin on the Amoonguss here. But yeah, Amoonguss does kind of shut down a lot of these Pokemon here. Shuts down the Tentacruel, the Shocks, and the Shaman, and gets hit by a Stomping Tantrum. Yeah, okay, so Spore into Goldango doubles the power of Stomping Tantrum. That's why he was trying to fish for the Spore. I understand a little bit more now, but at the same time, probably doesn't do much. I mean, it was Air Balloon either way. Okay, Outrage KOs the Amoonguss. I'm not sure we wanted to sack the Amoonguss there. That was the only thing really stopping these. I guess it's not the only thing, right? But it was hardwalling the other two. Either way, Dragonite's going to get knocked off, so it's no longer Choice Band, but it's still locked into Outrage this turn. And now can go for an E-Speed. Wait. Why is this? Why were those the plays selected? Gets the rocks right back up, but I think Shaman just comes in here for free. And now what, Cinderace has to come in? No, it just takes the Seed Flare on Ting-Lu. Okay. Dragonite comes in. Goes for Ice Spinner. Crits through the Ting-Lu. That definitely mattered. Cinder comes in. Threatens the Will-O-Wisp. Goes for a Double Edge instead. Oh, it does KO. I was going to say, that feels like a roll, but it did KO. Tentacruel comes in. Pyro Ball? Why did we Pyro Ball? We just lost. Right? Shaman's Boots. Does it live a CC at 61? I want to say yes. We'll find out this turn. It doesn't. That was way closer than it needed to be. I think we really wanted that Amoonguss. I don't know why that was the sack into Outrage. But yeah, able to get it done at the end of the day. That was a very close game that didn't need to be that close. That's okay though. So that's now what? 1, 2, 3, 4-1 for Austria, I think. 4-1 for Austria, and then, oh my god, Big Chungus versus Krokop. Folks, there's a lot of aura in this lobby right now. Yeah. Let's see, do you play other metagames on Showdown? I mean, occasionally I'll play some OU, but not too often. I'll play VGC like a few times a year. Like, not a whole lot. Mostly just Draft League for me. When Iron Valiant gets walled by a D-Knight, yeah, like, why did that ever have to happen like that? I don't understand. But anyways, Krokop is banded Aloe guy. Yep. The legend himself. No Aloe, no aura. It's okay, the Aloe's on the other side. So he's gonna show us how to beat Aloe. Now that he showed how to win with Aloe, is like the full experience, you know? Okay, so Terra Fire on the Raging Bolt. We see Terra Ghost, I think, on the Zoroark Hisui. And then on the other side, we see Terra Dark Lando, Terra Electric on the Hydreigon. Only VGC with Skullvillain, though. Yeah, exactly. I only use teams with Skullvillain on it. And by the way, Pelipper, I hate you. I hate Pelipper so much. It gets rid of my sun, and my Skullvillain is sad. Alright, Raging Bolt comes in on this guy. Tread's able to switch in very comfortably on the Volt Switch, but Corviknight does kind of blank that thing. A little bit of Volt Switch chip never hurt nobody, and that's a free Ogerpon switch in. Now, Ogerpon does look like it... Oh, I was going to say, it looks like it could potentially pick up a KO here, but not interested. Goes for a Play Rough into the Corviknight instead, and now Alomomola on the Ivy Cudgel. Could potentially get Horn Leeched here, but no, it has Aqua Jet. Ah, that's tough. So maybe Assault Vest Aloe if you're fitting Aqua Jet on there. T-Ball does a lot though, so I'm thinking maybe not. Depends on the Meloetta set, of course. Alright, Meowscarada comes in. Probably just gonna go for a U-turn, as it does. It's Protective Pads into Helmet Wheezing. And now Raging Bolt's gonna Volt Switch on Aloe. Could potentially, or I was gonna say, Volt Switch on Meloetta. You could potentially get some Aloe regen this turn, but instead we're gonna go Meowscarada and Knockoff, kill this thing from 75. And now Sandurus, the Landorus, comes in, goes for a U-turn on this Aloe. And now Hydreigon comes in to take advantage. Do we see a sub? We see Terra Electric Dragon Dance. Okay, even better. Now Flip turns out. Now what's going to be the punish for this? Raging Bolt comes in. Oh, Dragon Rush? I don't like that. Would have done a lot of damage though. Would have killed, I think. Yeah, 61. So would have killed if he hit that. But Dragon Rush is like a forbidden Genius X tech for sure. Like you cannot run that morally speaking. Either way. Chips down the Raging Bolt at least. And now Focus Blast the Corviknight coming in. So Goat reads. Now Lando is forced out by Aloe. But it's not an Aloe, right? Because it's full HP and the Aloe is low. So this is a Zoroark. Shadow Balls twice into the Iron Treads, but it's Assault Vest Treads. And now, yeah. It breaks the illusion. But yeah, now Aloe's going to come in on the Earth Power. Just freaking dies. So I think this might be a choiced Landorus the way he's playing it. So Weezing does come in on the Mamoswine all day, every day. And now what? Raging Bolt is going to come in, but the double to Landorus. Go ahead and get you another, bro. Goat Krokop with the double to Landorus. Now Meowscarada comes in. Ooh, I really would have loved to see a Weezing switch there, but maybe it's 2-hit KO'd by Triple Axel there. Regardless, it's not actually going to be Protean here. Interesting. So, dies to U-turn. Yo, this is a close game. Goes Lando on the Life Orb Hyper Voice. Shadow Sneak not able to pick it off, and Earth Power gonna pick up a KO. And now what? Ice Shard into lose to Weezing? Question mark? It might be close, because this is Life Orb Mamoswine. It's still strong. Could potentially flinch with Icicle Crash. Do we get the Will-O-Wisp off? We do. Now, do we have Pain Split? We need to get that off as well. 2 turns avoiding the flinch. Can we do it? We do. Alright. And it looks like Weezing is able to pack this one up. Top 3 SV game ever. And there it is, folks. Lando Eye Masterclass. He made some good plays there, getting it in early and often. Focus Blast on the Corviknight. And then Earth Power is just free after that. So, well played from him. Oh, it looks like they had a yapping session here. Yo, yap, yap, yap. Shout out. Proves he doesn't even need Aloe. Yep. First, he wins with the Aloe. Second, he beats the Aloe. He can do anything. Alright, and then this is the last game for this series. Maybe Fish Anemometer versus Crinchy Costanza. That's just his username. Got the Monkey Dory. Got the Slitherwing. Got the Gastrodon. This is not a normal team. But he's also facing off against, like, Double Fire. So, like, some cool stuff all around. So, Terra Electric on the Urshifu Dark. And then Terra Ground on the Heatran. Let's see. Now, on the other side, it's going to be Fairy Bolt. Water on the Slitherwing. And Ghost on the Monkey Dory. I guess we can't tell what the third one is, but I'm pretty sure those two are the main ones. Anyways, T-Spike goes up. Alright, surprise T-Spike. As Pyro Ball hits her big damage. But now Gastrodon takes a critical hit. Okay, still able to take the next one at least. But maybe it's in range of Trailblaze now. Maybe that mattered. Who knows? Who's to say? Anyways, +1 Cinderace now. Goes for a Gunk Shot, fishing for a Poison on the Raging Bolt and gets it immediately. As a Discharge goes out, predicting a switch. But no such luck. We're going to see a Low Kick on the Draco Meteor. And this is a good trade for Fish Anemometer. Yeah, predicts the Thunderclap as well. Saves the sack. And now what? Just rocks up? Heatran is not exactly threatened by this thing at -2. So free rocks. And now just Earth Power. There's no real resist to Earth Power anymore. Yeah, with the Gastrodon dead, Heatran all of a sudden pretty threatening. Alright, Landos comes in on the Slitherwing as it Terra Water bulks up. Alright, interesting. Can this Lando do anything about this? It goes for a Taunt. Prevents the further bulk ups, but Flame Charge into, I guess, Rocky Helmet? No Rocky Helmet, actually, so Terra Blast is going to, you know, kill this now. And Belly Bolt's the answer. So able to sack that Meowscarada to rocks. Cool. But now Belly Bolt is looking like a menace in this endgame. The Monkey Dory is able to come in, goes for a U-turn, but potentially charges up the Belly Bolt as it does. And now what? We're going to see a Discharge? No, a Volt Switch. KOs the Primarina from 88. That's the GOAT right there. Now Latios comes in, Slitherwing, but with it being Bulk Up, Terra Water, Flame Charge, you think the last one is definitely not going to be first impression. So you just stay in and Thunderbolt. Makes a lot of sense. Now we use that Cinderace sack we've been saving, so prevents the Leech Life recovery from getting out of hand. And now what? You got to assume it's just Belly Bolt in to go for a Volt Switch. Yeah, it's going to get charged up now, and it should just KO from 60. A Discharge, yeah, that works too. You just realized we still didn't get 3D models for a lot of the Gen 9 mons yet. For real, they've been slacking. Not gonna lie. I mean, to be fair, they do all this for free and stuff. Showdown's still great, but it's been a long time, guys. Can we have models? Yeah, it is a lot of work. Yeah. Focus Blast misses. Don't think that mattered, Loki. Call me crazy. I think he lost anyways. Yeah, it's Scarf locked into Focus Blast, and that's gonna be the game. So Belly Bolt Masterclass. Cinderace put in insane work early game too. That was just a good game. Alright. And this last game was not played because the series is over. Alright, last two series. Monkey Dory surely has a 0% win rate. It's pretty low, man. It's pretty low. To be fair, it does have to play with Slitherwing on its team, so only so much you can do. Alright. Here's the what's it called? The stakes. US Midwest, they need a win to advance, and UK needs to win, and they need Portugal to lose. Right? or a win with a US South loss with good enough differential. So they need either Portugal or South to lose, which is the last series that we're going to go over. So, all right. So basically they just need to go for a win either way for both teams. We also need Portugal to lose. Yeah, that's the next one coming up. All right, Star Real versus Urban. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. All right. We see young Mudsdale, who trying to test my stamina. Speaking of stamina, it's already like almost 5.5 hours of the stream, so hey, we do be having that stamina these days. Alright, Tinkaton leads off, but what are the Terra types? Terra Flying Torn, I would assume, and then Terra Ghost Gren, looks like. Maybe you can pair it with Terra Flying on the Hawlucha? But we'll see. Alright, Tinkaton leads off into the Shocks. So Shock's obviously happy about this. Can just go for an Earth Power, but Shookaberry on the Tinkaton, okay. Gets the drop, so Encores it into Earth Power. You have multiple flying immunities, goes for the Torn. Yo, what's up, Diet Tight? Can I call you Jay? Can I call you that? Are we tight like that? Anyways, Trade of Rocks, and now Sunny Day comes out. Check DMs. Fine. You just yelling my name in all caps. Very epic. Just don't call me late for dinner. You're just a silly little guy, huh? You're asking me about what I'm drafting? Silly guy. I'm busy streaming. Anyways, Sandy Shocks comes in on the Encore. And now we double to Gouging Fire, getting that Photosynthesis boost off. It is Speed Booster, but Mudsdale comes in. Oh, that's Choice Banded for sure. But Mudsdale able to take that and kill back. So at worst it's a trade. And nothing else really cared about Mudsdale, right? So Mudsdale just did his job there. KO's the thing is there to check. If that were Attack Booster, it would have just died, which is funny. But yeah, Greninja now taunts the Play Rough. Ooh, that's a little bit rough. Now T-Spikes up. That's a little bit rough, for sure. But you still have that Hawlucha endgame potential, right? Hawlucha can always, you know, bring stuff back. Alright, Boots Mudsdale is going to go down to the Sandy Shocks. But now, with the booster wearing off, like the Sun... Oh, he sets up the Sun Raw again. So a Ceasel's Edge does come out. These hazards, they're up for both sides. But now a T-Bolt, it's a Assault Vest Samurai. It's going to live that. Get up another Spike and KO the Shocks. Alright. So now Rillaboom comes in to set the terrain. Alright, you need to find some way to SD with your Hawlucha and break the Terrapago shell. But it looks like the Terra shell is going to get given away here, maybe? No, not quite. Okay, thank you, Zazo. Very cool. Very cool. Alright, Wood Hammers the Tinkaton, knocks it out. Okay. But now Zapdos comes in and just Brave Birds, and now Torn comes in. The Hawlucha does have Terra Flying, though, at its disposal, so it's not going to be weak to these flying moves. Ooh, Zapdos comes in. We see a Psychic Noise. You know, maybe you don't even need to set up with the Hawlucha if you get enough chip. Ooh, the red card brings in the Rillaboom. I think you have to sack something now. Yeah, you have to sack the Uxie. Oh, it's Bulk Up. That's not what you wanted to see. Because now the terrain's going to go away. You have to reset it before you can go Hawlucha. Oh, that's a little bit rough. The taunt made no sense. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Brave Bird's here. A little bit of chip. Now, can Hawlucha reverse sweep this? The Terra Shell's still there. Acro will kill the Zapdos at least, but Torn as well has like the Terra Flying Terra Blast. You have to like Terra Flying SD here. But Terra Starstorm's doing way too much, yeah. And now Acrobatics, if you crit through the shell maybe? No, even a crit wouldn't kill. So Hawlucha cannot get it done thanks to the Terra Shell. And so that first game is going to go to Urban. And that's going to be US Midwest. Taking game 1. Alright, now we have UK Batty versus DJS. Alright, let's see this one. There's a Registeel on my screen. Shout out to Registeel. We got a custom avatar though, so you might be favored to win this one. Custom avatar diff. Anyways, let's see the Terra types. Probably going to be Chi-Yu and Thunderous if I had to guess. That makes sense in my head. And then on the other side, Terra Water, Terra Ground. Pretty easy stuff. Right, Bundle leads off into the Ogre Pond, but yeah, Freeze Dry is a big threat. You want to get out of there. Registeel as well. Great check to this Iron Bundle. But a taunt here, so maybe it's, you know, I was gonna say maybe catching the T-Wave or the rocks there, but Body Press does big chip to this Iron Bundle, and now the Slowking comes in, can get off maybe a Chilly Reception or a Future Sight, but Chilly Reception is gonna be the move here. Gets the bundle in against the Moltres, and now I assume a Hydro Pump is coming, yeah, but Registeel eats that up, only 29%, so this is max special defense, now you go for rocks, yep. Outplayed the taunt turn 1, and then now you outplay the taunt again. Moltres again comes in on this Chilly Reception, and again this bundle comes in, but it's taking rocks, it's not boots. So now Registeel only has to switch in this one more time. And yeah, so you're just going to take your chip with the bundle and leave. Now what does this open up? It could open up potentially a nasty plot Thunderous. Could also open up Dragonite, right? That's the steel type. The Dragon Resist. Anyways, Donphan gets one hit off, there's 2 attacks, and it switches out. So it remains to be seen if this Donphan is going to be above average or not. Anyways, Ivy Cudgel just kills this guy from full after rocks. Oh my god. Play Rough does a lot to Dragonite too, as we see an Outrage come out. And that's going to KO the Ogerpon, but at what cost? Because now you're locked in. Sneasler can go for a CC. And now what? We see Donphan. Is Donphan going to get the fabled 3rd turn here? Looks like it is. Goes for a Rapid Spin on the Moltres. Flame Body. Oh, we do get the Flame Body proc. So, Donphan already got off more than 2 hits in a game. Shout out to Donphan. But now a U-turn into Terapagos. Interesting. Usually Slowking is the guy switching in on Terapagos, but I guess he sees it differently. And you're going to see why, right? Dark Pulse has 29%. This is a very specially defensive Slowking. Now, does it have Slack Off, though? Because if it doesn't, it can get worn down over time. Looks like Donphan is going to be a sack here to the Dark Pulse. And at this point, an Ice Shard, so it does get all 4 attacks off, but that might be a bad thing. We're allowing Calm Minds. Oh, no. And we get a second spin, now outspeeding Scarf Chi-Yu. This Terapagos might just win the game here. Slowking is going to get 2-hit KO'd by Dark Pulse at this point. Gets flinched. I don't know if that really mattered. You only really have Sludge Bomb, and even if you poison, you're dead the next turn. And Terra Starstorm is going to KO this Chi-Yu. Or it's going to get damn close to it. Yeah, 95%. Dark Pulse will knock it out, but now Indeedee comes in. Okay. You want to set the terrain so you get your Unburden, and then now you outspeed the Scarf Chi-Yu. Makes sense. And that's going to be the game for baddie games. But able to use that Registeel to check that Iron Bundle early game, and then, you know, that Ogerpon got off a really big kill on Thunderous, big chip on the Dragonite. Those rocks stayed up the whole time for the mid game, and then Donphan allowed that Calm Mind to happen, and then Terapagos kind of too much to handle. And that's going to be the game here. So we're tied up now, 1-1. Now we have Nala versus Bobbert. Did you know Portuguese Jesus made an appearance this week? Oh, I am very aware. We'll go over it, trust me. That's going to be the grand finale of this stream. Right? Didn't he play last? Oh no, he didn't play last. He was like, yeah, here. Middle of the series. But regardless, we'll get to him. Don't worry. Anyways, Nala versus Bobbert. Let's go ahead and see this one. Another Terra Tusk, it looks like. Terra Fire, so that's going to be a Fairy Resist, an Ice Resist, makes a lot of sense. A Pyro Ball Resist. So how does Tusk not just win here? Maybe Ting Lu can keep it in check a little bit, but yeah, CC is strong. When is DPL Captain signups? I don't know. Sometime soon. Anyways. And then on the other side we see Terra Fairy on the Enam, I assume. Makes the most sense. Now Ting Lu leads off into Great Tusk. Gonna take a CC immediately. Alright, like I was saying, Great Tusk it's going to be hard to chip this game, but he gave him an opportunity immediately, but rocks just go up. So another close combat, Enam pivots into that, but now Zapdos comes in as Sableye pivots in, goes for a light screen. It's Rocky Helmet Sableye, so you don't need to worry about Light Clay. We go Darkrai on the Sableye. Interesting. I guess you don't really have much better options. Goes for Hypnosis, misses the Slowking, but has a second opportunity if you want to go for it. It's Boots Great Tusk, so able to switch it on Spikes potentially if the Tinglu wants to be double hazard or something like that. Now Kyurem comes in, Metagross is there to answer it, but Earth Power into AV Metagross, that actually does nothing. Wow. Now knockoffs the Cinderace, gets rid of the Boots. Okay, so if you're able to set up rocks, could be nice, but what's the rocker? Is it going to be Great Tusk? I don't think so. So maybe just Spikes are going up from the Ogerpon. But either way, Metagross once again going to come in on this Kyurem. It's going to be sub leftovers, so I think this might just 1v1 the Metagross low-key though. Like, what's the attack to hit this? Now you just 3-hit KO with Earth Power. Meteor Mash, that's not going to kill. Yeah, very bulky Kyurem here. Just able to 1v1 this Metagross. But now Aloe comes in, you don't even have to sack it, but maybe you should have sacked it because this allows a free sub. Unless you have Alluring Voice. When Alluring Voice would go really crazy here. Show me the Alluring Voice. No, we just see a flip turn. But with the Wish in the air, you can bring back your Metagross. So you kind of trade some HP on Aloe for this Metagross back to basically full. So I see the vision, but also like, maybe you wanted your Aloe healthy. I don't know though, because the Cinderace is already weakened, and that's the only thing you really need it for. So maybe it's a good trade. Maybe I'm just hating for no fun. Yeah, because Aloe can always just regen versus this Tinglu. It's all good. Yeah, Wish up, and now you protect. Kyurem can come in, sure. But, yeah, at this point, now it's a free sub, and now it's a problem. Right, Darkrai has to come in, get some offensive pressure. Goes for a Freeze Dry, so keeps the HP on Kyurem as well. Now what, just a Dark Pulse into... Ooh, Hypnosis on the Tinglu. This could be a nice sleep sack if you want to save it. Yeah, goes to G-King on the Dark Pulse. Eats the Colbur Berry, but that's a 2-hit KO. I don't know why we went hard to it like that. Okay, Dark Pulse is going to get rid of that Sleep Fodder. So Enamorus comes out saying, hey, I'm Scarf or something like that. Or I just live after I Terra, all good. But it looks to be Scarf, judging from that damage into Zapdos. And yeah, Great Tusk comes in. Gonna Terra Fire, obviously, here. And now just goes for a Headlong Rush, KO Sableye from 61, of course. Takes the helmet, but at this point, that's fine. You want to get rid of that Pokemon. Now Kyurem comes in, can go for an Earth Power. We sack the Great Tusk. I don't know about that. I feel like that was the last thing available for the Enamorus. And now without it, it's gonna be rough. But I also get it's hard to switch on a substitute and call that a good play. Like, everything else kind of dies. Right. Yo, is it just me or does Sableye look like low kicks? I think that's just you. I think that's just you though. He thought he was faster, he was not. I kind of get it, right? Because that took nothing from Meteor Mash. You assume it's like bulky, but also we're probably creeping a Tusk, right? With our Kyurem Black, or not Kyurem Black, our Kyurem. Still at it, yep. We're on the penultimate series right now. Okay, U-turn just knocks out Ogerpon after rocks, so big chip. Now Metagross comes in, goes for a Bullet Punch, but Earth Power I think is looking a little bit too scary here. Yeah, you can go Aloe and Flip Turn, but Kyurem comes in, and can Kyurem eat a Dark Pulse from this Darkrai? Ooh, goes for a Wish, I don't like that. I guess you can go for, oh, a Play Rough. I was going to say a Flip Turn into Darkrai could have been nice there. But here you can just go for it again, right? Yeah, Flip Turn. As Darkrai comes in. Now, do you have Focus Blasts or do you hit a Hypnosis? You need to hit a Hypnosis here. Goes for it. Cinderace is sacked to sleep. But now what? You just Dark Pulse. Why are we not Dark Pulsing? We want to Wish and then Flip Turn into Darkrai? Okay, I understand. But now Kyurem's just going to sub. Yeah. And we don't want to allow that. But Play Rough, it doesn't even block the sub. I guess you can Wish now? But yeah, you needed to flip turn the previous turn, I think. Get that Darkrai back up to full, and then Darkrai can eat a Freeze Dry. But this is just, I think, the wrong sequencing. Especially since Player F doesn't even break the sub. Like, it's especially egregious. But now flip turn will break at least. So you can at least... You can't even threaten Hypnosis. You need a Dark Pulse flinch or something. Can we get it? We cannot. Enam won anyways. Maybe, it would have been rough. Yeah, it definitely did. Because the Darkrai will be full HP, kill something, call it the Cinderace, and then Enam comes in, Moonblast twice. It's all good. Yeah, I was just making a deal out of nothing, it seems. Yeah, Nala had that one packed up. Alright. That's going to be 2-1 for the UK. Is Aloe cracked? Yep. Like a duck. Alright, iPro versus King of Crook here. Alright. We have another one of these, like, Iron Valiant, Zarude, Lando teams against this, like, Ogerpon Gouging Fire. Like, we've seen this combination before, like the Gouging Fire, the Spike Stack, that sort of thing. Bramblegast as well. Spin Block. So let's see. Terra Dark Zarude makes a lot of sense here. Just boost up that knockoff, gets a nice defensive neutral typing into a lot of these guys. And then on the other side, we have, what, Terra Water on the Ogerpon for sure. Now Mimikyu leads off, probably just going to see a U-turn to break the disguise. As what do we see from this Mimikyu? It's Rocky Helmet, so maybe a Will-O-Wisp. We're going to go Gouging Fire scouting for that, but Nightshade, that's not going to get too much done. Now a T-Wave misses, and that is unfortunate. But Mimikyu actually doesn't even get 2-hit KO'd by this guy. Goes for a Pain Split. And Morning Sun, okay. Threatens the T-Wave again. Misses the T-Wave again. This is so sad, folks. But yeah, now what, you Pain Split again. Now this Gouging Fire is getting kind of worked in the neutral by this Mimikyu, but yeah, it's a little bit silly. Now finally gonna switch on the T-Wave, but catches that Pain Split correctly. Now Metagross is gonna come in on this Kilowattrel. Looks to be Assault Vest, judging how that did 15%, which I don't know if you're aware, 15 is not a lot. Knocks off the Gouging's Heavy Duty Boots. So yeah, now Heat Crash gonna get even more Helmet Chip. And now Kilowattrel is going to come in again, this time on the T-Wave. And now Lando has to come in on the Kilowattrel. Oh, but the competitive... Yo, he's new to SV, forgive him. Forces out with the threat of Scarf Stonage, which he is going to go for. Potentially 2-hit KOing the Bramblegast. As Jirachi comes in, pops the Balloon. That could be big for later. If the Kilowattrel goes down, it's all of a sudden Earthquake City. Taking 42 from Gouging is insane. I mean, it's defensive Gouging versus max defense in Mimikyu, so like, I could see it. Is going to go down to the Ogerpon as the spike goes up. Now, Iron Valiant comes in. Going to get a KO with Moonblast, but goes for a CC instead. Shadow Sneaks afterwards as a follow-up, so all good. Now, Kilowattrel comes in. Metagross going to be the answer once again into this Terra Flying Terra Blast. Like, only 14%, so yeah, so we've decided we're not going to Terra our Ogerpon in this game, which honestly might come back to bite you, because non-Terra Ivy Cudgels are not that strong into something like Bulk Up Zarude. You kind of do really rely on that Terra boost to get that 2-hit KO. Yeah, like here, it doesn't even KO the Metagross. You have to take a massive chip from Psychic Fangs. But even so, you have double hazard advantage. Tinglu's in. Lando comes in, but it's going to be Scarf Rocks, it looks like. So it gets the rocks up, forced out. Now Zarude's going to come in. You definitely Whirlwind here. Yeah, you do. Rack up some damage. Lando comes in, you Whirlwind again. Just keep getting that hazard chip. Yep. Earthquakes for 22, and now finally the Valiant comes in. But at this point, you can sack your Gouging. It's fine. Yeah, this Valiant only has like 1 or 2 more entries. And you can always get your Kilowattrel in afterwards to go for a Terra Blast, as, you know, the main resist, or Hurricane, I guess, the main resist is gone, but I guess Glamour is also bulky on this team. Only 41% from Hurricane. Maybe it's not Specs Kilowattrel. I don't know, I haven't been paying attention if it took rocks or not. Anyways, goes for a Mortal Spin, gets a poison on the Tinglu. That's going to go a long way. Yeah, gets rid of the hazards. Yeah, that's gonna be the game, I think. Zaru just packs this one up now. Because what are you even supposed to do? Go Ogerpon on the Synthesis? Kill it with Scarf? Yeah, makes sense. It was not doing that much damage. No, because like I said, without Terra, not even a 2-hit KO, and goes for the Trailblaze. Scarf Kilowattrel, though, is able to outspeed, could go for a Hurricane, does connect, but now what? Now you go Glamora, and you just Power Gem? Yeah, Power Gem the Kilowattrel, and Tinglu's not going to be able to solo the rest of this. Not even close. And that's going to be the game. So, all of a sudden, UK with a pretty big lead in the series. And reminder, this is like winner goes to the playoffs. So, they're now up 3-1, so 3 games in a row. But now we have Jimmy G versus Rash. Who knows? Anyways, we got the Araquanid offense. Sticky Webs plus Darkrai, Dragonite, some big powerful guys. Then on the other side, we do see a Raikou in 2025. Once more, the second Raikou we've seen in the stream. Now let's see. It's going to be Terra Bug on the King Gambit. Then on the other side, it's going to be... what? What's the Terra on this? Diancie, and then something benched. Right? Did we bench our main Terra guy? Wrong Raikou? What do you mean wrong Raikou? Anyways, Raikou is Sunny Day. Teal Ogerpon. Oh, we benched the Ogerpon for the Diancie, I guess. Alright. Gets Encored into Weather Ball. Alright. So that's mainly aimed at hitting the treads. Makes sense. Alright. Now, Moonblast is going to be traded with the liquidation damage. Now, in the sun, 20% is still pretty impressive. Now, Moonblast twice. Is this Custap? Alright, it's just faster, actually. And yeah, liquidation is going to KO from there. Get it to a high roll on that last liquidation. Was that like choice banded damage or something like that? I don't know. Either way, Thunderbolts into Iron Treads, and now Volt switches on the Corv with Rocks up. That's going to add up pretty quickly. And now it's Special Dragonite with Life Orb, Thunderbolt, knocks out the Corv from 68. And now, yeah, you have that option of Life Orb E-Speed into the Deoxys, but it's not quite in range yet. Switches out on a Mesprit on these spikes and gets KO'd by a critical hit. Dark Pulse. This is unlucky. And now Focus Blast is going to hit the treads, but it's AV. Can go for an Earthquake, puts it in E-Speed range from the Dragonite. Going to sack off the Araquanid, makes sense. And now what? Dark Pulse, yep. But now it's in E-Speed range, right? Dragonite can come in. Nothing wants to switch in on this guy. So E-Speed comes out, and now what? Conk comes in, but you could have Hurricane for this. What's the Terra type on this Conk? Does it have Terra? No, yeah, guys, see, we don't want to risk Hurricane, or we don't have it. One of the two. Anyways, Trez is going to get sacked off. Now Diancie comes in. Threatens the Moonblast here. Raikou's going to want to come in, but Iron Defense. Okay, we're starting to set up, but a Mirror Herb trying to catch the Calm Mind. Not able to do it. And now we're just matching boosts here. Interesting. I want to see who comes out on top in this one. I think it might be the Diancie. Yeah, Terra Grass is going to go a long way, but you do have the Sunny Day Weather Ball potentially, but yeah, with Body Press, you're able to just get all the way through this Raikou. Yep. Yo, what's up, Agency? How we doing? Now King Gambit comes in. It is Terra Bug, so it's going to get out of this Body Press weakness, but at +4 defense already, Diancie's faster as well. Whereas you're probably just going to see, yeah, Draining Kiss is a 3-hit KO, and Swords Dance is up again. Okay, so if this does a lot of damage right now, maybe there's a chance. 63%, so potentially Sucker Punch could do it. Iron Defense is on the predicted Sucker Punch, but he calls that out with a Katao Cleave. Alright, what teams are we spectating? We have Rash from Team UK versus Jimmy G on US South, and winner goes to the playoffs. Or US Midwest, sorry, I misspoke. Anyways, he predicts the Iron Defense correctly, goes for Katao, but now E-Speed, he's in range. And now, can Conk live? Or like, does you have Hurricane? Anything like that? You do have Hurricane, connects. Yo, if that dodged, Conk could have won that game, but alas. We're able to win for UK, and now UK's up 4-1. So 4-1. And let's see. US Midwest needs to tie to advance. So UK 4-1 making a statement. They want to see the playoffs. But US Midwest, they also they need to fight back, right? All right, let's see this Addison II game. Some big names here. All right. Let's see. All right, what is this? Terra Electric on the Espathra. All right, and then the other Terra type is going to be what exactly? I'm not too sure. Maybe the Iron Hands. Not certain on that. But then on the other side, the Terra Fairy Zapdos, Terra Fairy on the Ceruledge as well. All right, need to tie at minimum. This game was great. Yeah, let's watch this one. Meowscarada into Iron Hands. Could potentially go for a play rough, but instead goes for the U-turn. Ceruledge comes in on the Drain Punch, correctly calling that. All right. Now we're going to see either a SD, Bulk Up, something like that maybe, or a Will-O-Wisp. Okay, so it's like a bulky Ceruledge. Just wants to like potentially burn something coming in. Is going to burn the Glimmora, so that's nice. Earth Powers into Balloon Tinkaton. All right, so Addison playing this early game pretty nicely. Glimmora stays in to pop the balloon with Power Gem as rocks go up. But now I assume a Gigaton Hammer is coming. Ooh, but the Spiky Shield blocks the Gigaton Hammer, and now you can't go for it the next turn. Earth Power is not quite a 2-hit KO, but gets Encored, okay? So prevents the hazards from Glimmora at least. Goes into Zapdos on the Earth Power. This makes a lot of sense. And now what? We predict the Iron Hands to come in. I think you could also predict the Landers to come in. U-turn covers both, makes sense. And now the Ceruledge is back in. Now Glimmora, once again, going to come in. But this time a Swords Dance, okay. Does Shadow Sneak kill this? It looks like it doesn't. So, again, forced out into this Tinkaton. And now what? Just going to die to Earth Power. Yeah, so Glimmora gets its kill. But it's getting chipped by Burn. Now Mortal Spin. Ooh. Goes to the slower Blastoise to Revenge. Not sure I like that. I would have maybe preferred a Zapdos to come in, but I understand it's a little bit hard to click Hurricane into this kind of thing, especially when Glimmora's out. So like T-Bolt into Landers would also be pretty bad. I don't know. I kind of get it. They probably don't want to proc Toxic Debris, but they did anyways. They flip turned. All right. Now it's Boots Meowscarada at least, but now it's going to be U-turn into probably back into that Ceruledge, right? We've established this is a defensive switch into Iron Hands. Yeah, Landers comes in, threads the Sludge Wave, goes for a Psychic. What was Psychic predicting? I guess it's like a mid-ground between like Chomp Zapdos on the Sludge Wave. I could see it. This is a boot spam team, 5 boots. Yeah, for sure. And now what? Meowscarada comes in, and spikes go up on the Klefki switch in. You're also immune to T-Wave, so you can just stay in and get more spikes. Yeah, Foul Play is only doing 25%, so not big chip here. But it looks like it's Leech Seed, okay. Are we going to see all the spikes go up from Klefki? We do see all layers. You were Stomping Tantrum E-Belt Amoonguss. I wanted to Spore into Stomping to Oko Goldango. Yeah, I figured like the Spore into the Stomping was the idea, but it was also Balloon. So tough luck, right? But yeah, are you like watching way back in that? You might need to catch up to live or something, because that was like an hour ago. Anyways, Bitter Blades the Klefki here in exchange for a T-Wave. Maybe not exactly what you wanted, taking a T-Wave here. Now Earth Power is going to do 75. Bitter Blade is not going to do enough back though. Maybe Shadow Sneak range? It is Shadow Sneak range, okay. So it does do enough. But now Roaring Moon comes in. We've already revealed there's no Terra Blast on this thing. So Roaring Moon can kind of like, I was going to say setup, but then I remembered you have Will-O-Wisp. So not setup, but goes for an Earthquake, doesn't kill, but dodges the Will-O-Wisp. So a little bit unlucky there. Just going to get that Shadow Sneak chip. Will-O-Miss, yeah. Unlucky. Now, Meowscarada comes in. Goes for a U-turn, but Roaring Moon lives effortlessly. So, yeah, it's like very bulky, booster speed. And now Brave Bird is doing a lot, but not quite enough. You can roost this off. I'm going to see another U-turn out of this Zapdos, but now what? Meowscarada comes in. And Scale Shot, is this going to KO? It's not loaded dice, only 2 hits. And, oh, you go for a Leech Seed though. Oh no, a U-turn would have gone crazy there. I think you could just low-key keep U-turning between Meowscarada and Zapdos, and eventually you're going to kill this Roaring Moon. But here you give him another chance to get high rolls, and he gets 4 hits on the Scale Shot. That might just be the game. We'll see. Zapdos comes in, Leech Seed is up, so you can't exactly roost on the Brave Birds anymore. We see a roost out of Zapdos as well, so yeah. Do we see another roost? We see Scale Shot miss on the U-turn, so best case scenario for Addison there. So you go into Garchomp, which is also boots, into a Spother, which is Terra Electric, so cannot Terra out of like an Earthquake resist. Goes for the Dragon Tail, uses up the Key Berry, so very nice, and now Earthquake is going to knock out this Hands potentially. Does not decide to go for it. And Hurricane is not going to connect with this Iron Hands. It's a little bit tough there. What's the idea here? It's AV Hands. So we're sacking our Zapdos because it loses to Terra Electric Espather anyway, so you may as well get Chip on the Hands. I kind of understand that. It should 1v1 this Hands eventually. Like, it'll take a while, but yeah, there we go. But now it's in Lumina Crash range. And now Garchomp comes in, and you're going to see the grand reveal. Feather Dance Espathra. Going to take only 18% from this Garchomp, and without the option to phase this thing, it is just going to sit on this Garchomp forever and start racking up those Lumina Crash drops, and that's going to be the game. So, a little bit of a creative Espathra set here, but it is able to get the job done here. Able to 2-hit KO this Garchomp here, and that's going to be the game. So, Ai takes this one. So, US Midwest are not out yet. They need to win out, though, between Palkia and Logice. And, yeah. You didn't help I prep this week, so I screamed a bit when I saw that. It kept us alive. Nice, nice. Yeah, so it's now 4-2 for the UK. US Midwest fighting for their tournament life here. If they lose, they're out. Now we have Palkia 62 versus Logice. Logice or Logice? Logice, I think. Who knows? Anyways, they have to do it against the Terra Dark Zarude. But they have a Terra Dragon Raging Bolt to work with here. Just got here. Is Feather Dance Espathra the best heat so far? It might be. It might just be. I don't know. We've seen some cool stuff today. Definitely some cool techs. Oh boy, I sure hope Zarude will save this one. Alright, we see Ogerpon lead into Garchomp. Just goes for a solid play rough. It's going to 2-hit KO as rocks go up. And Garchomp is dead. Shout out to that. It looked to be physically defensive Garchomp, but no helmet, no citrus, no leftovers. Where's the defensive item? That's what I want to know. But anyways, Trailblaze up. Just kills Ribombee through the Reflect, so denies the Sticky Web. Alright, good start for Palkia. Yo, is this... If your season's on the line, and you're watching this game, and you have 2 Mons dead by turn 4... Yo, I would not want to be a spectator for this team. Player for roll was high, and it was Yachi Chomp. I mean, it did 52. It's not like far-fetched that it's gonna 2-hit KO. Even if that's like a max roll, right? Then you're looking at like 45 to 52. And at that point, you're not really able to rely on that to live 2 hits always. It's always gonna be up to rolls. Anyways, we SD on a missed Draco. Okay, we're so back. But the heavy dude, oh no! Actual roller coaster that turn. So +2 knock is not able to knock it out because the heavy duty boots were already knocked off. Alright, and then the crit Draco Meteor one-shots the Zarude, and that's a sad way to go out. Now, Goldango does get some setup opportunity, but I mean, there's only 1 turn of Reflect left. There's an Overquill right here. Goes for a Crunch. That's going to 2-hit KO after the Reflect goes down. Even if we die, right? Ogerpon can come in and kill this. Yeah, and it's hard to switch in on Ogerpon. You can go Cinderace, and I think you should go Cinderace. We go Tentacruel instead. That's going to take way too much from this into Power Whip. doesn't have power whip, it looks like. So gonna go into Gliscor on the gunk shot. Okay. Come back to stream to see Zarude frauding again. Life is good. He got crit. It's not his fault. Blah, blah, blah. We're also adamant Ogerpon, I think. I mean, sure. Whatever. Cinderace comes in here with the -1 defense on Gliscor. Could potentially kill from here, but subs down. Okay. So you want to get the Libero. And then what? Libero, so you turn normal and then you bulk up. So you keep the stab on quick attack. I see the vision. Alright, now Gliscor comes in, but you can just sub again, I think. Does Earthquake kill at +1? It does break the sub, so you do need to bulk up again. Now do we see a Toxic? This is the turn to go for it. Ooh, we see a critical hit. Oh no! That's unlucky. Can you sub on this thing? You can sub, it takes it, but with that crit, I don't think you have the HP. Yeah, Pyro Ball's not quite a 2-hit KO, and Earthquake, of course, is going to 2-hit KO the sub. Now, what's the last move? If it's Double Edge, you can't click that. You have to go for like a Pyro crit at this point. Because, yeah, Goldango's not going to solo the end of this game. He does outspeed the Gliscor, so good start. But I think Deoxys is going to be able to handle this. Yeah, it's Boost Shadow Ball, and that's going to be the game. Me and Zing were compiling Hydropple stats and comparing it to potential Zarude stats, and Hydropple's for sure got that fraud wiped down. This is so sad, bro. An unfortunate end to the week. It was Sucker last on Cinderace. Yeah, that makes sense as well. Yeah, that crit really mattered, I think. Yeah, if you're able to sub up on that Gliscor, keep bulking up, all of a sudden you're like pretty comfortably looking at a +4, +5 Cinderace, like pretty safely. You're not risking anything. And at that point, you just quick attack both of these guys and it's cooked. So I think definitely robbed a little bit there. Also, the crit on Zarude was so sad to see. But yeah, season over, and then they forfeit the last one because the series is over. US South time, yep, it's finally time for Jesus to make its appearance. So for those unaware of the lore, Belith is the second coming of Jesus. He's here to lead Portugal to the Promised Lands. And by leading Portugal to the Promised Lands, I mean he's a captain of this team, and for the first 2 weeks and during the drafting week, he has not helped at all, according to sources. He's just completely ghosted his team, said he doesn't like draft, and he doesn't want to play or help anybody. But then, turns out Portugal, they have a chance at making playoffs. I'm the sources. Shout out to Jay Ricky. So, he's like, we might make playoffs. Let me come back and save the day for Portugal. So he comes in and slots himself in. Fun fact, Terra Hydropple has 21-1 KD in its 7 games, or 19-0 KD between rest of the world and Canada. Yo, that guy might be cracked. Yeah, they upset the UK week 1 and then they lost week 2. So it's like winning in. Like, if Portugal wins, they're in the playoffs. He's like, alright, I'll come back. I know you guys need me. But then we'll get to his game. It's very funny. It's a very funny game. I watched it already because I couldn't stop myself. But yeah, we'll get to it. We have Agency Zone versus Ultanuba. Are those their Smogon names? Yes, they are. Alright. We see a Dawn fan, so we get to count the turns. This is great. We had to bench one of our better players because of agency scheduling woes. This is tough. Anyways. Terra types here. We have Electric and Grass here, and then on the other side we have Terra Water. And it looks like Terra Ground on the Enam Turtle. Alright, Ogerpon leads off into Meowscarada. Not a great lead. So spikes are actually going to go up. It's a lead, Meowscarada, but you can actually save it here. T-Spike goes up as the Uxie comes in, so potentially crazy here. Now, do we spin block with a Dusknoir? We see a U-turn on the Donphan into the Dusknoir, we do. And now what? We see rocks go up, so that's 1 turn for Donphan, and it looks like it will be getting its 2 turns, but with a Will-O-Wisp here, are these turns high value? Who's to say? But he's getting a lot of them. We subbed this guy in 5 minutes before the game happened. Super unfortunate. You mean the Ultanuba guy? Yeah, that's a little bit unlucky, right? Good news is Donphan is getting a lot of turns off. However, they're not really doing anything. Are you a Donphan hater? I just think it's fun, right? Because Donphan, I have this theory, right? Where most of the time, Donphan is good for 2 turns a game. Now, will they be high impact turns? Who's to say? But he'll probably average about 2 attacks in any given game. Here, he's like way outperforming that. But the turns are all like worth like 2 cents, you know? He's just continuing to get spin blocked, and Dusknoir did his job, you know? So does Donphan get off a lot of turns here? It does. But what does it also do? It gives up a spin kill. So who's to say if that's actually a good thing? Alright, so now +1 speed Treads is going to get forced out by this Ogerpon. He 1v1 in a Dusknoir though, but Dusknoir's only job was to prevent spin, and he did that. So Dusknoir did his job and Donphan didn't. Alright? It's all good though. Switches Meowscarada into the Ivy Cudgel. So good play there. And now what? We see a U-turn on the Muck. It is Rocky Helmet, so yeah. Now the presumed Sash on Meowscarada is broken, so could potentially get KO'd now. Terra Electric Booster Special Attack Thunderbolt, not quite able to take out the Muck there, very close. But instead has to take a Poison Jab Poison, and that's not what you wanted to see. Now Gouging Fire is going to be able to revenge this thing thanks to the Poison Chip with Booster Attack. It does take a lot of damage from this these hazards, and now Uxi's going to come in. Do we see an Encore? Do we see a T-Wave? No, we see a Reflect. Now do we see a T-Wave and Encore? No, we see a U-turn. Alright, Primarina's going to come in here. Blitz +2 Photosynthesis attack. It's still going to 2-hit KO the Primarina even behind screens. Oh, it's Endure. So now you know it's going to be Custap Berry. You know a Surf's coming. But we're going to save. Oh, right. I remember watching this. This is the most obvious Endure of all time on the Enamorus, right? So here's the idea, right? You're saving the Gouging Fire and you're going hard to Enamorus on Moonblast. Now, why would we possibly do this, chat? Well, it's because our Enamorus has Endure Custap Healing Wish as well. So, what I really wanted to see here, I was watching this game live, I really wanted to see this Primarina click Endure this turn. It's free, it scouts the other Endure, and it would have prevented all of this from happening. Because as you're going to see, there's no Aqua Jet, and this Healing Wish does go off into this Gouging Fire. And now Gouging Fire could potentially do something here. Can't just go for Earthquake, pick off this Primarina. And now Uxie comes in. But we already revealed this thing doesn't really stop Gouging Fire from setting up, although it does. The T-Wave is finally revealed. But still, you can just, you know, keep Dragon Dancing if you want. It's also slower than Uxie, so you do get a slow attack off, but now Treads comes in and a full para, guys. Who knows if he clicked Flare Blitz or not. But if he did, that would have gone a lot of damage on this Treads. Alas, it was not meant to be. And now Ogerpon comes in. Could potentially see a Synthesis here, but yeah, Meowscarada does kind of cover everything here. The Ivy Cudgel not going to KO thanks to the screens, and now Flower Trick is going to force a KO here. And Darkrai, can Darkrai do it? Low key, everything is pretty low HP. Can Darkrai do it? It's just the Treads, I think, that can take hits. So Dark Pulse, it's AV Treads, and that's going to do the game. Now, can we get like a Focus Blast or a Dark Pulse Flinch going? We cannot, and that's going to be the game. Alright, so Agency of Zone wins that one, but it could have gone either way, I think. With that Gouging Fire. Could have gotten out of hand. But yeah, I think Agency did kind of like put himself in a position to win throughout the whole game. So well played, I think. Alright, Psionicle versus Minativis? Minatnavis? I don't know, man. People's names are weird sometimes. Anyways, we see this team with the Terzarude against, you know, this kind of like standardish Tornting Lu. Oh, jump scare with the music. Whoops. I actually got jump scared by that. Anyways, Terra types. Electric, we got Ghost on the Lapras, and then on the other side we have Ground on the Torn. Alright. Now Lapras leads off into Iron Moth. Iron Moth wants to get out of there immediately, and Psychic Noise is going to prevent this Goldango from healing at least, but Lapras is going to be Assault Vest. Had headphones in, regret. Yo, same bro. Same, my bad. My apologies. So Hydro Pump is going to do a lot, but the Psychic Noise does wear off, so Recover is free here. Gets the freeze a root switch though, and now Shaman gets to come in on a Swords Dance. Alright, now we Terra Electric. It's slower than Shaman, so the Synthesis is going to be wasted. But now Earth Power. Not sure why exactly we Terra'd on the Shaman. I think Shaman can't really touch the base typing on Zarude, can it? But anyways, we do Terra. And now Iron Moth is going to come in. Goes for Sludge Wave on, I think, Assault Vest Lando there. It's another Zarude. Will it fraud again? No, no, no. Lapras comes in on the Torn. It is AV, so it will take any hit, but we've already established Goldango kind of walls everything that this Lapras wants to go for. So now Lapras does kind of have to get out of there, or at least Hydro Pump to force a Recover and then get out of there. Gonna get full parried, but now Lando comes in on, you have to assume like a, yeah, I was gonna say Make It Rain, but Hex, okay. Gets a nice entry point, and now what? We see Stone Edge predicting the Torn as the Quaquaval comes in, so well played. But now Aqua steps into the Lapras, but again, this is not really that big of an issue, because the Goldango does come in for free. Now Landorus does come in on Goldango though, so it's like, Lando is a threat for sure, but you have to click buttons correctly, it's not free value, and here he's going to Earthquake into Torn. But we're Assault Vest, so we stay in, but we don't stay into Stone Edge. I think if you're going to stay in, probably Stone Edge is correct. But yeah, either way, the Torn, you know, able to U-turn on this. And again, the Goldango comes in on Lapras. But again, I was going to say the Lando comes in on this, but no, we're going to go Zarude this time. Potentially get off as Synthesis. But now we see Torn coming in on Terra Electric Zarude. That's not how this usually goes. This was Terra Ground though, right? Right? I remember that correctly? Yeah, it's Terra Ground, so it's going to force out the Zarude either way. And now what? We see Brick Break, so he's prepped for screens here. Makes sense on a Klefki Latios team. But now Aqua Step is going to do a lot of damage here. It's going to be a 4-hit KO though, thanks to the Citrus Berry. Shout out to J. Ricky. But now Dazzling Gleam. He goes for a Rapid Spin, a little bit greedy. I don't think he could afford that one. And now he's forced out by the threat of Dazzling Gleam as the spike goes up again, so calls the switch out, gets that spike right back up. But now Lapras is going to get sacked to the Ting-Lu, and I think my music stopped. Yeah, let's get that going again. Yeah, Lapras is sacked to the Ting-Lu, and now Lando comes in, goes for a U-turn. Like, Ting-Lu is not scared of this Lando, so he can just stay and get up rocks. Yeah, those rocks are going to go a long way too. Yeah. Earthquakes into the Klefki is a 2-hit KO, but I guess you want to sack your Quaquaval now for some reason. I'm not really too sure why we did that. But now Iron Moth comes in. Could get T-Waved here. A little bit dangerous, right? But goes for a Fiery Dance as Latios comes in. Sure, but now Ting-Lu can just come in. But a Healing Wish in the air. And now what? You have the Reflect up. You can go Zarude. Power Whips into this Ting-Lu as a Whirlwind comes out. It is Boots revealed on the Zarude, so Zarude might just win this endgame looking at it. Yeah, especially with a light screen up, right? The last 3 months are special, and you do KO the Ting-Lu from this range. So that's 1 kill for Zarude. It already killed the Shaman, so that's 2 in this game. Now gets taunted on the Swords Dance, but still, this Torn can't exactly hurt it behind a light screen. Goes for a knockoff. 2-hit KOs this Goldango. This is going to be 3 kills coming up for the Zarude. And now what? The taunt's going to wear off. Light screen wears off as well, though. So Terra Blast is going to scare this out. And do we see it? We don't see a Terra Blast. So does he not have it? He does have Terra Blast. Okay. But he didn't want to click it yet. Okay, Terrapagos is going to come in, though. And Terrapagos looks like it might clean this one up. This is defensive Torn. It's not going to do too much damage. Not sure why Torn didn't Terra. I mean, he probably didn't want to get Earthquaked by Lando in the next turn. I understand it. But now, this Terrapagos is just going to win the game, right? You allowed the setup turns, and now it's +1/+1. And that's going to kill Moth, and that's going to be the game. So shout out to Zarude. weaken the team into range of Terrapagos. Love to see it. And so now what? US South is up 2-0 against Portugal. And yeah, both teams need to win. I guess US South can win with a tie. US South losing 3-5 would tie them with UK, and head-to-head is tied, so they would have to play like a best-of-3 tiebreak or something like that. I mean, sure. Is Zarude finally not fraudulent? I mean, this is typical Zarude, right? We've been seeing some unlucky games from Zarude in the past week or so. 2 weeks. But yeah, this is the normal. Don't get it twisted. Alright, Belly Bolt, maybe run Jungle Healing over Synth. It should have done more. Yeah, true. Like, a Synth would have gone crazy into that Shaman. Like, you set up forever, and you, like, kill everything. Anyways, we see Stories versus Thunder Games Part 5. What a powerful username. Your Torrent draft is so bad because it has 0 removal. Yeah, 0 removal is tough in SB. Like, you can spam boots and all, but sometimes that's not enough, right? Alright, anyways, let's get into this game. We see Terra Dark, Okidoki, Terra Ground, Torn. And then on the other side, we see Terra Grass on the Ogerpon. Makes sense. Now, Tigaton's going to lead off into the Registeel. Could we see a taunt here? We do not. So it's a Stealth Rock trade. And now Reflect goes up on the Body Press. Okay, so dual screens, Tinkaton. Probably going to be Light Clay. But also that implies some setup here. We're going to go Samurott, though, on the T-Wave. Okay. And then pivots into Okidoki. Okay. Is this sub Okidoki? Oh, it's taunt Okidoki. Same idea, right? You want to pivot in on a non-T-Wave turn. But now what? We're just going to bulk up? It is booster speed Tusk, so we know it's 0 attack. Behind screens, this is not doing a whole lot to the Okidoki. But you can like match the bulk ups, and then by the time the Reflect wears off, you can potentially do something. And yeah, finally the taunt comes out, but I think it's too little too late. Yeah, that Headlong is doing way too much damage. Oh, but it's weakness policy. Can it KO? Not even close, bro. This is great Tusk. It does get the Toxic Chain, though, so at least gets something out of this Okidoki. But yeah, great Tusk. Able to bulk up alongside, and now it's +2 attack, +1 speed. Is this Scarf Torn? No, he's just stalling out Toxic turns, baiting the Ice Spinner, and now this Tusk dies the next turn. Sucker Punch not going to KO, but it will KO the Samurott here with CC and go down. Does this KO? Does 44? Yeah, this do be a great Tusk with max HP. So, yep. Alright, Slowking comes out now on the double down with versus Tinkaton for another round of screens, it looks like. Light screen does go up as Chili comes out. Do we see an Encore out of bundle? No, we see a Sandslash come in. Maybe threatens with the Earthquake here. Ooh, Terra Ice, Triple Axle. Is this going to KO? Ooh, it's close. It does KO. So this is like Choice Bandit or something? Because that does way too much damage. Volcanion is going to come in, does 4 times resist that Triple Axle, forces it out. But now you don't have the Reflect up. Ooh, Flamethrower is the Registeel for the 2-hit KO on the Switch. I guess Registeel you don't think you need it anymore, but honestly it would have been nice in the Latios Torn, right? As we Earthquake into the Slowking, which doesn't quite 2-hit KO. Now Steam Eruption does 34, Fish for the burn, but Chilly Reception's out. And now what? Sandslash does come right back in with the Future Sight in the air. Can just go for an Earthquake, knocks out the Volcanion, okay. He's kind of cooking with the Sandslash, can't lie. Now Latios comes in. If this is DD, it could just win here. It is DD. Okay, so potentially a speed tie into the Ogerpon, but subs on the Toxic. Oh my god. And it's Scale Shot, so now he's going to outspeed the Ogerpon next turn. And it's going to be Loaded Dice, surely. So DD, Scale Shot, Loaded Dice, Latios, going to potentially win this game. Iron Bundle comes in, but Scale Shot, it's +1. Yeah, with 4 hits, that's going to knock it out. Shout out to Latios. I don't know, man. It's Boots Ogerpon, so with 5 hits it's gonna die, but even then, like, this doesn't even matter. As long as you hit your Scale Shots, you're completely fine. Yeah, this isn't even Terra Ogerpon because you teared the Sandslash already. And that's gonna be the game. So Sandslash, wait, Ice Shard. Can it KO the Torn? It's Terra Ground? It KOs. So like I was saying, Sandslash has this endgame packed up easily. like I was saying, guys, like I was saying. The GOAT. Yo, leave a like for Sandslash Alola. Yo, can we hit 40 likes? I think we could hit 40 likes for Sandslash Alola. The Choice Banded Ice Shard Terra Ice cleanup, all according to plan, of course. Yeah, he might be the GOAT. Shout out to Thunder Games Part 5. Part 2 is his Smogon name, but I guess that was taken on Showdown. Alright, and now we have the game. Belith versus Dawn Midst. Folks, this one actually has some storylines behind it, because Belith is like the silly captain guy who ghosted his team, but now he's back for week 3. I don't know, man. We'll see. John Portugal is back. Yep. He's returned when his team needs him most. What's the series at right now? So that was the previous season or previous series. So now, let's see. US South is up 2-1. Back in time to help us make playoffs. Yep. All right, let's see this one. Obviously going to be Terra Water on the Ogerpon, but it's also Terra Water on Diancie, and on the other side it's going to be Fairy on the Archaludon and Water on the Overquill, it looks like. Alright, so Rain Team versus Ogerpon Wellspring. We see Donphan come in on the Zapdos, calls that correctly with a U-turn, gets the Palafin form change off, goes into Pelipper on the Donphan, forced out. Now Ogerpon comes in, but Hurricane is threatening here. You can also just U-turn. Yeah, U-turns on the Zapdos. Okay, now Zapdos on Zapdos action. Okay. Now what? Thunderbolts in exchange for Thunder. Both not doing a whole lot of anything. It's actually leftover Zapdos, which is pretty rare in SV. He just assumes there's going to be no rocks, because the rockers are Chaludon and Clodsire. You would think maybe they would prefer to just be Spikes and like a more offensive Archaludon. Makes sense. Focus Blast misses the Archaludon, and Dark Pulse gets a higher roll, knocks out the Goldango. So the Messiah is doing well so far. And we have, of course, J. Ricky in the chat. Focus miss. Guess he wasn't very focused. Ha 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 ha. This guy is crazy. Anyways, spikes are going up as he dodges a gunk shot with the Ogerpon, W Riz. And now Pelipper comes in on the Donphan, so calls that correctly. Forces out the Donphan again. And now Hydro Pumps into the Zapdos, but this is like max special defense Zapdos. That was a good one. Yeah, not biased, by the way. Now Hurricane's going to do decent chip to the Claude, forces a recover here. But I guess we can just fish for the confusions at this point. There's no real punish at this point, because if he doesn't recover, he's just 2-hit KO'd. And now I think with leftovers, you're going to think sub. And so sub does come out that turn finally when the roost is not forced, not roost, but recover. But yeah, with pressure, you're able to pressure stall these gunk shots. And here I'm not really sure why we switched necessarily. Maybe you don't want to risk the gunk shot on like a roost turn, but you could have subbed there. Like here. Maybe like turn 16 you should have roosted, because then you can just sub on gunk shots forever and you force something else to deal with the Zapdos besides the Clodsire, because the Clod can't do it. Yeah, I think roost turn 16 was definitely correct. And then you're allowed more HP to play around with for subs. And now this Donphan never needs to take this gunk shot. Anyways, Donphan is going to get its one turn here. That's going to be Stone Edging into the Clodsire recover. Okay. And now what? Now we're going to Earthquake into Zapdos. Now we're going to spin into Zapdos. So Donphan got its 2 turns here. Is it able to get 3? Goes into Clodsire. So 3 turns for Donphan. Now can you Earthquake? You Earthquake the Claude, so he just gives up Claude for free. Shout out to John Portugal. Alright, Overquill's gonna come in, Aqua Jet this Donphan. Are we sure we didn't have any other opportunity to like not sack a Pokemon to Donphan? Are we sure about that? I don't know. Anyways, we Pyro Ball into Pelipper. Do we see Electro Ball? No, we do not. We see a U-turn. All part of the plan. Yep. Ogre kind of wins now, I think. Yeah, you lost your water absorb guy. So it could be a slow Ogerpon Goob, potentially. But we actually switch Ogerpon hard into a Gunk Shot and dodge. This is not a real game, folks. This is not real. Now, Cinderace comes in on the next Gunk Shot. Dies in 2 hits. The Aqua Jet, of course. But this Life Orb chip is adding up. Now, Diancie is going to come in. Do we see a Terra Diancie? You have to assume if it's coming in on this turn. Now, Trick Room comes up. We see a Meteor Beam on this Pelipper. So it gets rid of the Rain Setter. And now, what's going to take on this Diancie? Our Chaladon? We Power Gem. You're telling me Power Gem is the strongest move into our Chaladon? You've got to be kidding me, right, Meow? Now, Diancie is going to get down low HP, but Earth Power is going to follow up. So it looks like he was expecting the Zapdos to come in to stall Trick Room turns, but no, it didn't work. And now you're in Aqua Jet range. So Overquill is going to KO this, but now the rain is gone, and Overquill is here to clean this one up. Palafin comes in, but you have to assume there's Grass Stab on this. Yeah, Horn Leech doesn't quite KO, but it's going to do enough. And only 30% back with a Drain Punch. Yeah, this guy's cooked. So shout out to John Portugal, guys. Diancie always swept if he hit Focus Blast on Arch. Yeah, for sure. But, you know, shout out to Dawn Mist repeatedly risking our Ogerpon on Gunk Shots. And then, then winning anyways. They tragically left us with no GG when Diancie auto-won a Focus Blast hit. I mean, the only hacks that matters is the one that's against you, right? Any hacks that you get is deserved. That's just how it goes, right? Thruba got bailed. SMH, yep. John Portugal has been robbed. This is so sad. So now what? US South is up 3-1, I think? Yeah, 3-1. Now we have Harris versus M. Sousa. You apologize for your captain? I mean, that's not on you, J. Ricky. It can happen. Alright. Delphox? Yep, somebody's a PokeMMD viewer. Cresselia versus Delphox, yep. Battle of the low tier psychics here. Yo chat, we are almost at 40 likes. We get 2 more, please, for the algorithm, please, please, please. 2016 has never been more back. Yeah, honestly, 2016 and 2025 are basically the same year, if you think about it. Delphox vs Sun was a threat, no cap. Cresselia is underrated. Yeah, I think both of these are true statements. Would have been amazing if it had teleport. Maybe, an Encore. I mean, throw Encore on any Pokemon, it gets better. Anyways, let's take a look at these Terra types. Sending you beats? Okay. Well, we're almost done with this stream, and then I'll hop and call with you, potentially. We can write some stuff. And Geomancy. Yeah, go ahead and give Crest Geomancy, see what happens. Alright. Low-key, that might be a nerf, because people run Mirror Herb against it. Anyways. Now we have Terra Poison on the Moth, it looks like, and then on the other side, and I guess maybe Terra Steel as well. On the other side is going to be Terra Fairy on the Bolt, and Terra Flying on the Okie Dokie. Alright, Great Tusk is going to lead off into the Landorus. We see a Grass Knot, but it's Assault Vest, Great Tusk, and Ice Spinner into Yachi Lando, so they both have the text for each other, but a critical hit is going to do quite a lot of damage. When is next DPL? We're probably going to put out signups in for like captains and stuff in the next month or two. Probably next month, like sometime in February. Jason makes beats, and no, he does not. We're on a couple of traps right now. Yep. Alright, Torkoal comes in on this Corviknight now. We see eject button into Iron Moth. Okay, if this is like... I was gonna say, if this is like Specs or something, you get it in with the sun up, but here's actually gonna be Assault Vest Raging Bolt, which takes nothing from Fiery Dance. So shout out to that. On top soon. On a couple of traps. I have no idea what he's talking about, but what is that terminology? Hey, have him explain it to you, not me. Alright, Roaring Moon pivots in on this Delphox. That did nothing as well. Is this Assault Vest too? Yeah, Assault Vest might be back. I see so many Assault Vests when I watch these games. Now Moth gets another turn, but now it's going to Sludge Wave on the switch to AV Bolt, which is not going to take a whole lot still. But now Iron Crown comes in. Is that AV too? Because that did nothing. Guys, are we a bunch of AV addicts? Yeah, I think we are. There's 3, 4 AVs. Maybe Okie Doki's AV as well. Like, we might be some addicts out here. Alright, anyways. Goes for the Temper Flare, which is a cool tech versus Corviknight, right? Because if you headlong into that, now your Temper Flare is base 150. AV Corv, the new 6 boots, about to become 6 AVs. I mean, have you seen that Lax build for OU? Where it's like quad AV or whatever, and you just never switch. It's very funny. Anyways, Raging Bolt comes in here on the Torkoal. Able to just go for a booster special attack like Dragon Pulse, anything like that. Goes for a Weather Ball, same thing. It's about the same power. But AV Tusk able to eat it up. And now with the attack booster, you have that Headlong Rush into Temper Flare combo. Corv is going to pivot out into the Okie Dokie. Does he call it? He does not. Still, Temper Flare does a lot of damage, but Rocky Helmet is going to finish it off. Alright. Nick and Lax still yap together in the DPL Band Chaser server, and Lax just passes him mono AV pace over and over. Yo, Lax is actually the OG AV addict. I swear to God. He loves that item. I mean, AV Crests go crazy for Delphox for real. I don't know about that one. That might be a little bit of an overcook, but yeah. It gets the boost here, and Raging Bolt can no longer really 1v1 the Moth at this point. It's too low. So Delphox has to come in. Now Roaring Moon's going to come in. U-turns out on the Corviknight, and again this Iron Moth gets another turn. The Raging Bolt's going to come in on a Fiery Dance. But now if you get the boost, I think you can just stay in and Sludge Wave. Goes for the Thunderclap, but I think, yeah, that is going to knock it out. Now Delphox comes in. It is going to be Scarf Delphox, by the way he's playing it. Knocks out the Iron Crown on the switch. He definitely expected like a Psyshock or something, but Roaring Moon can come right back in. And yeah, he's just going to stay in now. But Flamethrower burns the Roaring Moon, so we might be back. Cressellia's going to come in, but Meowscarada's the switch in and gets Thunder Waved. That's a little bit rough. Still outspeeds the Cresselia though. U-turns out, gets helmeted, and now Delphox is back again once again, as Ice Beam does very little damage, but still Delphox doesn't really 1v1 Cresselia. Goes for another T-Wave, but Meowscarada back in. Now Torkoal's going to come in on the knockoff, calls that correctly. It's a no item Torkoal at this point, so yeah, now the only switch into Lava Plume is the Delphox, so it sets up the rocks on the switch. Those rocks are going to be pretty nice. Scorching Sands does knock out that Iron Crown, but now you're giving this Cresselia a free Morning Sun. Or Moonlight. Yeah, Moonlight. But now Corviknight comes in. Do you just T-Wave this? You do. Hey, we take those free turns when we can get them. And now something has to switch in on Ice Beam. It can't be the Corv, because Corv does not 1v1 this, especially without pressure. It's Unnerve. So, yeah, the Crest just kind of sits on this, and whatever Corv attacks, it's taking Recoil plus Rocky Helmet. Yeah, eventually something has to switch it on Ice Beam, and it's going to be the Meowscarada, it looks like. At this point, you just stay in with Crest. Sure, knockoff, but with Helmet Chip, you're in Ice Beam range. Goes for the Moonlight as well. Kind of covers the U-turn there. But now what? You just Ice Beam? Kind of waste some Moonlight, but still have 4 left. Should be fine. And now what? I think we low-key just kind of condition this Corv to stay in a bit, and then we go Torkoal and get those rocks right back up. That does seem like a fine game plan, potentially. Or just Lava Plume, right? Yeah, here we go. We bait the Roost, get the Torkoal in. You can Lava Plume for chip on Delphox guaranteed, or like big chip on Corviknight, or you can Rocks, either way. Rocks is fine too. Hard Moth on Corv Roost. I think that's the only way you lose this game, is like by getting crit on the switch with Moth. Like, you can play super safe here. And now Flamethrower again, so you get big chip on the Corv and the Delphox now. Dazzling Gleam doesn't KO the Torkoal, and rocks go up. So it's actually a nightmare here. Now you can go Moth because Dazzling Gleam does 13%. And now you can go for a Morning Sun. That's the nail in the coffin. And Fiery Dance is going to knock this out. Delphox has to come in on rocks. It's in Blaze now, so those fire moves are going to do quite a bit more damage, especially in the Sun. So it sets up the Sun very nicely. But now Roaring Moon still with the AV, able to outspeed and take hits from this thing. Now, do we go for a knockoff here? We go for a knock. It doesn't even KO the Corv, which is embarrassing, but it's a 2-hit KO. All good. And now Delphox comes in. It's going to get outsped and knocked off. And that's going to be the game. So Harris takes that. And now what? They're up 4-1. Does Portugal need to win? No, South only needed a tie. So Portugal's out. That was the last game. That was the season ender. There's a few more games to be played, so we'll watch them. But I think that's Portugal's season. They're out of there. Alright, now we have Hopeless, or Charmdy, up against Missouri Kip. Alright, there is an Arboliva on the other side, very epic. But here, what's the Terra types here? We have Terra Ghost Annihilate, makes sense. And then on the other side, we have Terra Stellar Enam, it looks like. So, interesting stuff. Cybertruck 2.0, the Iron Treads, has led off against Body Press Cobalion and gets crit turn 1 by Earthquake. Oh, God. Sorry, Portugal. Hope you get it next time. Evil pool. That was a crazy pool, yeah. Maybe would make it in with a tie if UK lost or didn't win 6-2. Yeah. Hey, they're copying my Terra Stellars. Are they copyrighted? Anyways, Darkrai comes in, able to, force this out with a Dark Pulse. Now, Weezing comes in. Could you just Psychic this thing? You probably could. Goes for a Nasty Plot. Same thing, Now, Dark Pulse is the Iron Treads, and now what? What has to come in? Scarf Annihilate? Final Gambit? Was it, like, trying to cover for Choppleberry? I guess that makes sense, because if it's Chopple, you kind of lose. So, I kind of get it, bro. I kind of get it. I think the funniest matchups this week were the two other countries in our pool. They were just playing for nothing. Yeah. They're just playing for the love of the sport. Thanks, Cyan. Hopefully next year our captains don't cancer us pre-draft. Yeah, that's a little bit rough. I mean, it was a pretty good improvement from last year, so if you keep up the improvement, next year's playoffs, Gambit was correct, we were Chopple. Yeah, I think Nasty Plot only makes sense there if you are Choppleberry. So, like, going for the Nasty Plot is like, okay, I guess we have to final Gambit, or like, you turn out and then come back later. You'll cap next year? I'll be down to see that. Alright, Shaman comes in, or Arboliva comes in on Shaman. And, yeah, Seed Flare is just gonna get this low and force it out, sure. Shout out to Arboliva. Alright, Weezing comes in on Seed Flare, but gets Leech seeded, but interesting. Well, what are these sets, man? This is so weird. I guess you're trying to PP stall Seed Flare at this point. But yeah, it goes for a Hyper Voice. Gets the eject button into Gouging Fire. It's Akaberry. Still dies to Heat Crash. Shout out to that guy. And now what? Oh, it's Scarf Heat Crash. Goes for an SD predicting a switch, but there's no switch to be had. This is Scarf Gouging Fire. And now what? Weezing comes in, but this is a solid 2-hit KO. Yeah, Pain Split, sure. But even then, Heat Crash is still the click here. Strange Theme misses. Let's keep it a buck. That was doing 10% either way. Now Shaman comes in on the low HP Weezing and goes for a sub on the Pain Split. Okay. What does this accomplish exactly? Leech Seed, I guess? Misses Gunk. I mean, if you're able to get your Shaman in against that Greninja, like a little bit of a better guard against the Battle Bond reverse sweep, I guess. We'll see. Yeah, because now you can just Seed Flare. You miss. Unlucky, but I don't think that matters at all. Goes Tentacruel on the next Gunk Shot. Sure, whatever, man. It's all the same. Flip turns out into what? Gouging Fire? No, into Enamorous. Because Enamorous can just Scarf Terra Moonblast? Yeah. That's going to knock out the Gren. No risk of a Battle Bond reverse sweep. That's going to be the game. So now it's what? 5-1 for US South? Gouging also lived Cudgel, Bar Crit. Yeah, that thing is very fat. Yeah, 5-1 for US South now. Now I have Wagon Fruit versus J. Ricky. What's the prize of winning DPL? Just massive aura. We were gonna crit that turn actually. Oh, were you? J. Ricky Pog. Alright folks, count the citrus berries. Actually, he told me he didn't bring any citrus berries. So, a little bit spoiled there. But I didn't actually watch this game. So I wanted to save it for the stream. Alright, we have Doki the Dingus, which is Wagon Fruit, up against Gigaton D's Nuts, which is J. Ricky. Now let's take a look at these Terra types. There's at least one citrus berry. Alright. Spoiler alert, goddamn. So Terra Fairy on the Boulder. And then, what else? On the other side we have Terra Water on the Zarude. Makes sense. Is my showdown name not Super Aura? I mean, it's funny. Aura? I don't know about Aura, but it's certainly funny. Mesprit leads off into a Taunt Tornadus. Gets 2-hit KO'd by Thunderbolt, but the Citrus Berry, oh my god, saves the day. +1 in the chat for the Citrus Berry. Dazzling Gleams the switch to Crocodile. Okay, Mesprit's getting some nice chip off its Culver Berry. Dazzling Gleam, not quite a 2-hit KO, but you are able to take the next knockoff if you really want to trade. Ooh. KO's the Crook with rocks there, and there's no removal. Really nice rocks play by that Mesprit. And it looks like it's just 3 coverage moves here. So able to get off some nice chip here. Maybe fishing for a Spadef drop. But yeah, this Slowking is going to be able to regen most of this off, but importantly, this allows the Zarude to come in, eats the Culver Berry, so nice, and gets poisoned on the Zarude. Unlucky, but do we see a jungle healing potentially? We could see that. Does jungle healing make sense in this matchup? For the G-King, yes. So Bleakwind's here as a Terra Blast comes out, so Zarude got his 2 KOs, I guess. And now what? Metagross comes in for the Bullet Punch follow-up, maybe? Or it's just like Scarf Heavy Slam, something like that. It looks like it is Scarf because it outspeeds Pecharunt. But also that does way too much damage. Is that Choice Banded? These damage rolls are not making a whole lot of sense, but also the speed tiers don't make sense either. So I'm really confused about this one. Is this Scarf or Banded? Because that's doing way too much to Pecharunt. Alright, Crocodile gets sacked off to rocks in front of the Valiant. Makes sense. Alright, Boulder comes in, uses its thing. No, you're just offensive Pecharunt. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Alright, +2 on the Iron Boulder, but now Magnet Rise covers the EQ, which is what he clicks. Alright, catches that play correctly. And now what? Just a T-Wave? No, a foul play on the switch to Metagross. Alright, nice play. Now Kyurem comes in, takes rocks, so it could be Dice, it could be Leftovers, Sub-Protect kind of thing. A PP stall. Goes for a Focus Blast and, you know, Cloaky dodges. Might be Specs on the Kyurem. I guess we'll find out this turn on the knockoff. Or I guess we won't, because it's a slower Zarude. So it might be Scarf Kyurem, potentially? Maybe. Either way. Goes Boulder on the Scale Shot, correctly calls that, but now Earthquake next turn. And now, ooh, Endure on the Terra Blast. Now, is this Quick Attack Iron Boulder? It is Quick Attack Iron Boulder, but is it Rocky Helmet? No, because it's Custap. But now it's going to be put in Vacuum range. And that's going to be, yeah, Vacuum Wave twice, and it's over. You were Mirror Herb for a Blastoise that didn't show? Oh, on the Petch? Makes sense, yeah. Alright, so Valiant cleans that one up. And a little bit of a consolation prize, right? J. Ricky still won his game. But the series is over at this point. US West has won, what? 5-2 now. And now last game, Hacker versus Hycrox is the last one of the stream as well. So let's see. Alright, Hacker versus Hycrox. There's a Chimecho on my screen. Why is there a Chimecho? You went 3-0, that's all you cared about? Yeah, for sure. So Terra Fairy on the Cerulege makes sense. Terra Steel on the Iron Hands for the Enamorus. And then Terra Stellar on the Enamorus. Terra Fairy on the Dusknoir, looks like. Now Cerulege is going to lead off against that Dusknoir. Frisks the Choice Band already. And these Poltergeists are going to hurt. Swampert gets 2-hit KO'd by that. God damn. This thing is strong. And it's what? Terra Fairy, right? Yeah, Terra Fairy. So Dusknoir switches and now comes back in and has to Terra to live that. And Poltergeist back. Okay. So yeah, a lot of Pokemon are dropping early in this game. Now U-turns with the Greninja into the Tentacruel switch. Now Garchomp gets a free hit off, but there is an Enamorus, so it's not exactly free to just click your stabs. So it goes for a Swords Dance, but Enamorus might just force this out, but it looks like it's Roselli Berry by the way he stayed in. We see an instant healing Wish. I'm really confused on that one. Why? Either way, Deoxys is going to come in, threatens this with an Ice Beam, but goes for a Reflect. Back into the Dusknoir? Did we really value our Dusknoir higher than our Enamorus there? I feel like maybe not. maybe not the play, but it's cool. Will-O-Wisp the Iron Hands, so maybe Dusknoir can get off the Super Nut. But yeah. So Iron Hands effectively back to neutral, but the Reflect is still up, crits through it. So Deoxys is going to take a big hit, and now Terra Steel on the Psycho Boost is going to be able to take that. Pops the balloon, but now... Ooh, Eject Pack. But Thunder Punches into the Tentacruel, okay. So now what? Tentacruel goes for a flip turn, but now the Reflect is gone. T-Punch should be a KO here, I think. Iron Crown comes in, but that actually does nothing, so Iron Crown is actually very bulky in this game. Yeah, Iron Defense makes sense when it's taking that little. Ooh, Weakness Policy. Do we see an Agility this turn? Oh, we don't see an Agility. Because it's like a Earthquake is like a roll, it looks like. But Night Slash, can Night Slash kill? It doesn't kill. We see the Agility. Does this sweep? No, it's slower than Greninja. No! Because it's Scarf Gren, but like Scarf Gren with +2. It's hard to creep for that if you have like that much bulk on you, so I get it. But also, yeah. Goes for the Wisp again. Dodges, but unlucky. This is over. Deoxys can come back in. Goes for an Ice Beam here, I assume. But no, it's actually just screens, right? You don't have Ice Beam, I guess? You know, Dusknoir comes in. Do we see like a Pain Split here? No, we see a Wisp, so... That turn basically just wastes a screen turn. But now what? Leech Life, that's not going to do anything. You just full troll this because it was all over. Chomp got the Super Group this game, yeah. Just Lumspit F to live Enam Moonblast naturally. You're able to live like Terra Stellar Enam? I guess you can't be Terra Stellar because you already Terra'd the Dusknoir. But it was Terra Stellar, right? Yeah, it was Stellar. But I guess like the banded Cerulege forced the Terra early. Is what it is. Anyways, Garchomp able to win that one. So US South with a very dominant 6-2 victory over Portugal. And that's going to be the end of this watch party. So if you like the stream, feel free to leave a like. We're almost at 40 likes on the stream for the algorithm. Can we get 40? Can we do it, folks? I think we can do it. But that's going to be pretty much all the replays. GG's, yep. When we watching circuit finals? Probably another day. I've been already live for almost 7 hours now. I don't feel like going over another 3 more series of best of 3. 39 likes, can we get 40? 40's right there. Any one of you could do it. But yeah, circuit finals. Looking at my schedule, I think I could probably do it some evening. Maybe tomorrow evening. But yeah, definitely not today. Yeah. Maybe tomorrow. I'll take a look. I'll announce my next stream for the circuit finals, like analysis. We're gonna do a stream. I'll announce it in my Discord server when that's gonna be. So if you're interested at all in that, go ahead, link below in the description. And yeah, we'll see you there. Anyways, that's all for me. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. And that's going to be it. Hey, we hit 40 likes. Appreciate it. And that's it. There we go. Ending the stream.